I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. Y'all, today's a big day. Today's a big day. Oh gosh, I'm just looking at myself for the first time today. Could have brushed my hair. It's all right. We'll brush it tomorrow. I am so excited because today all kinds of stuff is happening. Stephanie Willis, maybe Joseph Scott Morgan could return and talk about Marisela's bones being found and what they do when that situation occurs. I would love that. He was one of our, I mean, all of our guests have been great, but he's one of the smart ones. I would love it. I would love it. I'm all for our friends coming back to visit us again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am so excited. Letitia hair. Rude. Okay. It is kind of Letitia hair. I didn't realize it though until like I kind of rolled out of bed and then came to my brother's and started laundry and then started the stream. So I didn't realize that I had Letitia hair. This is bedhead, which also translate into Letitia octopus hair, but that's okay. That's okay. You know why? Because it's hump day, because it's Wednesday. It's the same thing. Don't tell anybody. And because it's homecoming day. It's homecoming day. Today is the last day that I have to stream from my brother's house. Today is the day I get to take my computer home and actually be home. I get to be home. So that way, when I roll out of bed, I mean, I'll still look like this, but I'll only have a 20-foot commute instead of a 1-mile commute. And I mean, who could ask for more? So today, this is the last day. Hopefully, knock on dang wood. Y'all know how my luck goes. Today is the last day that you'll see this boring white background behind me. Tomorrow, we should be back with my Nomies and my shiplap and my comfortable chair and all those good things. Ah, so exciting. Hello. I know, it's so exciting. I'm like, getting to go home. Y'all, I am like, it's amazing what a big difference it makes to be home in my own like little surroundings. I'm glad that I was able to come here while they were doing the construction, but man, I miss being home. And Lucy Cam, yes, we get to have Lucy Cam back. And my view, yes, beach view, here we come. I can get the beach cam set back up. Oh, it'll be amazing. All the good things. Ah, so excited. It's the little things like that make life so amazing. A few things to go over before we get started today, but first of all, we have our first in the internet. Our tailgaters. Congratulations to our first in the tailgate. I appreciate y'all being here. I love how y'all get here early, get the party going, and keep everybody in line. You the real MVPs. We also have today's Wednesday. Oh, never mind. I was going to do our mod of the week, but today's Wednesday. We'll save that for tomorrow. she's not in here right now anyway, so we'll save it for tomorrow. I also have something I wanted to show y'all. So today is December 6th, which is a big deal because it was here, where we go? Oh, there we go. Oh, I couldn't be home because they were doing construction. Ugh, it's been so loud. So loud. So let me get it pulled up real quick. Should have been more prepared. I'll get comments on that. You should be more prepared. You shouldn't yawn on stream. You should do everything different. People are so funny. I get the weirdest comments. Okay, so here we love us some Oakley Carlson. And today is beautiful Oakley Carlson's birthday. Today, December 6th, is Oakley Carlson's 7th birthday. It also marks 2 years since she was discovered missing by law enforcement. Please join us in honoring Oakley by changing your profile picture as a reminder that we won't stop until there is justice for Oakley. Oakley is just her story. If you missed, I had her mom on, and it's a terrible tragedy story. And the entire time that we were doing the interview, or that I was doing the interview, I was fighting back tears. And I just, the story and the strength of her mom, that is her mom. The biological mom is not her mom. Her actual mom being with us, she just showed so much strength. And if you missed it, it's a tragic story. She was she had the most beautiful, loving foster family, and that was then wanting to adopt her, wanting to give her this amazing life. They had all these beautiful family pictures and such a great life together, and she was so loved. And the biological parents, she had been removed from their custody, and there were so many issues with them having, different issues with abuse in the family and stuff. And they ended up, the state ended up taking her away from her new loving family, giving her back to her biological parents, and she went missing. Her siblings were told to tell people that she got eaten by wolves in the woods and stuff. I mean, it's awful. And she's just the most beautiful, sweet little thing. So today, December 6th, is her birthday, so I wanted to acknowledge that. So happy birthday to sweet, sweet Oakley Carlson. I'm really, having people like, her sweet family who trust us enough to, be an advocate for them and tell their story means a lot to me. So happy birthday to sweet, beautiful Oakley Carlson. Justice for Oakley. Sharon Ken Sharp, member for 7 whole months. How has it been that long? Time flies, Sharon Ken Sharp. Member for 7 months. I count this chat as a blessing. We count you as a blessing too. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. I love seeing y'all's anniversaries come up. I love it. I love it. See, even talking about Oakley, it gets it takes my breath a little bit. Good morning. I see some of y'all still filing on in. We have a few things to do today. Susie bouncing by from RA, got to see justice done. Tell RA in his chat we said hello. Another anniversary. Holly Mack, member for 6 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I love anniversaries. They're the best. Holly Mack, one of our fantastic mods. I appreciate you. Holly Mack was our mod of the week. Holly Mack is still our mod of the week, right? Because today is Wednesday. So this is do your final parade wave. It's your last day as your mod of the week day. but you're always the mods. Y'all are always mods of the week. Yeah, everybody's like, I'm bouncing between here and RA. Yeah, we have, everybody bounces back and forth. That's the good thing about the internet. So you can just pop in and out of whatever neighborhood you want to. All right, so we have a lot going on today, y'all. The Gareth Pursehouse sentencing is today. However, it's in California, number one. And number two, you know, that's the one that they were not streaming live. We were having to wait and get it. Were they giving that one the next day? Or were they giving that one at the end of the day? I can't remember. It all runs together, you know. But I have not been able to find if they're going to release the video after, or if they're I think it was a day behind too, Aaron Morgan. I think you're right. I have not been able to find if they're going to do it live for the sentencing or release it the next day. So I have it on the schedule for today to cover it if the feed pops up, and I have my notifications set so I can try to watch for it. And if anybody else sees it pop up, please, you know, and I miss it somehow, please tell me, and we'll definitely check it out. He's a buffoon, so we want to see him get sentenced because, you know, bye Gareth, bye. Amy was beautiful and smart and talented and fantastic and an advocate for people, and, you know, tragic to see her go. And so today, seeing him be sentenced is kind of like that final, you know, push for justice for Amy. We also have, of course, our day 2 of the trial that we started yesterday, which has been wilder than I actually anticipated. I had not heard of this story before. And I guess I was talking to Mel, Ick and Mel. He has covered it before. And, I mean, I guess they sent him wait, I don't know if I can tell y'all that. I'll text him and ask if I'm allowed to tell you that. I don't know if that's, I'll find out. Cameron's Ohio. Thank you for the super chat. You look great in pink, Brandi. Oh, thank you. Does it make the Letitia hair look better if I'm in pink? I'm celebrating my 26-year work anniversary. Wow. 26-year work anniversary. That is impressive. That's impressive. Oh, Justice Jane, that's a good question. Did they get the AC fixed? We'll have to find out. I'm looking because the feed that they had yesterday is apparently... remember we heard them at the end of the day saying that Channel 8 was going to be covering it today. So I am looking for Channel 8, but I think they said it wasn't starting until 9:30. Now I'm trying to find it. Tracy Ferreter does have a hearing today to talk about, she's saying she ain't got no money. So he spent, her hubby spent, what'd they say, $300,000 on his defense, and now she doesn't have money for hers. Isn't the stuff of the Jesse and the eyedrop sentencing so bizarre? She's nuts. Yes. If y'all follow the 13 Juror podcast page, she posts a lot of great stuff on there. Like, she'll find stuff and post it on there while we're doing this or whatever. And I get a lot of my news from 13 Juror podcast page, actually. But she posted some stuff on there too yesterday, I think, about like the 37-page letter and all that stuff. So crazy. Let me go. Let me boost our sound. I think sound was pretty okay yesterday. They've got the feed going now, but it's just, they're not in there yet. But we'll have it. We'll go ahead and get us live and going for when they do get up and going. But yeah, all that stuff is crazy. Trying to come up, for those of y'all who missed it, she's trying to come up with or tried to fabricate an alibi. And so it was funny. They were saying like, oh, well, you know, that's what she was writing the whole time during that trial. That's a hot mess. Hot mess express. Tim Ferritter should win Husband of the Year award. Oh, Tracy's hearing is moved to Friday. Okay. Last I saw was this morning, but then I started doing laundry and stuff, so I've missed it. Yeah, 13 Juror Podcast page. If y'all don't follow 13 Juror Podcast page, she does an amazing job keeping it going. Y'all, today is going to be the last day I'm having a stream from here. So excited. Do we have any info on Chuck and Donna running around naked in the cell? Ew. Chuck Gorgeous? Wrong Chuck. Ugh. No, but actually I tried to get my, so I have to go back to my oncologist on the 12th. I need to find out what time, actually, because the time that I had I don't think is right. And I've got, I mean, you can see I've got all my stuff here. I've got my, my gynecological oncologist appointment at whatever time tomorrow. And then there's also Charlie Adelson has a hearing, and Donna Adelson has a hearing. And so I called and I'm like, I need to change it because Donna Adelson's going to be in court. She's going to be arraigned. But I haven't, they're trying to fit me in with a different time. I haven't heard back yet. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The weirdest reason to try to reschedule an appointment. But you know what? We're going to go with it. Good morning. Good morning. I see some of y'all still coming on in. Everybody's coming in late. That's all right. Okay, so let's do a quick recap because Lord knows this one is a mess. Let me get out my, I made a little cheat sheet as we were watching yesterday, because this one's something else, y'all. All right. So for those of you who were not here yesterday, this is your crash course on the drama that is going on, because you need to be prepared for this, because Chuck Gorgeous may make an appearance today, or 50-50 Chuck, or Charles Beltran. One of the three might. I think in the poll yesterday, y'all voted for, was it 50-50 Chuck you voted? You hoped 50-50 Chuck showed up? I don't know. So this is my little makeshift chart that I did while they were going over all of this yesterday to keep us updated with what's going on. This is the defendant. She is on trial right now. This is Lisa Dykes. She is, she doesn't look like this anymore. Her hair's grown out and it's not dyed like this anymore. And she looks a little bit, or she looks a lot different, actually. She looks a lot different right now. So, and even people yesterday were like, who's sitting there? That is her. It's her. And then when they showed pictures from from times of her in the past too, like she's like one of those that's like kind of a chameleon. She goes through phases. We all do. I had a bang phase a few years ago when I went through my divorce. We all go through phases. But Lisa Dykes is our defendant. Her son worked at a bar where this fella right here was the doorman. The doorman here is Charles Beltran. He is also a rapper, and he goes by Chuck Gorgeous and 50-50 Chuck. I did pull up his YouTube yesterday to watch one of his music videos. However, it is not suitable for our eyeballs at this point. It is more, and it got worse after I took it off. Like, you know, okay, if you want to twerk. However, it started to get a little raunchy, and right after I took it off camera, or off the screen, it was still playing over here. I had it muted, but it was still playing over here, and I mean, it's enough to make you blush. You're gonna want a sweater for it if you watch the video, and then And I mean, there's like her bits and pieces come out and whatnot. It's a lot. So, warning on that. If you watch that, it is not, don't watch it on your work computer is all I'm saying. If you're going to watch it, let's just wait till you get home for that one. But he's a rapper, allegedly. And he goes by Chuck Gorgeous and 50/50 Chuck, and his real name is Charles Beltran. He worked with the defendant's son at the bar. They met, and she became kind of like a sugar mama. They had it's a pearl clutcher, yeah. If you got pearls, you're gonna be it's a pearl clutcher. They started a relationship, and she was kind of, they didn't say sugar mama. That is the label that we accurately labeled it. They basically said that they had a relationship where it kind of got, physical needs were being met, for her, and financial needs were being met for him. And so that's where we're at with that. Rapper, yes. So they developed this whole sugar daddy or sugar mama and sugar baby. Isn't that what it's called? Sugar baby relationship? And which, whatever, to each their own. Then recently widowed attorney Nina Morano comes into the picture and meets Lisa. They start dating, but it's also one of those things where she was basically told, hey, we can be a thing, but also he's going to be a part of the thing. So they kind of make like this, they're roommates, and then they're also a throuple. But the defendant, Lisa, is allowed to be with Nina, and Lisa is allowed to be with Chuck Gorgeous. But Nina is only allowed to be with 50/50 Chuck when they're all three together. They can't be, so he's only, 50/50 Chuck's only allowed 50% of who he can smash. So it's a whole weird thing. But he's a ladies' man, and he's bringing ladies home, doing whatever, apparently. And we're going to hear from some of the ladies is what they're saying. When Marisela has flown down to Dallas, this is all in Dallas. Marisela has flown down to Dallas from Seattle to visit her friend Raul. Raul gets drunk. He gets into the cups a little bit too much. He has a little bit of puke situation going on his shirt. So they go back to his place, and he passes out on his balcony with puke on his shirt. And she goes back to the bar. So I guess that's where she meets him, and she ends up going back to their house. They are apparently in bed together, asleep, and he's going to testify. He's going to testify, and I am here for it. They are apparently in bed asleep, and his version of the story is that Lisa came into the room and stabbed Marisela to death, and that's how they got blood in the apartment, in the house. There was blood found in the house. And he woke up to her being stabbed, and then these two took the body to that wooded area and disposed of it. She went missing in October of 2020, and her body was not found until March of 2021. So it was like 5 months later that she was found. Her mom was on the stand yesterday, and oh gosh, all of us, our hearts were breaking for the mom. I hate it for her, and the fact that she's going to have to go through 2 more trials after this is just heartbreaking. Her aunt was on there too. That's a whole nother part of this. So these two get arrested. They all get arrested, actually. But they get out on bond. Everybody gets a bond. These two, because they have money, she recently widowed. She got some money from that. She's also an attorney. She had money. So they decide around Christmas that they want to spend Christmas aka the rest of their lives, in Cambodia. So they cut off they're out on bail, they cut off their ankle monitors and hightail it over to Cambodia. And the FBI ends up having to go get them and drag their butts back and for trial. Marisela's family, her mom and especially her aunt, were so incredible on how much they did. They did so much of the investigation in this. They went and got, security footage. They went and got, they were pulling her phone stuff to find out, she had a Lyft receipt. So this is the last place that she was, because the Lyft, or Uber or whatever, I think it was Lyft, picked her up at this place. They put in so much work to get her, to find her and to try to do what they can. There were some issues with the judge from the last, from previous. The judge was removed for being biased against the prosecution, because they said that the judge was, all of the information that had not been turned over from the Dallas police, they said that the judge was blaming it on prosecution. So they removed the previous judge from this trial, and now there's a new judge. There's been so much going on in this one. It's a crazy one. So, it's a whole mess. It's a a messy group. And they all kind of scattered too. After all of this happened, they all, left the area, went out of state, left their jobs, whatever they had going on, and all just kind of dipped out and, they all got arrested out of state and then got bail. Going to Cambodia. And then, but their attorneys were like, well, just because they cut off their ankle monitors and went to Cambodia doesn't mean that they're guilty of anything. Which I guess technically, well, that's not true at all, because that does mean they're guilty of something, because they cut off their ankle monitors, and that itself is a crime. But, what do I know? Running to another country is admission of guilt. Yeah, I mean, especially they cut off their ankle monitors. So, this ain't just like, they wanted to see what Cambodia is like in Christmas time. Because, everybody around Christmas time either wants to go to New York or Cambodia, right? Is that a thing? Let's look. Let's see. Cambodia at Christmas. It could be a thing, right? No? Let's see, Cambodia at Christmas. Let's see if it's a thing. Oh, look. So, maybe. Maybe not. But, whatever. There's also going to be, if you missed it yesterday, they also, by the time they got to her, if you missed it yesterday, wait till you meet this defense attorney. He's got some sass in his pants, and that's one reason that Chuck Mediocre and this defense attorney, that cross-examination is going to be spicy. So spicy. The defense attorney, in all of his questioning, has made it very clear that he's pinning this on Ground Chuck. He's not, his client, he says, not responsible for this. So it is all ground chuck. When they talked about the, because they found the bones, the body was too deteriorated. He also did do something that, look, y'all all know, everybody that y'all been here, and even some of the new ones, y'all know how we are. The victim shaming, not cool. And he lost us all in his opening statements, because that's one of the first things he did. He mentioned, he was like, well, I mean, you can see how she was dressed, because she was wearing, a dress that was lower cut. But look, when you're 20-something and everything's still sitting where it's supposed to be, that's when you're going to wear those things. You can't, that doesn't mean that, nobody deserves to get shamed like that for that. That was gross. So he, as much as we, try to keep an open mind and like everybody, the second he started in with that stuff, we were all like, oh, Lord, here we go. So he kind of lost us with that. But also, he insinuated that it could have been a drug overdose, like she had a drug problem or something, which nobody has said she did. And that, what else did he say? He was insinuating all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they couldn't do the autopsy on her. That's right, Dream Landry. They couldn't do the autopsy on her because it was, by the time they got to her body, it was just bones and a skull, which is super sad. I felt when they were showing the pictures of that too, my heart broke for that family because, and her mom saying, like, just to take her out and, dump her like garbage, my heart breaks. So. Exactly, Patricia P. Keith, you have not missed sentencing yet. It's in California, so it's going to be a while before they get there.
Use it over lunch when we're not in the courtroom, and hopefully that will cool things off enough to keep us cool during the afternoon, and then take a longer break in the afternoon period. But it is going to be up to 80 degrees. Oh,
it's going to be up to 80 degrees. So they're having air conditioner issues. Their air conditioner is not working. So they brought in an air conditioner, like a portable one, where I think they are trying to cool off the courtroom, which might be why they're late today, trying to cool off the courtroom. But they had said it's going to be really loud. So I guess they're trying to cool off the courtroom and then have court for a little while. And then she's saying take longer breaks while they cool it off again and all of that. So I guess we'll see. We'll see. Might have longer breaks today, which will work out fine if they do the sentencing. We can pop on over there and watch that. Hello. Good morning. Is the heater switched to on and can't be turned off? 80 degrees. Yeah, 80 degrees. Lindsay Hendricks, aren't you around there right now? I think, I don't know what temperature. There's our Sassy Pants attorney. Defense attorney. Oh, didn't you say you were there this week? I thought it was Lindsay Hendricks. Who said that they're in Dallas this week? Somebody said yesterday they're in Dallas this week. I thought it was Lindsay Hendricks, but who said it? Which one of you? Keith Saunders says, your legal system is way different in the UK. I've heard that. Don't they call it the Crown instead of the state? Or did I just see that on a movie that all of my information comes from movies like John Thomas. Oh my gosh, 32 degrees in Ontario, Canada. Oh, that's so cold. So she was kind of like the sugar mama for Ground Chuck. And then, because she had more than him, and then Nina came in and she had
All right, good morning.
more than both of
ladies and
them.
gentlemen of the jury, I apologize for the delay. Y'all may be seated
It's kind of like the sweet and low mama and the sugar mama, maybe.
on the phone a lot this morning trying to get this whole AC thing straightened out. It's a lot cooler in the courtroom. They had that huge AC unit that you saw. Of course, that doesn't work because we can't have that door open because probation's right across the hall and they're seeing people all day. So that's their smallest unit. For other reasons, the AC is down, which I will do. So what we're gonna do is bring that thing back in the courtroom during lunch and have it run all during lunch. And hopefully that will cool off the courtroom a lot. And then take a longer break in the afternoon if it gets really hot. Now, Friday is supposed to be 80 degrees in Dallas, so it's gonna be really hot in the courtroom. So I suggest layers and I'm coming, my allergies are killing me, I'm coming down with a cold, so I'm all sorts of frustrated. All right. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Pittman, please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Kathleen De Leon.
I'll pull the Adelson stuff when we're on a break.
All right, Ms. De Leon, if you could please walk up to the witness stand and raise your right hand.
Oh, she has pretty hair.
Ma'am?
Look how pretty her hair
You solemnly
is.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I
You may
do.
be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Kathy DeLeon, Khhyde, capital Leon.
And
Total hair.
Ms. De Leon, can you just tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living, and, a little bit about yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a hairdresser. I've been doing hair for probably over 35 years. Color specialist.
That explains it.
I actually do people from all walks of life. I've done attorneys, I've done doctors, dentists, anywhere from A to Z. I may have a preacher's wife in my chair, and then I may turn around and have a stripper in my chair. So, the facets that I go through in my business is, it's quite amazing. So.
You said you've been doing this for about 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that when you have a client that you have seen over the course of several years, that client generally becomes pretty comfortable talking to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I would hate for my hairdresser to ever be called to talk about me or anything else like that. You kind of get all the secrets and all the things.
I do. People are very kind of interesting. They're very open when they come to see you. It's kind of like we're their psychiatrist, They really lean on us for a lot. They do tell us a lot of things that they may not even tell their family. So, most of the things that my clients tell me, I do, kind of take it. It's a very personal thing to me. I'm very close to my clients. I've been doing a lot of clients for as long as I've been doing hair. So, I do have clients who are like family to me. I don't really take my stories home. I'm sure it'd get very boring to my husband to hear, like all the different stories that a client may tell me.
Now, one of those clients that you saw for years was Miss Lisa Dykes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when you started seeing Miss Dykes?
Early 2016.
And she was referred to you by another client, is that correct?
Yes, she was referred to me by a longtime client of mine who worked in the same building she did. I believe they worked on the same floor. And they became, I guess they were acquaintances. They'd see each other like, like on the floor and say hi and whatnot. And Lisa inquired to her. She said, your hair always looks amazing. Who do you go to? She gave her my information. She says, well, she may be far for you to go. And so she asked where I worked, and she was like, oh my gosh, I live right by there. If you can give me her number, I'd love to get in contact with her. So.
Okay. And you started seeing her, you said, in 2016, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this morning you provided me with a couple of just printouts of schedules, because you all had kind of a scheduling system on the computer, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, my approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. DeLeon, I'm just going to hand you what's been marked States Exhibits 81 and 82.
Oh, I was like, what happened? Hey, 80s.
Does this look like a fair and accurate representation of those two printouts that you sent me this morning?
It is.
Your Honor, state moves to offer 81 and 82 for all purposes.
If you could tender to opposing counsel, thank you.
She about to tell us everything.
Your Honor, I'm going to object first on relevance, and second, I'm objecting, you can't tell on here who the client is. I don't see who the client is. I see a list of dates, but I don't see the client.
Your objection is to relevance? Sustained at this time as to relevance, if you could lay it right. She has one of your exhibits, I believe. That's a copy.
Receipts.
I'm sorry?
Are those her copies?
No, she's got her copies.
Okay.
These are. And Ms. DeLeon, Ms. Dykes' name is not on here, but are you aware you pulled this from your computer?
Yeah, so the way we had the computer set up at work, it would go through we would punch in our client's name, and then it'd go to a second page, and it would have like a list of all the services that we would do to that particular client, and that's what you see there.
And one of the purposes of this is going to kind of help you refresh your recollection of the various conversations you had with Ms. Dykes over the years.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer states 81 and 82 again for all purposes.
Same objection, Your Honor, relevance. If she needs it to refresh her memory, then at that time, the document can be presented to her. But until we see that there's some faulty memory going on, then
I don't necessarily need to have it.
Hold on just a second. You have to wait for someone to ask you a question. Thank you.
She's ready.
Judge, we could just offer it for regular purposes at this time.
All right, is there any objection to it being offered for record purposes only?
no, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 81 and 82 are admitted for record purposes only.
After this, I'm gonna have mine
Thank you, Your Honor.
do an NDA from now
And
on.
Ms. DeLeon, you just mentioned that you probably don't need it. If for any reason you needed to refresh your recollection, just let me know and I can present that to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So we talked about you met in 2006. She was referred to you by one of your clients. And when you first met her and did her hair the first time, was she pleased with her service?
She was.
In fact, she continued seeing you until she moved from the Dallas area in, I believe, October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
When do you recall was the last appointment that you had where she actually came and saw you?
October 10th, 2020.
2022?
2000, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you say 2020 or 2020 or 2022? I may have misheard you.
All I know, it was right when this girl went missing was the last time that I saw her.
Okay, so that was in 2020.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Are you a little bit nervous?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Now, when you first saw Ms. Dykes as a client, how did she present herself? How was she dressed?
She was dressed very conservatively. She worked for an attorney in Dallas. She had long hair. At the time I started doing it, it was just like highlights in her hair. Very nice person. We got along really well.
And did you learn a little bit about her family makeup at that time?
I did. She talked about her kids quite a bit. She had grown kids, a son. She had family that lived in Florida. She had her daughter Chelsea, who ended up also being a client of mine. I actually started doing Lisa first, and then soon after she would bring Chelsea with her, and then I started doing both of their hair. So they come in at the same time.
And you mentioned she had some family in Florida, and then she had Chelsea and her son here in Texas with her?
Yes.
Okay, and were you, did you learn that they lived in the Mesquite area?
I wasn't sure where Kyle lived, but from what I understand, Chelsea lived with her.
Okay. And you mentioned Kyle. Kyle's one of her sons, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she ever talk about her other son?
Not often.
Okay. Did you know whether or not her other son, Aaron, lived with her?
I know she really didn't mention him as often as she did Kyle.
Okay. And as far as Kyle's concerned, did you have any idea whether or not Kyle lived with her? Or...
I did not.
Okay, but Chelsea did live with her?
She did, from what I understand.
Okay. Did she ever talk about her brother, Jimmy?
If it's the brother that lived in Florida, then she probably, like, maybe mentioned him in a conversation or two, but not very often.
Not very often. Okay.
No.
And in the beginning, you said that she generally dressed very conservatively.
Yeah, when she'd come in to see me, it was usually on a Saturday. So she always, dressed like casual, pretty much.
Did she have revealing clothes? Did it kind of, and I hate to be like this, but almost age appropriate for her at that time? Or kind of just describe the type of conservative clothes that she wore.
Well, she'd usually come like in jeans. She'd always wear, like t-shirts when she'd come in. She kind of like concert-y type t-shirts. So, but I mean, most people dress like that on Saturday. So, it wasn't.
I'm sorry. You mentioned her daughter Chelsea would come and have her hair done as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And did they seem like they were very close?
They were. Chelsea was quiet. I would say introverted. She was a real sweet girl. Didn't talk very much. I think the only time that I could really get her to engage was when she would talk about her dog. But other than that, she really was pretty quiet.
Aaron, may I approach the witness again? You may. And permission to continue to approach throughout her testimony.
Sure.
Ms. De Leon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibit 83.
They're talking about the defendant. This is all about the defendant. She did Lisa's hair.
Do you recognize that photo?
That's Lisa and Chelsea.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Our state auditor states 83 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, states exhibit 83 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
They keep talking about her appearance changing, and I'm wondering if that's because she went on the run. Like to show that she changed her appearance. Pure speculation. But I'm wondering if that's where this is leading. Could be. Good morning. Good morning.
Well, it takes a minute to warm up, so if you can continue your question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. And just, I mean, this is just a picture of them, kind of around the time that you were doing both of their hairs.
Yes.
Was this, you learned at some point that Chelsea moved from Texas, is that correct?
I did.
Okay, is this closer to the time frame when she moved, or do you recall?
Well, I had already, probably because Lisa's hair is really short there. So.
And let's kind of talk about that. Over the course, this started, your client relationship with her started in 2016. Was there a time over the course of that relationship that she started talking about a man by the name of Charles Beltran?
Yes.
And do you recall about what year that was?
Guessing maybe 2018-ish.
2018-ish?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of a guess?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you how she and Charles met?
She came in one morning and basically said that she had met a guy named Chuck. The first couple of times that she talked about him, she kind of mentioned, kind of laughingly, like it was her boy toy. And then after a couple of visits, she continued talking about him. And so I was like, hey, so what is the deal with this guy? Tell me about him. I was like, you don't, because she's talked about other guys in the past, but, just kind of like, I'm going out with this person or that person, but it was never like anything, like more than like a time or two that she talked about that person. But with Chuck, she talked about him for several visits. So I finally asked her, I was like, so tell me about this guy. And she was like, well, he's a lot younger than I am. He works with my son. And I was like, well, Lisa, I was like, that doesn't seem, like kind of like what you're used to dating, a much younger guy, someone who, not to say that, someone who works at a bar is like less than anyone else, but, I just kind of expected her to date someone more on her, I guess, like level, I guess.
Okay, so more like her.
Yes.
A professional.
Yes.
Maybe more in her age range.
Right.
And the description of Chuck was that he was a much younger man, and she had met him through her son where he worked at this bar. Is that
correct?
About right? Okay. And she talked about him frequently, is that correct?
She did.
It seems like she really liked him.
Yes.
Okay. Did it seem like she was pretty infatuated with him?
Yes.
And you kind of mentioned that, you kind of thought that to be odd.
Yes, I mean, when she met Chuck, she kind of started changing. She came in one day and, of course she had like longer blonde hair. I always did highlights in her hair. And she comes in one day and she's like, hey, I'm ready to do something completely different. And I was like, okay, well, you know, to most people, to most hairdressers, doing something different is like, we're gonna put some low lights in their hair, you know. But she wanted me to completely shave the sides of her head and do like a pompadour. So if y'all don't know what a pompadour is, it's basically shaved all around the sides. You have the top that's longer, you know, quite a bit longer. And you can either pull it all back, you can like wear it to the side, which it kind of looks like the picture that you just saw. She had it kind of just down and it was just to the side. But when she was at work, she always just kind of like wore it like up, you know, to where it just looked like different than that. There are other pictures of her where she has it more like in a pompadour. But I asked her, I was like, how are you going to get away with that at work? I mean, you know, that seems a little inappropriate to do that. And she was like, oh, it's okay, you know, it'll be fine. So I thought that was like really interesting that she would go from like wearing this beautiful long blonde hair to, you know, to almost having no hair at all.
Did she also have it colored in a different way?
Yes, so when I ended up doing the pompadour on her, she ended up going complete platinum at that time. So, and then occasionally she would, you know, like get a wild hair, no pun intended, but she would like want me to do like maybe a little streak of like a light pink or like a baby blue, but never anything like just outrageously crazy, you know.
And when you, this all kind of aligned when she started hanging out and talking about Chuck, is that correct?
Yes.
During that time period, did you know that Chelsea still lived with her?
Yes.
Okay. And also her son Aaron, is that correct? Or,
I'm not sure about Aaron.
Okay, but
she really didn't talk about him too often.
okay. You definitely knew that Chelsea still lived.
I did.
Now, did she start dressing differently?
She did.
How did she start dressing?
So when she ended up with Chuck, she started getting a lot of tattoos. You know, when she'd come in, she would start one sleeve, and then, you know, I'd see her like, you know, like several visits later, and she'd started another sleeve, and I would always ask her, why are you doing this? How are you going to get away with this at work? I mean, you've got a conservative job. You know, and she was just like, oh, well, you know, I could just wear long sleeves, you know. But she did start dressing, like she loved showing her tattoos off. So she would always come in like with like, I guess like thinner t-shirty material type shirts. They were always short sleeve because she loved showing her tattoos off. So even if it was like really cold outside, she'd wear a jacket in, but then she'd always take her jacket off. She loved her tattoos. And, you know, I mean, I'm not into tattoos, but, you know, to each his own. I know one day she came in and she kind of grabbed me by the arm. She was like, hey, come to the bathroom with me. I want to show you something. And I was like, okay. So she kind of lifts up the back of her shirt and she's got a tattoo, you know, and I was like, oh my God, Lisa, what are you doing? I mean,
where was this particular tattoo?
On her back.
On her back, okay. Was it large?
From what I recall.
Okay. So we're not talking about just a little, you know,
No.
tattoo. We're talking about full sleeves.
Yes.
Large tattoos on her back, and this just from your time in being
Yes.
her hairdresser. So
Yes, and then she also.
Just make sure that we don't talk over each other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. She just has to take everything down. She can't take us at the same time. But completely out of what you expected based on your experience with her.
Yes, she also, come to think about it, came in one day and she had these little gold, they're like little dots, like across the top of her, but they were like on her teeth. And I was like, what is that? And she was like, you know, she just kind of laughed. She goes, well, don't you like it? And I was like, well, no, not really. You know, but, you know, I mean, I just thought that it was all very odd that she, you know, and I guess it was to impress him. I mean, he was a much younger guy.
Objection, Your Honor, calling for speculation and asking the court to instruct the jury to disregard her last statement.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are instructed to disregard the last answer by the witness and not consider it for any purpose whatsoever.
For any purpose
Ms.
whatsoever.
DeLeon, all of this started after she met Chuck, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you recall a time, kind of during this time period when she's changing her hair and she's changing, you know, kind of getting these tattoos, that she came in to an appointment with Chelsea?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the two of them both having their hair done?
They were.
And kind of tell me a little bit about, you know, that appointment that day. You know, you said that Chelsea was quiet. Did she say much that day?
Not really. I mean, I actually, this day, I actually did Chelsea's hair first. I typically would always do Lisa's hair because it took a little bit longer for me to do her hair. This particular day, I ended up doing Chelsea first, and the area that I worked in, it was like my chair was here, my client sat here, my mirror was here, and then I had a dryer that was right behind me. So it was like my clients had access, you know, because I did do like a lot of highlights, so I had access to a dryer that sat right behind me. So I finished doing Chelsea's hair, got her into the dryer, started doing Lisa's hair, and
let me just stop you right there. So Chelsea is within earshot of this conversation?
Yes, I mean, literally she's like 2 steps back.
Okay. And what did Lisa say to you?
So as we started talking, she kind of looks back at Chelsea. She goes, hey, Chelsea, she goes, do you want to tell Kat the news or do you want me to? And, you know, she just kind of looked at the dryer. She goes, well, I guess you can. And so Lisa...
What was the news?
Lisa proceeds to tell me that Chelsea's moving to Florida. And I was like, what? I was like, you and Chelsea are so close. And I was like, why? And she says, well, she goes, I'm ready to live the life that I want, and I can't do it with her here.
And she said that in front of Chelsea?
Yes.
And Chelsea heard her?
She did.
Okay. Did she tell you where Chelsea was going to move?
She was moving to Florida, where Lisa's brother was.
It's always Florida.
Now, you said that she told Chelsea, you that I'm ready to live the life that I want to live, and I can't do it with her here. Did she say anything else?
Yeah, she just went on to tell me that, you know, because I was like just so shocked about it. And she went on to tell me, she said, well, you know, Chelsea worked at, I don't know if it's like Disney World, Disneyland, I don't know what it is, in Florida. But she said she has friends there. She really doesn't have friends here. So to go back, you know, to be where her friends are, it'd probably be better for her anyway. I just still thought that it was very strange because, you know, she and Chelsea always seemed to be like so close. I can't imagine that she would, you know, like literally like move her to start living this new life with this guy Chuck.
At that time, did you learn that Chuck was going to move in with her?
Yes, she did. She actually told me, you know, several visits later that Chuck was going to move in with her.
And did you learn that she was, you know, buying Chuck things, paying for things?
Yeah, so after she moved him in, she came in one day and told me that she was buying him a lot of equipment because he wanted to become a rapper. So, from what she told me, it was like high dollar equipment. And I do recall seeing it there when I went to her house one day. It was like in her little sunroom area.
Okay. And when she initially talked about Chuck, did she talk at all about his rap career, or was it later when you learned that she had bought him this equipment?
I really didn't know until she told me about the equipment that he was going to become a rapper.
So initially it just seemed like this was a romantic situation for him.
Yes.
And what did you think about this change in Lisa and this new young guy and buying the rap equipment? And what was going through your mind about that?
I just thought it was so odd, because we're talking. It was just like 2016. She was a completely different person. She's just like morphing into somebody that it's just, I don't know, it's just so bizarre. The whole time though.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you have to wait until you're asked a question.
And sorry about the pause. Ms. De Leon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize all these photographs?
Yes.
And these are photographs you provided me.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these fair and accurate representations of Ms. Dykes?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 84 for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit, excuse me, number 84 is admitted for all purposes.
She is a talker.
Commissioner Phelps, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ms. De Leon, is this kind of the, transition that you were talking about, or the big change in Ms. Dykes, where this is more around 2016?
Yes.
And this is more around kind of the end time that you all had this client relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And obviously the makeup here is very muted, long hair, like you mentioned, conservative dress, and over the course of these several pictures, you see, kind of bright makeup, more dramatic makeup, tattoos, different clothing styles.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this particular picture here, do you recall when that was taken?
Which one?
This one right here, I'm sorry, with the cowboy hat.
I don't quite recall, but that is like during the time that her hair was like obviously shaved.
And this transition kind of started in 2016 and it continued throughout. You mentioned that she had started talking about Chuck, buying him things. He had moved in after Chelsea left.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a time that she started talking about a woman by the name of Nina Morano?
Yes.
Okay, and who was Nina Morano to her?
She initially had an appointment with me and asked if I could do her like a week earlier. She was going to be going out of town to visit an old friend of hers.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, non-responsive. Counsel asked who she was, and Mrs. De Leon is going into a monologue.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How did you learn about Nina Morano?
Through Lisa just mentioning her.
Okay, and you said you had an appointment with her, and she changed that appointment. What was the reason she changed that appointment?
She was going to go out of town to see Nina.
And at that time, how did she, categorize Nina?
An old friend of hers.
Do you recall about, when you were talking about Nina, what was the reason she changed that appointment?
She was going to go out of town to see Nina. And at that time, how did she categorize Nina? An old friend of hers.
Do you recall about when you were talking about Nina, what was the reason she changed that appointment? what time frame, maybe month and year that she started mentioning Nina?
It was probably before October 2019, and I do recall that because Lisa had asked me to do her makeup for a Halloween party that she was having at work.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. Did you usually do her makeup?
I never did her makeup.
And you said in October 2019, she asked you to do a Halloween makeup for a party. Is that
She
correct?
did.
And did you do that in your regular studio, or did you go to her house at that time?
Initially, when she called and asked me to do it, I told her then, I said, look, it's been a long time since I've done theatrical makeup. And she says, look, I don't want anyone else touching me but you. She says, I trust you. And she, was very adamant about me doing it. So I told her, I said, look, this is what we're going to do. Send me a picture of what you want. You buy the makeup because I don't have makeup for stuff like that. And let's make an appointment. I'll do like a mock trial. And if you don't like it, then I'll help you find someone that will do it for you.
So you went to her house to do this mock trial?
No, initially we did that at the salon.
Okay.
And then when she saw what the results were, she actually ended up loving it. And then she wanted to make the appointment for me to do the makeup the day of the party that I guess it was her law firm that was hosting this party. And so she wanted to do it like around 6 o'clock. And I told her, I was like, well, we close at 5. She says, well, why don't you just come to my house? Okay. So we made arrangements to do that.
And Ms. De Leon, I'm handing you Mark States Exhibit 85. Is that a picture of you applying her makeup?
This was the mock trial that I did at work. Okay. Yes.
Your Honor, State Opera States 85 for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 85 is admitted for all purposes.
And you said this is the trial run. Was this pretty much the same makeup that you did for her for the party?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that appears to kind of be a skeleton face, is that correct?
When she initially showed me what she wanted me to do, I'm not really sure of the name of it, but it's like Day of the Dead? But it's the woman who wears like the big roses. But I didn't know that it was going to be like, I thought it was going to be like a pretty Day of the Dead. I didn't think it was going to be like, like a skeleton. But.
Okay. So I do want to talk about your visit to her house. Were you able to meet Mr. Beltran when you went to her house?
That was the first time that I met Chuck. He was the one that opened the door.
And just based on physical appearances, kind of what did Chuck look like?
He was young. He wore the gauges in his ears. He was tattooed up. Nice guy though. I mean, when he answered or when he opened the door, he introduced himself that he was Chuck. And I introduced myself. He says, I know all about you. He said, you're the end all be all with Lisa. There's no one better than you in her book. And so I was like, oh, thanks. Where's she at? So
that it was a brief discussion or brief talk with Chuck.
It was.
He was nice, respectful.
Yes.
Based on, I guess, his tattoos and everything, did you expect him to sound and talk differently?
Kind of, but I mean, he was pleasant enough.
Okay. Now, after doing the makeup for the party, you said this was a work party, is that correct?
It was.
And was this going to take place at her son's bar? Or
I believe so.
Pleasant enough.
Makeup turned out well. Was she happy with it?
She was very happy with it.
After that, you had another appointment with her, is that correct?
Are you referring to the second time I went to her house?
No, I'm talking about when she started talking about Nina.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so this appointment was October 2019, and then it was after that appointment that she started discussing Nina, is that correct?
Yes.
And the first time she discussed her, it was, she's my friend and she was going to see her.
Yes.
Is that fair? In the coming appointments, did you have more discussions with her about Nina?
Yeah, it ended up being that that after she mentioned Nina the first time, the next visits that I had with her, she only talked about Nina. Like she was gonna fly here to see Nina, and Nina was coming in town. You know, it was just like everything was about Nina. So,
did you learn anything about Nina, kind of her background, if she was married, what was going on with her through Lisa?
Yeah, she did tell me that Nina was married to a man named Bill. She did tell me that he was much older than her. She told me that the religion that he was in was like super strict. She mentioned that they always wore like this long, I guess it's like a long straight garment underneath their clothes.
And at some point during these discussions, did you just flat out ask her what was really going on there?
I did. After her not talking about Chuck, obviously it was all about her and Nina. So one day she came in and she told me that Nina was coming in town. And I was like, okay, so all you're talking about is Nina. Are y'all together? And she goes, well, yeah. And I was like, yeah, but girl, you're not into women. She goes, yeah, but Nina can give me everything that I've ever wanted.
And what does she mean by give me everything that I've ever wanted? How did you take that?
The sugar mama got a sugar mama.
Well, I knew that Nina was an attorney. From what I knew, her and Bill had several homes, so I would kind of take it that they were probably well-to-do.
Did you know if Bill was still alive at that time?
I did.
Okay. Did you ever learn of his passing?
I did.
When did you learn of his passing?
In December 2019.
So when she first started talking about Nina, Bill was still alive?
He was.
And then you learned of his passing a couple months after she first started talking about Nina?
Yes.
How'd he pass? How'd he pass? Could this be a whole nother crime? Let me not start rumors.
And give me just a minute, Ms. DeLeon. Thank you for your patience.
Did they say?
What did you learn about his passing?
So on her visit in December, she and I were having our regular conversations. And at this point, it was kind of like her, Chuck, and Nina. They kind of had this
Throuple.
threesome kind of thing going on.
And this is from Lisa. You're not just surmising this.
No.
This is Lisa telling you this.
Yes.
And how does she kind of describe it?
Describe
this relationship between the three of them?
Well, when we going back to what I just referred to, the conversation that she and I had about her and Nina being a couple. So I asked her, I said, hey, I was like, well, so, but you're not into women. And when she replies, yeah, but she can give me everything I want. And I was like, well, so what about Chuck? I was like, you've not mentioned Chuck in quite some time. And she says, well, I told Nina Chuck's not going anywhere. So I kind of took it that.
So you kind of took that as,
Yeah,
she still has a relationship with Chuck, and she has a relationship with Nina, and that's kind of the information you're getting.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that Nina, this is from Lisa, practiced this fairly strict religion with her husband Bill. How did that change according to, and you talked about the dress, the long straight garments under her clothes and things like that. I guess how, based on what Lisa told you, how did she kind of influence Nina going forward?
So when
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. What relevance?
Your Honor, may I respond to the relevance?
You may.
This, we talked about an opening statement, and as did defense, kind of opened the door to the nature of this relationship where the state had described it as a romantic between the three of them, and the defense had discussed that this was just Miss Dykes investing in Chuck's rap career, and to lay out the state's case of motive and particularly for Lisa, we need to lay out the nature of the relationship between all the parties.
Can I see the attorneys?
Yes.
She was investing in his rap career. They need to invite us in there. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to go talk without us because we want to know all of these things. We have questions. We want the tea. Y'all, this hairdresser is pretty freaking funny. You can tell that she's not used to like court stuff. So she's not just answering the question. She's like, she looks at the question as just like a jumping off point to start talking. And I love it. I'm here for it. She's cracking me up. And she's throwing shade. She's like, well, I mean, it's all right. He's not my thing. It's very much like she's being nice, but in the bless your heart way. She's cracking me up. And I still have hair envy. She has amazing hair. And it's making me even, look, I just looked in the camera again. It's making me even more aware of how mine looks today. My bedhead Letitia octopus hair. But that's okay. It's okay. Just keep my camera on low definition. Yeah, I like her too. She's awesome. This is where the jury needs noise canceling headphones so that we can hear. Yeah. Like, have all of them. Maybe the judge could just tell them, like, what's that movie where he's like, he tells the kids, he's like, earmuffs, and then his kids have to do like this. Maybe the judge can just tell the jury to do that so that we can hear everything. I think that's reasonable. Let's write a letter. Let's write a letter. Yeah, it's not a question, it's an icebreaker. He was pleasant enough. Pleasant enough, Chuck. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Pleasant enough, Chuck. Old school. It was old school where they had to do the earmuffs. Yes, that's what it was. I've got, I just saw a fanny walk by. A bottom. I still could not get out of the habit of saying that word doesn't mean the same in the UK. There's movement in the courtroom. We'll pause this. They're going to be taking, they said today, because of their air conditioner problems, they're going to be taking longer breaks and stuff too, so to cool down the courtroom again. So it won't take us long to get caught up on this, but when the sentencing starts, we'll pause this and watch it live and then catch up. It actually works out pretty good that they're having to take longer breaks today in this trial because we'll be able to catch up with no problem. Boots with the fur. Who is this inspiring anybody to either become a rapper other than Kaylin? Kaylin is already playing out her rap career. But is this inspiring anybody to either become a rapper or invest in somebody else's rap career? We should do auditions. Be like a 13th year talent show where everybody can audition to see whose rap career we all invest in. Oh, no? Just me? Okay, well, that's fine too. That's fine too. Oh, alone in that? Okay, cool. I'm getting close to my midlife crisis too. I was thinking about just getting like, a new car or bangs, but investing in somebody's rap career sounds much more exciting than bangs. This guy, sassy pants lawyer. Oh, I need a Lucy fix. Lucy's not here with me today.
Told you about, and
I'll tell you why in a minute.
Told you about taking Nina shopping.
Yes.
And did she tell you what they went shopping for?
They would go to Victoria's Secret and buy things.
Things like lingerie?
Yes.
Sexy bras, underwear?
Yes.
And did Lisa tell you that Nina had never had those types of things before?
Not while she was around Bill.
Should buy things.
Now, in the beginning of 2020, that's kind of when the pandemic hit, were you still able to see Lisa as a client?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you still able to see her? How long was it before your actual salon was shut down?
So when COVID started, I guess they started talking about it like late February. And our industry was probably one of the last ones to be shut down. So I got a phone call from Lisa saying that she was really needing to get her hair done because she didn't know how long the pandemic was going to last, and she didn't want messed up hair during that time.
And were you able to get her in for that last appointment before you shut down?
Yes, she came to the salon and I did her hair.
And in that appointment, did she say much about what's going on with Chuck and Nina, or was it discussion about it?
No, I mean, at the time, they, can I back up to December?
Well, go ahead and finish answering that question, and we can back up.
Okay. She had told me that she and Nina were planning on getting married. She didn't know if they were going to have it up in the New York area where one of their homes were. She said that if they had it up there, she was going to fly me up there to do her hair for the wedding. But they weren't sure, flights and whatnot, if that was going to happen. There was a chance that they were going to have the wedding at Lisa's house in Mesquite.
And after that appointment, is that when kind of COVID shut your salon down?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a call from Lisa about doing her hair?
I did. She had called and asked me if I would go to her home to do her hair because she and Nina were going to get married. The wedding was going to be at her house in Mesquite, and so I basically, tried to follow protocol and asked her if she'd been only working from home, if she'd been going to the office. After she said she was solely working from home, I told her that I would go and do her hair. I mean, I actually had like other clients who were having wedding photos done during that time, and I obliged to do those people and those people only. So.
And this appointment took place in her home, is that correct?
It did.
Did you have the chance at that appointment to meet Mr. Beltran again?
Yes, I did.
And tell me about when you saw Mr. Beltran on that occasion.
So when I arrived to Lisa's house, she answered the door, and I literally could smell this amazing aroma coming, from inside of her home. And so she opens the door, lets me in. And she's like, hey, she goes, come on to the kitchen. I want to hurry up and get dinner finished for Chuck. He'll be here in a little bit. She was like, have you eaten? And I was like, well, no, not really. I was like, but give me whatever you're cooking. It smells amazing. So she had made fried catfish, and I grabbed the plate. I sat down, was eating. She and I chatted. And then the door opens and Chuck and another gentleman walk in. She proceeds to hand them plates, and she's like getting their plates done. They sit down where I was, and I immediately was like very uncomfortable.
Okay, and were you just uncomfortable because you didn't know them? Why were you uncomfortable?
I remember Chuck, and of course Lisa reintroduced us to each other, and of course Chuck was like, he said something to the fact of the queen of hair. Yes, I do remember you, basically. And
he was kind.
He was kind, yeah. The other gentleman really didn't say anything.
Half of their audio just went out.
So it just was kind of awkward.
It was very awkward.
Okay. And at that point you went into her room and you were going to do her hair there, is that correct?
Yes, we were going to go into her bedroom and do her hair, and it's obviously where I had done her makeup, the October before.
Okay, and I want to stop you right there.
There's movement in the courtroom in California, so when they start sentencing, we'll go there. It might be that noise might be their that portable air conditioner that they had to put in there because of the air conditioner going out, because they said it was going to be really loud. So that might be what that is. For a minute, I thought we had another mic breather. There's always a cougher and there's always a mic breather in pretty much every trial, but then it didn't stop. So that might be what it was. But I've got it up over here, so when they start doing that, we'll pause this and swap over. Welcome to those of y'all joining us. If you missed this yesterday, this has been a mess. There's a Splenda mama and a Sugar mama and a rap career and a trip to Cambodia.
De Leon, did Miss Dykes have you go into her closet to see her wedding dress?
So, after I put her bleach on her hair, we were just kind of chatting. She was like, hey, she goes, you want to look at my wedding dress? And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So we go out of her bathroom, and to the right, there's a long, narrow closet. And so she goes in the closet, and I just kind of like leaned over like in the doorway, just kind of watching her, it's kind of like this, leaning up against it. And I see her walk to the back. She pulls out 2 garments that were on the right side, and she turns around, she goes like this. She goes, well, which one do you like better? And I kind of laughed. I said, why would I think that you would have a black dress?
Okay, so she had picked out a black dress for the wedding.
Yes, she actually had 2 dresses, and she asked me which one I liked best, and I said, well, I really like this one. I said, but it's like so low cut. And she goes, yeah, I know. I'll probably pin it.
Okay. And when you were walking out of that closet, what did you see?
So as I turn around, like literally like straight across from me, when I turn around out of the closet, I see an altar, and it had this big statue thing that to me resembled like a Grim Reaper. And I completely like freaked out. I didn't want to like show how scared I was, but I just like froze when I saw it. And so, you know, she bumps into me. She's like, "Kat, what are you doing?" And I was like, I'm like looking back at her, and I'm looking at this thing, and I don't know what to say. And
So what did you say?
and so I was like, she goes, "What's wrong?" And I was like, and I pointed at her, I was like, "Are you into witchcraft?" And she goes, "Well, I've dabbled in it." And I've, you know, just trying to get myself out of like not sounding scared or not wanting to say anything dumb. I just said, "Well, okay, girl, to each his own. Just don't put a spell on me." And I was like, "Come on, we need to like get your hair, you know, shampooed out." And I just literally was like so afraid. I just wanted to get out of there as soon as I could. She'd never ever mentioned anything about this witchcrafty kind of thing ever in all the times that she and I had spoken.
We just took a big turn here.
Had a profound effect on you. You were pretty scared.
Yes.
And was that the last time you ever went to her house?
It was.
This was still kind of during the restrictions of COVID. When did your kind of salon open back up?
So we were out of work a couple of months. As soon as we were able to open back up, she obviously called for an appointment. I got her in, and
Did she talk about Nina or Chuck during that appointment?
she did.
What did she tell you?
She basically meant, in part of our conversation, she told me that she and Nina had were in a conversation, and Nina had asked her what her favorite car was. And she replies, she goes, "Well, I know what my favorite car is, but I've never been able to afford it." And so
An Audi.
she, you know, she was like, so Nina ended up getting me my dream car.
And what was that dream car?
I always get them confused. Maserati?
A Maserati?
She told me it was black. She told me it had red seats. And she told me, she goes, "Yeah, I really like the car." She says, "But it had red seats, and I could not stand the red seats." So I told Nina that she needed to send the car back and have black seats put on it. And I was like, "You did what?" It's like, if someone gave me a Maserati, I mean, if it was like striped, polka dot, I would be driving it. I wouldn't.
And so she tells you about Nina getting her a Maserati, and we're going to kind of, you know, move through some of the other things a little more quick.
Okay, we'll watch the Pursehouse stuff real quick, or however, and then we'll go back to that. None of that was on my bingo card. This is getting wilder and wilder by the moment.
Pursehouse, we have Miss Robin Bernstein Levin, we have Evan Franzel, and Victor Avila on behalf of the people.
Yeah.
Mariano, I take it, is not here.
Bought a Maserati as a gift. That's why I said.
All right.
Nina's the sugar mama, and Lisa is just like the Splenda mama. It's like the sugar mama then got a sugar mama. This is not, this is gone, it's gone off the rails. It's gone off the rails.
All right, we are on the record.
And the Grim Reaper at the wedding?
September 28th, 2023, a jury convicted the defendant of one count of first-degree murder But the jury also finding true the special allegation attached to that count pursuant to Penal Code Section 190.2A15 in that committing murder while the first degree burglary. Let me ask, does counsel for the defendant wish to be heard?
As far as
Anything, sentencing, any issue?
on sentencing,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Well, the prosecution has filed a
camera guy
sentencing
forget?
memorandum
Yes.
asking the court to impose consecutive time for the burglary, which I believe is prohibited under 654.
And the court agrees with,
Okay,
Yes.
that would be, thank
Yeah,
you. I
that's-
don't think the court has any discretion regarding.
right, everything else is statutory pretty much. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think the camera guy's still in the
Anything,
bathroom.
the people wish to be heard?
Not as to that issue. We do have several victim impact statements.
Okay, as to that issue, that I think it's pretty clear, and I'll cite the case of People versus Williams at 157 Kellapps 3rd at 145 regarding the same objective to be accomplished and the intent of the defendant at the time that he entered the residence there would be subject to 654. I understand you've added some more names. We have 10 impact statements.
There'll be 9 here in person, and then I'll read a 10th victim impact statement from victim and witness Michael Herman.
Okay, because
Michael Herman, remember he was
we
the
need to
roommate.
have those impact statements to be brief.
Yes.
Okay. Also, as an aside, there's a non-statutory motion to return property in objection.
I received that, I think, 2 days ago while I was in trial. I told counsel I have to review it with the investigators, and I will get back to them on that issue.
Okay, to the court, I gotta tell you, unless I hear some compelling reason, the court is inclined to sign it, but I'll wait until I get some impact from people. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. People
Amy
call
Worthy,
for
camera work.
The first victim impact statement, Tom Harwood.
All right, sir.
Sir, just walk that way towards the podium.
All right, victim impact statements. This is for Amy.
My name is Tom Harwick. I'm the forever grieving father of my dearly departed daughter, Amy. I will be reading the following words to you from paper for fear that if I didn't, I may forget what I intended to say. But you may be assured that these words are being recited from deep within my heart. To Judge Lamelli, to the incredible prosecution team, Victor, Catherine, Luis, and Scott,
Oops, sorry, I was trying to move this.
to the LA County law enforcement staff, to the LA County medical staff, and to the law enforcement staff from back home, I am eternally grateful for the services you have rendered to me and my family during this horrible ordeal, and doing so with the utmost professionalism and compassion. To the many witnesses who testified, I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you to take the stand. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for helping bring justice for Amy. To my entire family and friends back home, and to the myriad of Amy's dearest friends who took time out of their lives and traveled from afar to be with us in court, I am forever grateful for your unending support. I and my family could not have made it through this horrible ordeal without you. I really do consider you now as part of our extended family.
Aww.
Shortly after this tragedy unfolded, one of Amy's friends created a wristband in memory of Amy. This wristband bears the name Amy Harwick and also the words "Justice for Amy." I have been wearing this wristband every day since, as have so many of my family and many of Amy's friends. I also placed one of these wristbands around the flower vase that rests atop of Amy's gravesite. After today's hearing, I will remove this wristband from my wrist and from the vase, as justice for Amy will have been served. To Amy, you were taken away from us way too soon. Thank you for creating so many wonderful memories for us during your short-lived life. Memories that we will forever cherish. I think of you every day. I miss you every day. I will forever love you, and I will do so until the day that I can join you in eternity. To the defendant, Amy did not deserve the fate that you forced upon her. I, Amy's family, and friends did not deserve
This
the
one.
grief you imposed on us. I now wish that your fate will be life imprisonment without any possibility of parole. This will be justice for Amy.
All right, thank you, sir, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Penny Harwood?
This is the sex therapist trial that we watched. This is the sentencing for that.
There's a song in the musical Rent that says 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year in a life? Times 4 now, because she's been taken from us almost 4 years ago. Do you measure her life through credentials, undergraduate studies from California Polytechnic State University, through her Master of Arts in Clinical Psychology from Pepperdine, her Doctorate of Human Sexuality from the Institute of Advanced Study of Human Sexuality? Do you measure it through the love of music, Tori Amos, Depeche Mode, Christina Perry, heavy metal? She turned us into metalheads. Do you measure it through accomplishments? She was a model, a therapist, an author, a personal trainer. She released an exercise video. She created podcasts. She wrote magazine articles. She's a fire eater, a dancer, a budding photographer, a bartender. Do we measure her life by what's missing? The 1,000 or so phone calls that haven't come? Empty chairs at family tables? Through her visits home and our visits to LA? Do we measure by her relationships? She was a daughter, a sister, a granddaughter, an aunt, a wife, a stepmom, a cousin, a niece, and a friend. I want to talk about hands and touch. Your hands were filled with hatred and vitriol. Your hands were focused on harm and causing pain. Your touch was to punish Amy for rejecting you. We all know what your hands accomplished. But I want you to know that your touch was not the last touch that Amy felt or remembered. Helping hands arrived after you ran away. Hands trained to offer aid and assistance. The LA Fire Department arrived and assessed Amy's condition. The ambulance crew arrived and transported Amy to the hospital. Their hands tended her. The doctors and nurses at the hospital tried to save Amy. Their hands, trained to prolong life, hands that took the oath to help and do no harm. Amy felt those interventions. She felt their touch. She never regained consciousness, but I am positive that she knew people were trying to help her. Her body registered their touch, their good intentions. They could not undo the harm that you inflicted. Then the medical examiner was using his hands and his touch to unlock the causes of her death. His hands, trained to unlock mysteries, trained to laboriously study her body, completed that task. The causes: blunt force trauma, strangulation. Amy was released to an LA funeral home, and those hands of the undertaker prepared her for her journey home to the Philadelphia area. Caring hands. Our local undertaker met her flight and transported her home to Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Their caring hands dressed her. Amy's good friend Gabby called and asked if we would allow her to honor Amy by preparing her for the funeral, doing her makeup and her hair. I know what she likes, Gabby said. It was our honor, Gabby, to have you prepare her for her final public appearance. So Gabby's loving hands, hands trained to make people look good, to enhance their natural beauty, prepped Amy. I don't know how you did it, Gabby. Only love for a friend could have gotten you through. I know it wasn't easy. Loving hands, caring hands. And finally, Chris and Carrie and Tom and I were able to see Amy and touch her and tell her how much we loved her. After the funeral services ended, Tom and I attended to Amy. We pulled up the blanket in the coffin and tucked her in one last time. We kissed her and said goodbye. Our hands, loving hands, caring hands, were the last to touch her. I want to read a very brief poem that just seems to speak of Amy and capture her essence. It's entitled When Death Comes by Mary Oliver. When death comes like the hungry bear in autumn, when death comes and takes all the bright coins from his purse to buy me and snaps the purse shut, when death comes like the measles pox, when death comes like an iceberg between the shoulder blades, I want to step through the door full of curiosity, wondering what it's going to be like, that cottage of darkness. And therefore I look upon everything as a brotherhood and a sisterhood. And I look upon time as no more than an idea, and I consider eternity as another possibility. And I think of each life as a flower, as common as a field daisy and as singular, and each name comfortable music in the mouth, tending as all music does towards silence, and each body a lion of courage and something precious to the earth. When it's over, I want to say, all my life I was a bride married to amazement. I was the bridegroom taking the world into my arms. When it's over, I want to wonder if I have made of my life something particular and real. I don't want to find myself sighing and frightened or full of argument. I don't want to end up simply having visited this world. The impact of Amy's death on my life is immeasurable. No words can capture or convey the pain of her loss. But I say, don't worry, Amy. You didn't simply visit this world. Your bright light will shine forever. You said that Amy ruined your life, Gareth, Pursehouse. But that's not true. You managed to do that all by yourself. What is true is that you fractured my life. Part of me is buried with my daughter. I fight each and every day to be present for the rest of my family, to engage in life, to try to heal that fracture. Every day is a battle. It's a battle I am determined to win. Thank you to the court. Thank you, Judge Lomelli, for giving me this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow.
Next, we have thank you, Chris Harwick.
To the person that took my sister, my name is Chris Harwick. And I address you today with a heavy heart and a profound sense of loss as I attempt to convey the indescribable impact your actions have had on our lives. The depth of pain, anguish, and devastation that rippled through our family and friends cannot adequately be put into words. Amy was a vibrant, compassionate, and loving individual who brought joy and light to everyone she encountered. She was more than just a sister. She was my friend. An irreplaceable source of inspiration in my life. The void left behind her by her absence is immeasurable. And it is a void that can never be filled. Your heinous act of taking her life has not only robbed us of an incredible human being, but also shattered our sense of security and trust in the world. Every day we grapple with the excruciating pain of knowing that Amy's life was stolen from her and that she will never have the opportunity to fulfill all of her dreams, pursue all of her passions, and contribute to the world in the unique and beautiful ways she was destined to. The trauma inflicted upon our family and friends was as a direct result of your actions cannot be quantified. Not a single day passes without the reminder of Amy's life was unjustly taken away from her. Moreover, your actions have permanently altered the lives of those who loved Amy. Parents loved and raised her up in the world now carry the unbearable burden of outliving their child. A pain that defies comprehension. Friends and family who grew up with her and called her their friend now carry an emptiness that cannot be filled. We all now navigate a world that feels less vibrant without her radiant presence. However, while you took Amy from us physically, her spirit, her love, and her impact on the world will continue to resonate. We will carry her memory in every breath we take. Striving to honor her legacy and ensure that her light continues to shine brightly, even in the darkest of times. Though our hearts may be broken, we will find strength through unity and support from one another. May you come to fully comprehend the magnitude of your actions and the pain they have caused. May you reflect on the profound loss you have inflicted upon our lives and feel remorse for the irreparable damage you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, brother.
Next would be Abby Shinahan.
Hello and good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Over the past 3.5 years, I've tried my hardest to collect my thoughts on the impact of Amy's loss and what I would say if given the chance. To this day, my emotions, thoughts, and words still escape me. There is still a part of me in disbelief that this experience that has occurred and it's just an awful nightmare that we will all wake up from. However, that's not the case. There's nothing that she and I didn't share. There was no argument too big that we couldn't overcome or sort through. She was the person that I felt closest to in my life, no matter how far we were from each other. We shared so many milestones, so many things about relationships. We took many outings to places both strange and wonderful, and experienced several graduations together and family events. I even had the great fortune and honor to be her maid of honor at her wedding. She was the person that I went to with all of life's ups and downs. Through our friendship, she taught me closeness, honesty, the difficulties and benefits of change, and empowering each other to pursue our dreams through perseverance. There were so many years worth of inside jokes and memories, and because of this horror, half of those experiences are gone because she's gone. We knew each other at our core. We used to joke that we lived parallel timelines on different coasts. She was my west and I was her east. The loss of Amy affected every part of my life. My emotional safety, my relationships, my ability to communicate effectively, my sense of direction, meaning, and purpose. I experienced a deep level of emotional alienation from the impact after her loss. I had to seek a more intensive care of management of traumatic feelings, debilitating depression and anxiety, traumatic grief from her loss. I needed to try to operate with a high level of management and repressions of my emotions to prevent any impact of my therapeutic practice with my clients. The level of suffering experienced has been exponential. the level of compartmentalization that is needed to operate on a day-to-day basis still compounds how I process her grief. I miss the joy of experiencing each other through many iterations of ourselves and the fact that there were so many more that I wish we could experience. It is very painfully distressing. I lost the person who truly knew me the best, who I shared the deepest parts of myself with. The depth of that connection is irreplaceable. And I now have a level of understanding of complete and utter pain that I do not wish on any other human being in this world. Ultimately, my heart aches for people who loved Amy the most as they suffer her loss continuously. I'm sorry the world has lost an advocate, a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece, a partner, a friend, a voice for the voiceless, a great empathetic healer, and for me, my most authentic kindred spirit. Nothing in this or any lifetime would be able to replace the level of gratitude, information, education, expansiveness, and connection that I had within this friendship. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime connection. The pain and suffering experienced someone I love being victimized and murdered so viciously, being torn down not only in life, but in her murdering, but by her murder, but in her death. The emotional traumatization of how, at times, she was portrayed in her life was disparaging to watch. With her loss being so brutally traumatic in and of itself, it is continuously disturbing that it must serve as a reminder to people who have been through abuse and who live in perpetual fear of another person. The choice that was made to take her vibrant life took so many people's ability to heal away. It has made an enduring impact across an entire community. And while the choice that was made was so detrimental, not just to family, friends, and loved ones, but to other human beings who have suffered in pain and now have no opportunity of having the benefit and wellness of all of the things that she had learned and that she was applying to the community and the world around her. I will continue to struggle to contemplate how to grasp the bond that has been severed. The grief surrounding the loss of Amy is something I will spend the rest of my life trying to figure out how to manage. So, in my humble request, I hope the sentence that is handed down is reflective of just that, a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Robert Costley.
Amy Harwick left an indelible imprint on this world. She was a shining star, and she rose above every challenge. She made a fabulous life for herself, and she did this all on her own through perseverance, hard work, her determination, and force of will. Amy was magical. She had a charm that impressed everyone that met her, and she provided warm comfort to her friends, her family, her co-workers, her clients, and even people she just met casually. People like Amy are one in a million. She followed her own path, and she accomplished more in her short life than most people could ever hope to accomplish in theirs. Her absence casts a long shadow over all of us. Yet still she's here with us, consoling us in our grief, advising us to live our lives to the fullest, and cheering on our triumphs that are yet to be ahead. There's some satisfaction that her killer will receive little comforts in his days ahead, but this is still no solace for the people that knew her and loved her. Amy, in all her magnificence, is gone. Even when we leave this courtroom and when he's locked away, there will not be closure. Justice will have been served, but her family, her friends, for me, the scar of her loss will haunt us to our last days. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Please stand.
narcissist, spineless, small. Those are just some of the nicer words I would use to describe Gareth Pursehouse. The kind of person who would make a plan to terrorize and kill a beautiful, innocent woman in the prime of her life. Someone half his physical size. It wasn't even slightly a fair fight. All because he couldn't have her. Dr. Amy Harwick. She was every ounce as impressive as she came across. Amy spent years of her life putting herself through school, ultimately obtaining her doctorate. All she wanted to do was help people, especially women. She guided victims of domestic abuse with such care and compassion, all while maintaining perfect professionalism, her clients never knowing just how deeply she understood their struggles. She was the kind of person who, no matter how much she had going on, and she always had a lot going on, would make time for the people she cared about. I don't think there was one time in 14 years that she ever left me hanging. She was a rare breed, and her losses felt every day. February 15th used to be my birthday. Now it's the anniversary of one of the worst days of mine and so many others' lives. I learned what it feels like to black out from grief that day. That's the day I lost one of my favorite people in the whole world. The kindest, most vibrant woman you'll ever meet died alone, scared and in pain. Your home is supposed to be your safe space. You hear stories about bad people breaking in and lying in wait, and it's every girl's worst nightmare. As a child, you're scared of the monsters hiding under your bed. But somehow, you grow up and convince yourself that these things will never happen to you or anyone you know. That is no longer the reality for so many of us. We install cameras and check the closets before going to bed. We have all been forced to look at our loved ones and ex-loved ones a little more closely. Our trust shattered. Because the boogeyman is real. And he's someone that I used to share laughs and late night apple pie with.
No.
He had hours to change his mind while he waited in the dark for Amy to come home. He could have backed out at any moment, but he chose to carry out his sick plan. He sat there and texted girls that he was romantically pursuing, making out like he was busy running errands. Murdering my best friend of 14 years was little more than an errand to him. He had years to move on, to better himself, but he chose to do the opposite. He harassed, stalked, and ultimately killed Amy. A couple of years behind bars will not magically fix him. Nothing we do will bring Amy back, but the only semblance of peace we hope to have moving forward is to know that this coward will never be able to hurt another woman again. Thank you.
Rudy Torres.
The victim impact statements are always the hardest part to get through, but the most important because it really is the part that is honoring the victim. But man, they're hard.
I wasn't really sure what I was going to say coming up here. I was looking over the guidelines and I just kind of got stuck on the how do you feel? I haven't really gave it much thought. last few years I've been in and out of this courtroom. But just about every procedural minutia, every hearing, to make sure that this man is held accountable. The entire time I've been more focused on how other people feel. The people that can't walk in this whole courtroom. The people whose personal triggers just won't let them walk in here. The people that can't be here. I've been in and out of this courtroom, sitting back here, to make sure this man never feels enough comfort to look over his shoulder and not know that somebody is here for Amy. I'm tired. I am broken. My friend was a beacon of light, and while she may have been dimmed, her legacy will shine on. This man needs to be held accountable. He needs to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Abusers like him get a pass for way too long before they get it, before they end up here. He needs to be made an example of. That this type of behavior is not acceptable. My friend is gone. I'm pretty chatty for an introvert, so I don't really have too many friends, so the few that I have mean the world to me. And she's gone. Nothing's gonna change that. I just miss her. I'll never hit that long-winded phone call of her explaining what she needs help with, when the answer is always yes. It's going on 20 years, the answer has always been yes, but she's still. I never get that call again. In my darkest hour, she was there. She listened to me. I hope that in her darkest time, I was a good friend. This man needs to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kelly Halston.
You can tell what an impact she had on everybody. She was so smart.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Needless to say, I had a very different letter drafted until District Attorney Avila explained to me that the purpose of speaking today is to convey Amy's character. And to share how this horrific crime has affected us. I had a lot of words for you, Gareth Pursehouse, but I will hold them today. It feels truly perverse to focus on my pain. But I understand that doing so can help the court grasp the catastrophic impact this murder has had on all of us. So I'm going to do my best to briefly express that. Amy was smart, kind, and filled with electricity. She loved cannolis, coupons, and her cat Marquis. She was perpetually curious about life, the future, and the complexities of human behavior. She really liked to help those she kept close, empowering and employing her friends and connecting women in her field. She also liked to help people she didn't know. volunteering her time and therapeutic expertise to help the most stigmatized members of society access life-saving mental health care. Aside from being a thoughtful friend, she helped keep me safe. About a year before her murder, I had a frightening encounter with an ex at my home. My first instinct was to call Amy. She told me to pack my bags and come over immediately. So I did. I stayed with her for about 2 weeks, often sleeping in the same bed because we were both too scared to sleep alone. She was more afraid than I was. Now I understand why. Sometimes I still catch myself daydreaming about the other ending. The one where she's the hero. But no matter how much I bargain or try to negotiate reality, I can't break this spell. I can't bring her back. I really hate that. After the police had collected all the evidence from her home, it was turned over to her family as is. Fearing her parents would see the aftermath of her murder, myself, along with her friend Dolores, cleaned up the devastation that was left behind. What could be cleaned, at least. I'm grateful I was able to do this for Amy. I'm very grateful. I'm also traumatized from what I saw, sensed and experienced firsthand in her home. Since then, I've dealt with anxiety, night terrors, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Like Grace, I check the showers and the closets. I can't fully express what the experience took from me, but I know no mother or father should ever see what we saw, and I thought they never would have to. But because this case went to trial, her family and friends have had to endure footage of the crime scene, along with the horrific morgue photos, autopsy photos, and infuriating body cam footage. Our grief has been commodified and streamed for public consumption, left out in the open to be critiqued and corrected. The after effects are colossal and impossible to quantify, let alone cram inside of these words. But mostly my loss is Amy's loss. Her life and all the magical things she had left to create were stolen from her when she was murdered by a man that stalked her for a decade. She was taunted, tormented, and terrified for years. Her death is not karma. It's not kismet. She should be here on Earth with us, but instead we're all stuck in an uncanny valley trying to process the impossible. Making sense out of the senseless is a task akin to shoveling oneself out of an ocean. Your Honor, I ask that Gareth Pursehouse receive life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We all second
The
that.
last person that will read the statement, and then I'll read Michael Herman's statement. This is Marcy Mendoza.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I tried to edit this down to not be as long so we can get through this, but I'm going to start. Amy was a powerful force in this world. She was beautiful, thoughtful, vibrant, intelligent, hilarious, quirky, neurotic at times, driven, motivated, altruistic, and compassionate. No words can really express her character or her heart. You just had to know her to experience her light. You wouldn't know it from looking at her from the outside, but Amy lived in fear for the last almost 10 years of her life. This wasn't just one night of terror for Amy. This was almost 10 years of trauma, much of which we did not hear about in court. We barely scratched the surface of the trauma she endured due to the actions of Gareth Pursehouse. Amy, her family, and her close friends who were acquainted with Gareth lived in terror along with Amy. Her pain was our pain. Her fear was our fear. He mentally and physically abused her, stalked her, hacked her accounts, tried to alienate her from her dearest friends, posted revenge photos of her, commented horrible things about her on the internet, and tried to ruin her career. After all that he did, he then tried to rekindle a relationship with her, saying he loved her. The audacity, Gareth. For him to believe that Amy would want to rekindle their relationship after all he put her through showed me just how clueless, delusional, apathetic, and unapologetic he was for the pain and difficulties he caused her. When all he did to try to hurt her life and career, he failed to keep Amy down. She made lemonade out of lemons, and when she rebuffed his advances after the award show, he couldn't take it. He lacks remorse for her murder and for the trauma he put her through the past 10 years. The only reason she was kind to him when she saw him at the XBiz event was partly because she was a kind and compassionate human being, but mainly out of fear. Fear of what he would do if she inadvertently said the wrong thing to him. 10 years later, she was still living in fear. This man felt entitled to have Amy in his life, and when she very kindly said no thank you, and the kindest no thank you I've ever heard anybody give, he couldn't just walk away like a real man. He took it upon himself to take her life. If I can't have you, no one can. This man, who self-professed loved her, terrorized her, and murdered her in cold blood. And then after murdering her, he decides to not admit his wrongdoing, but instead take it to court to put her family and friends through a very long, painful, and arduous trial. Yes. Zero remorse, zero compassion, zero accountability. I suffer from depression. This has been my toughest time. He took Amy, my voice of reason, when I feel I can't continue on. This man took my friend of 20 years, my confidant, my partner in our great times and our lowest times, my cheerleader, my inspiration. He took our inside jokes, he took our annual themed birthday parties, he took our future collaborations, he took our future memories, our future tears of joy and sadness, he took our future travels, our adventures, he took our late night calls and random texts, he took our pajama parties, he took the breakthrough moments of healing of those she would have helped through her humanitarian work. He took the change she would have continued making for her, myself, and those around her. He took us sitting in rocking chairs in our old age listening to Depeche Mode while sipping tea. He took infinitely more than I can describe here with words. He took a beautiful light. She spent a quarter of her life living in fear. Nobody should have to live that way, except for him. He deserves to live in fear. He deserves to have to look over his shoulder every day and wonder if that'll be his last. Based on his lack of remorse, lack of empathy, and vindictive nature, I fear for my safety and the safety of those she loves. I plead for the court to please give him the maximum sentence allowed, not only for my safety or her loved one's safety, but for the safety of the general public. Please give Amy justice and those she left behind some peace of mind. Gareth, I went with Gabby to the funeral home to do Amy's makeup. And I got to see her before all the makeup was applied, before she was made to look viewable for the public. And that was the day that I decided that I could not forgive you. Because I'm a very forgiving person. I can forgive everybody. I forgave my father's murderer, but seeing her that way and how she fought for her life, there's no forgiveness for you. To quote Jeff Buckley, she's a tear that hangs inside my soul forever. Thank you, Your Honor, for your time and for allowing me to speak to the court today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lastly, Your Honor, I read a statement from Michael Herman. He is one of the victims named in the burglary count. It is really difficult for me to talk about how I'm affected when it was someone else that died while I lived. It feels ungrateful.
This is
like
the
I
roommate
should
statement.
just be grateful to be alive, and that should be enough. Where do I even start? Gareth Pursehouse didn't just take Amy's life, he completely devastated mine. I should probably start by saying how much I enjoyed life before this happened, and so did Amy. I was just really happy with where my life was, and so was she. Things were really well for both of us after some difficult times. Nearly 4 years later, and I still haven't reached 50% of where I was before this happened as far as being happy with my life and success. I was unfortunate enough for this to happen right before the COVID pandemic shut everything down. My ability to access any kind of mental health services was practically non-existent, and finding a therapist who was equipped enough to even consider treating my level of trauma was impossible. I spent quarantine and the better part of the entire year trapped in my head, alone with my thoughts. I paced around 9 to 10 hours a day, replaying that night in my head, unable to stop picturing what he was doing to Amy when I heard the silence. Talking to the detectives, hearing the detectives search through the house as they were piecing together what happened, and realizing the absolute horror that Amy went through while I was trying to get help. All of this compounded my anxieties. For 6 months, whenever I tried to sleep, all I could think about was Amy trying to breathe, that awful sound that haunts me to this day. I really didn't sleep much at all the first 9 months. At times, I debated checking myself into a hospital because I was so delirious from pacing around and not sleeping. There were times when I would pace around 24 to 36 hours until exhaustion took over enough for me to rest. I remember my legs aching from pacing around, my mind replaying over and over what happened to Amy. I paced so much that I lost toenails on each of my feet. My psychiatrist told me that as soon as this happened, it probably changed me as a person. My family noted this change in my personality immediately, before even knowing about what happened. It was significant and obvious a change to them, one they picked up instantly. This is incredibly difficult for me because it's so hard to even look at what's happened and how it has affected me without feeling guilty for surviving. My psychiatrist said that these things take 9 to 10 years to recover from. And I remember it exhaling and saying, I can't feel like this for 9 to 10 years. 9 to 10 years, I'll kill myself. I can tell you that it has affected my whole world, even nearly 4 years later. In the time since what happened, I have spent tens of thousands of dollars on psychiatric help for my depression and PTSD diagnosis that was a result of that night. I will likely be in therapy and psychiatry trying to recover from this trauma for the rest of my life. I'm self-employed, and it's no small miracle I was able to hold on to my business after Amy's murder. I lost clients, I lost business, and I lost some really big deals. Financially, there was a significant toll as a result of my traumatized mental health state. Fortunately, I have landed with my family and was still able to support myself, but my thoughts were constantly intruded upon by that night. Every single minute of every day at first. I couldn't get that night out of my head. Then you get a few more free minutes each day. It was so difficult to keep business afloat. I already work a lot of hours, but I had to work 78 hours a week just to accomplish 40 hours of work a week because of how preoccupied my mind was. Part of what was the way to take my mind off was work. The events of the night turned my life upside down in every way. I've lost relationships because of the way that this has affected me. I avoided social media for 3 years because of Amy's murder. I didn't want any part of it. I just wanted to check out. This was all during quarantine, so I couldn't even escape the social media like most everyone else was when in isolation. I was trapped in my head the entire time. I didn't want anything to do with society. I was really withdrawn, and I was content thinking that I would be isolated from society for the rest of my life. It has affected me physically. I experienced all weird things you don't hear about with PTSD. You feel different, and then you realize you've lost some of your empathy. I began to experience sleep paralysis so regularly that it happened nightly for weeks. Even now, nearly 4 years later, my partner regularly has to wake me up from nightmares that I still have to that horrific night. I am paranoid now. When I hear something, it triggers me. After Amy's murder, when Gareth Pursehouse was out on bail, I was worried about him coming after me. Once he was back in custody, I was worried about what he would do if he were to somehow be found not guilty. Now I worry about him getting out of prison one day. The thought of him ever getting out of prison terrifies me, especially after seeing just how selfish and calculating Gareth is, how he will never admit or accept responsibility for what he's done, and how he's always going to claim to be the victim. I know that if he even gets out of prison, he's going to blame me for his failure to get away with what he did to Amy. He's not going to take responsibility for anything he's done, ever. He doesn't care one bit about what he's done or how his decisions affected other people. I know that people's lives were damaged far worse than mine. A life was lost, a daughter was lost, a family was irreparably harmed. I had only known Amy for 6 months. Amy was loved and respected by so many people who are also deeply affected by the tragic loss of such an incredible and intelligent woman who was dedicating her life to helping other women escape abusive relationships like the one Gareth Pursehouse that she had survived years before. It's impossible to calculate how many lives her death has impacted further, or how many others she could have helped had she been allowed to live out the rest of her life peacefully. But if this helps you when considering his sentencing, I can tell you that life was good before this happened for a lot of us. For me, for Amy, and for many others. She was happy, excited about where her life was going, and really believing that she was on track for where she wanted to be. Even knowing her the short time I did, I could see what an accomplished, glowing person she was, inside and out. It is a tragedy that her work and excitement and verve for life were cut short. I've seen friendships ripped apart in the wake of Amy's murder. Amy was the glue that held a lot of these friendships together. I watched them fall apart in her absence. It is so difficult to sit here and put into words how this has affected me when her death has affected countless others. I have this special mix of survivor's guilt and emotional trauma. I'm a bundle of damaged goods where I'm just trying to recover from being so screwed up in the head from this. I was always pretty resilient and have seen my fair share of life's difficulties, but this by far has been the most difficult and damaging experience of my life. I pray for the peace of knowing that Gareth Pursehouse will never get out of prison. I pray for that peace for myself, for Amy's parents, and for all who love her. I pray for that peace and justice for Amy.
All right, let me ask, does counsel for the defendant waive time for arraignment and judgment and sentencing?
Issue a probation report.
Yes, do we have one?
We do not have one.
Okay,
I understand that court can order one.
we will. And I think one has been ordered.
And we do not want Mr. Pursehouse interviewed for the probation report. And I will be submitting a defense statement pursuant to Penal Code Section 1203.01 to go to CDCR along with the probation report.
To be incorporated in that file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, having said that, any legal cause why judgment should not be pronounced?
No, would the court like the time credits?
Yes, you can do that.
I believe there's 1,390 days of actual time served.
Okay.
That's calculated from February 15th, 2020 to today's date.
Okay, noted.
He was out on bail, but he was wearing an ankle bracelet. So I believe those days also should be included in the credits.
So the amount that you gave is the aggregate of all of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes?
as far as restitution, I have submitted documents for restitution to the Victims' Compensation Board in the amount of $7,500.
Got that?
And I have submitted documents to the defense for restitution to the victims' parents, Tom and Penny Howick, in the amount, I believe it's about $25,000. There may be a dispute as to dates. We're hoping we can resolve that issue on a later date without, I don't believe, I think counsel will waive the presence of her attorney for that purpose.
I believe Mr. Pursehouse will waive his
All right.
presence.
Do you want me to order it today, and then if it needs to be tweaked or modified, the court will do so at that time?
I think we'd like to just have the amount determined at a later date.
Okay, I can certainly order the Victims' Compensation Board amount.
Right, that I
$7,500.
don't think there's a dispute.
Right, but there
That's
remains
fine.
the $25,103.95.
Right.
All right, for lodging and travel and parking and meals and so forth.
Right, I think counsel wants to dispute some of that amount, so we could do that at a later date. The $7,500 for the Victims' Compensation Board, I don't believe there's any dispute as to that amount.
So do you want me to set a date in the future, or do you want to notify my clerk when you've reached an agreement and then calendar it at that point?
I think the court's going to need to make the determination.
Right, but do you want me to, once you've reached that, the court can then set it, and then you can advise the court as to what you've reached?
We won't be able to agree.
Okay, you won't be able
I'm
to
gonna ask
agree?
for the full amount of the $25,000.
Oh, I thought you guys were gonna try to work it out, I misunderstood.
No.
Okay.
It's a dispute as to when the trial started, or should the reimbursement go all the way to August 8th?
Okay, so I take it that you will be submitting to this court something that will outline all of those days?
Yes.
Okay, and then the court will ultimately decide that?
Yes.
Okay. That having been said, the defendant is presumptively ineligible for probation, absent a special finding that this was an unusual case, where the interest of justice would be served if probation were granted pursuant to Penal Code Section 1203, subsection E1. In view of the nature and the underlying charges, as well as the conduct engaged in by the defendant, this court is not inclined to impose a probationary sentence and/or make a finding that the imposition of a probationary sentence would be in the interest of judgment. Accordingly, it is a judgment and sentence of this court that the defendant shall be sentenced to a term of life without the possibility of parole with respect to count 1 for the underlying murder charge, coupled with the special circumstance allegation alleged under Penal Code Section 190.2A15. As to count 2, the first-degree murder, the defendant shall serve the midterm of 4 years. However, the term shall be stayed pursuant to Penal Code Section 654. Did I say first-degree murder? I meant the count 2 first-degree burglary. I misspoke. But that shall be stayed pursuant to 654. Thus, the defendant shall receive a total sentencing term of life without the possibility of parole, and with the 4-year midterm with respect to the burglary charge to be stayed per Penal Code Section 654. Defendant is to make restitution to the Victims' Compensation Board in the amount of $7,500 for burial costs. I understand that the parents have incurred additional cost in that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
The defendant is to provide all appropriate DNA samples as dictated under Penal Code Section 296. Pay a restitution fine of $300. The court will stay the parole revocation fine of $300. He's to pay a court security fee of $40, a criminal convictions assessment fee of $30. He's also prohibited from owning, purchasing, receiving, possessing, or having under his custody or control any firearms, ammunition, and ammunition feeding devices, including, but not limited to, magazines, and you are also to relinquish all firearms in the manner provided under Penal Code Section 29810. Mr. Pursehouse, it is my duty at this time to advise you of your appellate rights. You have the right, absolute right, to appeal from the judgment of this court in imposing sentence on you today. That means that if you wish to appeal, you must file your written notice of your intention to appeal within 60 days from today. An appeal not filed within 60 days shall be void and of no effect. The notice must be in writing and signed by you or your attorney or both of you. It must specify what you are appealing from, whether it is the whole judgment or just part of the judgment. If you appeal and do not have the financial ability to retain the services of an attorney to represent you on appeal, the appellate authorities will appoint counsel to represent you. In that regard, it is your obligation to keep the appellate authorities advised at all times of your current residing address so that they can be in touch with you to advise you of your appointed counsel. I'm going to set a future date with respect to the restitution aspect going to the parents. I expect that you will have some kind of itemization regarding the days of lodging, the days of travel, the days of meals, and so forth. So I would expect that. How much time do you need? Going into January, obviously.
Right. I need to get some more receipts from them regarding maybe meals and other expenses they had. They did not include at the beginning. So I just need about. Can we do this in January?
Yeah, this can have to go in January. We're dark starting at the 16th. 15th is the last day.
Whatever's convenient for council in January.
Let's see. What about January 31st? Is that a good day? That's a Wednesday?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
That'll be set for 8:30. In the meantime, prior to that date, submit an itemization,
Yes.
if you will, and then I'll set it for restitution at 8:30. All right?
Thank you.
All right. That'll be the order. Thank you.
Any audience remain seated until the defendant's out of the courtroom?
I'm so glad he got life without parole. Amy's friends and family did a fantastic job honoring her. And I still love the judge's red microphone.
All right, we stand in recess.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I am not surprised that, let's look how pretty she is. Look how pretty she is. I am not surprised that he got life without parole, but I am relieved only because you just never know. Things will hit the rails when you're not, not expecting it. So I I'm not surprised, but I'm relieved to have it announced and done. So I know I'm really glad to hear the amazing things that they were saying about her as a person and her character. And I struggle so much with the victim impact statement so many times, because it, you know, I mean, y'all have seen me on here before, like ugly crying when they do the victim impact statements. It's the hardest part to me of the trial, or the conclusion of a trial, I guess is what you would say. But well, I mean, out of the whole trial, really. But it's the hardest part for me. But I think it's the most important, because as, you know, as we're watching these, it's very interesting to me to watch the whole justice process. And it's very interesting for me to, you know, hear the legal arguments of things and hear how they go through, you know, finding evidence and things like that. All of those things are really interesting. And then, of course, we have like those moments that are ridiculous that we can make fun of and laugh at, and you know, have those like little pockets of time where we're able to kind of, you know, laugh and make fun of, you know, the attorneys or the random things, or the you know, or Ground Chuck, you know, his rapper name or whatever. Like there are those things that are so, you know, like those little pockets of time that we're able to laugh and have fun. But when they do the victim impact statements, that's the most important part, because it really is that kind of end piece to the entire trial to, you know, honor everything. And I know that there's never closure for the victims, but it's almost like going into the next chapter. They can put this part behind them. They're not closing the book, but they're going into a new chapter. So I think it's really important. And I love hearing the impact that the victims had on their family and friends. And Amy was incredible. She was really, when I was researching her, when we were doing this trial, I was so impressed by her. One of the things that I thought was the most impressive, and I said it in chat a little while ago too, one of the things I thought was most impressive, she had, you know, volunteered and become like an advocate for mental health in the sex business. So for, you know, adult film stars and sex workers and stuff like that. So like, you know, there's a huge mental health crisis with people in the sex industry, and she provided, you know, she volunteered, she provided services and mental health advocacy in an area that desperately needed it, with no judgment and no, you know, no judgment, no issues, no anything. Like and I think that that's amazing. I think that it's really admirable that she was able to do that. And she's smart, and she's a doctor, and she wrote books, and she is a fire eater. So, and plus she's a knockout. She's absolutely gorgeous. I think that she lived a very impressive life. It's really sad that it got cut short, but she lived a very impressive life, and I am glad that we were able to honor her and watch justice for her. So, and Gareth Pursehouse is a buffoon. So, Amy Harwick. Justice for Amy. Take a deep breath. Victim impact stuff is always very heavy. Take a moment, because you can't really swap right from that going back into the hair salon to get all the tea. So take just a moment, take a breath. I'm glad we got to watch it. For those of y'all who joined us during that, or joined us recently, and you are not, you weren't here with us at the hair salon earlier, I'll catch you up before we start on this. Yeah, shifting gears, Chrissy Bacon. Yes, shifting gears. This is more than even the way that was, and then the way that this is going. This isn't even shifting gears. This is like you're going down the interstate, and then all of a sudden you pull the emergency brake. This is not even a gear. This is a full-on shit show. But in a in a good way, I guess. Two different parts of the trial. So for those of you who are joining us, this right here is, you can tell we all have hair envy. We've already talked about that. And she's got a cool little blue streak in her hair right here that I didn't even notice until somebody in chat pointed it out. But she is the hairstylist for Lisa, the defendant in the trial we are watching out of Dallas. And I gave, if you didn't get the full explanation, if you rewind all the way back to the front, I gave a quick, right before this trial started, I gave a quick recap, Cliff's Notes version of all the wildness that we've heard. Now we are going back into the courtroom, and we're not far behind, right? We're not far behind. I paused it. However long that it was that we watched that, now we are going to go back to this. So we've been hearing all of the details. She did Lisa's hair, and we have been hearing all the details about how we were just talking about their crazy wedding. When Lisa married Nina, and the Grim Reaper was there. I mean, not like as a guest, but like as a statue. And which is, I mean, like, you know, looking back, like, I mean, my second marriage could have been, never mind, I digress. Okay, so Grim Reaper was wedding, you know. They talked about black magic. That's a new one. Didn't know that was coming. But the hairdresser is spilling all the tea and telling us all the details, and some of it is objection, non-responsive, and whatnot, but we're here for it, and we're hearing it all. So this is, let me pin her name back up here again. Lisa's hairdresser, Kathy, and she likes to talk. She was also throwing some shade at Lisa and her midlife crisis, if you want to call it that. And she described mediocre Chuck as, what's she call him? Pleasant enough Chuck. And if you missed that, then it's the rapper. We've all been giving him different nicknames. Chuck, he goes by Chuck Gorgeous or 50-50 Chuck, and we've just taken that and run all the way with it. And that probably won't stop. And he's also going to be testifying, so we're waiting for that. So we are shifting gears now. We are going from California back to Dallas. And oh my gosh, that is a fantastic idea. I need to interview her after the trial. I'll reach out to her. And Kaylin is going to go get her hair done by her too. So we'll have the whole crew. It'll be great. This will be amazing. Up Chuck roast. Yes. All kinds of excitement. Yes. That would be amazing to have her on. All right, everybody ready to shift gears? Giving us a moment. $2 Chuck, yes. Oh, and the Maserati. Oh, yes. And the Maserati. Because who buys you a black Maserati with red seats? Send it back. I don't even send back my steak at a steakhouse, much less my Maserati with the red seats. But, you know, what do I know? I am not living my life right, apparently. All right, so here we go. We are going back to the hair salon to get all the tea with Lisa's hairdresser, Kathy DeLeon.
Quickly. In June of 2020, did you have an appointment with Lisa again?
Yes, I did.
And was that the appointment where you met Nina?
That was the first time I met Nina, yes.
Okay, what was your impression of Nina? Was she outgoing, loud?
No, Nina, you know, for her being an attorney, I thought that she would be like very outgoing. She was, to me, very introverted, didn't have much to say. That first visit that I had with her when I met Nina was very, very short. We were introduced to each other by Lisa, and she was kind of quiet. She basically told Lisa, she goes, hey, she goes, why don't you call me? She says, I'm just going to walk around the shops, you know, and check things out. Just let me know when you're done and I'll come by and get you.
Okay, so she just seemed very quiet.
Yes.
Did Lisa tell you in June of 2020 about the plastic surgery that she was planning?
She did. She told me that Nina was paying for her to have plastic surgery. And I was very surprised because she had never ever talked about ever wanting anything like that. And, you know, we had a lot of intimate conversations, so.
And then in July of 2020, you had an appointment again, and then Nina showed up this time as well.
Yes, this time Nina actually stayed. You know, the way I described where my working area is, there's a chair that faces us where, you know, like if there's someone that's with a client of mine, they always have the option to like sit right there where they can visit. So yes, Nina did stay this time.
Okay. And after that particular appointment, was there a time that you had an appointment with Lisa where she came in very upset?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was upset about?
Yes, that she came in on a Saturday morning. She told me that she had got home from work Friday and that she caught Chuck and Nina in bed together. And when she was telling me this, she was like, I could just kill her. And I was like, wait, slow down a minute. I was like, you sound a little aggressive here. She goes, yeah. She says, I cannot believe that I caught them in bed together. And I told her, I said, Lisa, you invited this. You know, I was like, you have let this trio thing go on. Did you not think that it was going to happen? And, you know, after that, I had not really ever seen Nina, I never saw Lisa, like, upset. You know, she was always like, you know, but this particular day, she was very, very upset.
And did she mention it? You just told the jury that she was upset with Nina. Did she mention being upset with Chuck?
No.
That could be the catalyst that
Your
started the whole
understanding prior
jealousy.
to that the three of them were all in a physical relationship together?
Pretty much.
You did her hair right before her, were you able to do her hair before her plastic surgery?
I did.
Okay, and then you understood that was kind of scheduled for early September, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had an appointment with her on October 10th after the plastic surgery. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am, I did.
And on that day, she had a facelift and a thigh surgery.
Yes.
Thigh lift, I believe. How was she moving around on October 10th?
She was moving around very slow that day that I saw her. She came in with baggy clothes, which is something that I'd never really seen her in. I kind of took it that maybe, you know, because her body was like still in pain, maybe she had to wear, you know, like loose clothes. But the whole time that I saw her on that day, she talked about the plastic surgery. She told me that she had an infection on one of her legs, and they had to put like like a drainage bag there because her leg had gotten infected from the surgery.
You said she was moving slowly, but she was still able to walk in?
Yes.
She was able to move around?
Yes.
And that particular day, she asked for, you know, something a little different with her hair. I'm showing you, ma'am, what's been marked States Exhibit 86.
I love how we're going through all of her different hairstyles. This lady's memory is amazing.
I do.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of her here today?
Very much so.
Your Honor, State offers 86 for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 86 is admitted for all purposes.
And this particular day, she still has this side shave and the kind of pompadour.
Yes.
But she went with full-on pink.
She did, and I thought that was very unusual. I didn't question her this time for some reason, but looking back at the picture now, I'm like, well, why would she even wear pink if she's like the type of job that she has on?
Okay, that's just your thinking, right?
Yes.
Now, did she make an additional appointment after that?
She did.
And
It matched the purple Christmas
what's
tree.
that appointment?
So I typically go on vacation the week after Thanksgiving every year. So I did do that. The week after that, I was booked with clients, so I was not able to get her in until the following Saturday. So
And
I'm not sure what
did
that
she
is.
ever call in? I'm sorry, I'll get to that in just a
that's
minute.
okay.
Did she ever call in and cancel that appointment?
She didn't.
She just no-showed?
She just no-showed, which is something that she had never, ever done. The one thing about Lisa is she was definitely on top of her hair. I mean, I saw her faithfully. She never, ever missed an appointment for anything. So at the time, we pretty much already knew that Marisela was missing.
Okay, you'd seen the article.
I did see the article.
And you had seen the information about Mr. Beltran being a person of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
And you kind of seen in the news that maybe they were looking for Miss Dykes. Or had you seen that?
I have not, well, kind of at the same time. So I have another client, her name is Jenny.
Okay. And I don't want you to talk about anything that Jenny talked about. But, thank you, I'm sorry. I guess the bottom line is it didn't shock you necessarily that she no-showed in December.
Well, I was really hoping that she was going to show up for that.
Objection, Your Honor, to the narrative. It's a yes or no.
Sustained. Were you surprised that she no-showed in December?
I was not surprised.
Okay. And were you hoping that she would?
I was very much hoping that she would.
Now, we talked about December 10th being Lisa's last hair appointment with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Aw. She's getting upset.
Hold on, God. When she spoke about Nina and her marriage, did she tell you whether or not she was interested in Nina sexually?
No, she was not. There was a visit that she came in, and Nina was coming in town, and she was telling me that.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'll overrule that objection. What did she tell you?
She basically told me that that Nina was coming in town, and she just had like this disgusted look on her face. She goes, "That just means I'm gonna have to sleep with her."
And did she have those same conversations about whether she had sexual relations with Chuck and whether or not she enjoyed that? Was that a conversation you had?
From the conversations that we did have that took place about Chuck, yeah, she always enjoyed that.
Now, Ms. DeLeon, I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 87. Is that your driver's license picture?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, State moves to admit State's 87 for all purposes, entering the defense.
No objection.
Well, that's a good question.
Exhibit 87 is
That would be hard, right?
for all purposes.
To do hair with nails that long? That would be hard, right?
You and I sat down and talked in your home for quite some time. This is not a situation you really wanted to be involved in, is it?
Not at all.
And something you never really thought you would ever have to be involved in?
It's never happened to me in my career.
You're on the task witness. Cross-examination.
Oh, no.
All right, Mrs. DeLeon, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm one of the attorneys representing Lisa Dykes. So I'm going to ask you some questions and just follow up on what you were talking about with Mrs. Pittman. So, Lisa started coming to see you around 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, was Lisa very overweight?
She was.
And during the period of time that she was coming to you as her hairdresser and colorist, did Lisa lose a substantial amount of weight?
She lost some weight.
About 60 pounds. Yes or no?
Yes.
Enough weight where you could tell there was a real difference.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that Lisa would come in and talk about her kids, about Chelsea, her daughter who lived with her. Chelsea was an adult at this time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's really not something horrible or a surprise that an adult parent would want their adult child to live their life so the adult parent could do some things too as well.
Can I answer that? The way I saw it, Chelsea was very dependent on Lisa.
But Chelsea was an adult. It wasn't like she was a teenager or a middle school student or an elementary student. She was well into her 20s or even early 30s, yes or no?
Yes.
And being a responsible parent, a good parent, you want your children to be able to function in this world without being completely dependent on you.
I would hope so.
So Chelsea moving back to Florida, where she worked for the Disney company before, where she had friends, that wasn't really a big shock or surprise.
It was to me.
But that's where all of Chelsea's friends were.
But once again,
Yes or no? That's where her, you're
Yes.
understanding, that's where Chelsea's friends were.
yes,
That she worked for the Disney company.
back in the day, yes.
Now, as far as Lisa wanting to change up her hairstyle from going to a longer hairstyle to a shorter hairstyle, Lisa did a bunch of styles with you. She did a pixie cut. Do you remember doing pixie cuts for her?
Not really.
But as a woman gets older, it's no surprise that sometimes she may want to do something different with her hair.
Most women would.
Okay. So Lisa wanting to change up her hair, that wasn't really a big shock.
That was a very big shock.
But Lisa had just lost a lot of weight. Maybe she wanted a new look. Is that possible?
Yes.
And then you were talking about her wanting to dye her hair pink in October. Isn't October Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
I have no idea, but I would not think that that would have anything to do with it.
Okay. A lot of people wear pink? Yes or no?
Yes.
Especially in October. And I know you said you're not aware that it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but it is.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm not aware of it. I've just never heard Lisa talk about, Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Okay. Now, about Lisa showing you her tattoos.
That's her defense?
Was she the one always showing them off to you, or did you ask to see her tattoos?
They were always in plain sight.
And when you said when she would come to get her hair done, she would wear like a t-shirt and jeans.
Yes.
Okay. And that's pretty typical for getting your hair done, because you don't want, if you're getting your hair colored and things like that, you don't want to mess up your clothes. You're not going to come to a hair salon wearing after five or cocktail attire or anything like that. You're going to wear something pretty basic. Yes.
Correct, and most of my clients would always wear a smock over it so they wouldn't get anything on their clothes.
And, but Lisa did talk to you about investing in Charles's rap career.
She did.
And so they had a relationship, but she also viewed it as an investment.
I think she did that to
Yes
please
or no?
him.
Yes or no? It was an investment.
I suppose, yes.
Now, you were talking about the Halloween party that her law firm was having. This would have been in October of 2019. And the image that she wanted, isn't that called La Catarina?
I'm not sure
You're not
what
sure?
it's called.
Okay. And you weren't the one who designed the face makeup,
She sent me a picture through text message and basically wanted me to mock that. And that's what I was going off of.
but you're the one who ultimately did the design on her face.
I was.
So that creation was your creation.
It was not my creation. I was going off of the picture that she showed me.
She's investing in Chuck Rose's
Now,
rap career.
you also talked about Lisa talking to you about Nina, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Lisa told you, oh, she can give me everything I want. Wasn't Lisa also talking about just companionship?
She was talking financial.
But wasn't she also talking about companionship?
No.
So, but you testified that you knew about Lisa's past relationships, yes?
I knew I wouldn't even call them relationships. The only one that she really ever talked about before that was her husband that she had in Florida.
Well, on direct, you said that that Chuck didn't seem like the type of person she would date based off of her past boyfriends or her past relationships, and I'm paraphrasing.
I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
So, in your mind, it wasn't for companionship as well?
Who, Chuck?
No, I'm sorry, Nina and Lisa's relationship. There may have been a financial aspect to it, but it was also for a companionship, because they were friends.
They were friends, but Lisa was not into women from what she had ever talked to me about. That was the first time that she...
Well, let me ask you this, Mrs. De Leon, because how much did Lisa really tell you? Because it seems like you do a lot of talking, so it would amaze me that Lisa could get a lot in with you and share things with you.
There were a lot of stories a lot of intimate stories that Lisa told me.
Now, this altar that you said you saw in her house, in
So
her closet, are you sure this wasn't in Chuck's room?
No, I knew where Chuck's room was. We were in Lisa's room.
And you said it was an altar, but a lot of people have altars in their homes, or something set up like with maybe Our Lady of Guadalupe, or something like that?
This wasn't a, this,
Well,
this,
that's not what I'm asking you. A lot of people have altars in their homes, yes or no?
I've never really, no, I mean,
Have you ever been in someone's home where they had an altar, and there was a picture of Our Lady of Guadalupe?
not really.
It's like awkward now. She's like rude to her now. Both of the defense attorneys are a little bit rude. And by a little bit, I mean real rude. This is not going as planned. Lady Guadalupe, Grim Reaper.
I'm handing to you what's marked as defendant's exhibit number 3. Do you recognize the person in that picture?
Chuck.
Okay. Chuck, Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
50-50 Chuck. Pleasant
Your
enough,
Honor,
Chuck.
I'm tendering to state. No objection, Your Honor. Would like to have this admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, this is how Chuck looked when you met him.
It is.
And you met him, what, 2 or 3 times?
Twice.
And he had this appearance both times you met him?
Yes.
And this made you a little uncomfortable, did it not, Mrs. De Leon?
Yes, mainly because she had never really told me what Chuck looked like, so yeah, it kind of caught me off guard.
And it surprised you that she would be dealing with a younger man
Yes.
who was all tatted up and in the rap, in the music business, or trying to get into the music business.
Correct.
He was all tatted up in the rap game. Is that your testimony? This trial is so weird. So weird.
Now, when you testified about coming over to Lisa's house to do her hair, and Lisa had made a catfish dinner.
Yes.
And Chuck came in while you were there with another man.
Yes.
And why did it make you so uncomfortable, Chuck, with this other man?
Well, number one, I didn't think, I thought it was just going to be Lisa and I. But it was just the way they both looked. You know, I'm not used to being around, like.
Did you think Chuck was flirting with you?
Not at all.
Did Chuck really say much to you?
He basically just said that he remembered who I was.
Did the other guy flirt with you or try to talk to you?
No.
Did you think it was unusual that this other man said nothing to you at all? Not even a small conversation?
I don't know why he would.
Did he even say hello or introduce himself to you?
Not that I recall.
And generally when you come in somewhere, you do say hello to people, you introduce yourself, even if you're not gonna engage in conversations. That's just polite.
Correct.
Now, Mrs. De Leon, let me ask you, because you made a big deal about Lisa seeing a younger person. Do you have an issue with May-December relationships if it's the woman who is more seasoned?
Can you just repeat that?
Well,
May December relationship, like
I made a big deal
big age difference.
in your direct testimony about Lisa dating a younger man. Like it bothered you. That was the impression that you got. And do you have an issue with women dating younger men when older men date younger women all the time?
I don't have an issue with it at all. It was just the fact that that he was literally like half her age, and I just did not think that she would ever end up with a guy that young.
Is it fair to say, Mrs. De Leon, you're probably a more conservative person?
Very much so.
And you do remember that Lisa had a near-death experience, correct? Involving her heart, her aortic.
I don't recall.
You don't remember that?
I don't recall.
And now going to the plastic surgery that took place in September.
The thigh
You
lift.
saw her in October.
Yes, ma'am.
And she came in, you said, wearing baggy clothes.
Yes.
And you said that she was moving, but she was moving very slowly.
She was.
So she wasn't the spry person that you normally encountered.
No.
And she did tell you she had like a major infection with this.
She did.
Did she also mention to you that she had at least one open wound on her thighs?
On her leg. She never said that it was an open wound. She just said that she had an infection and that she had a drainage bag.
Okay.
Yes.
Attached?
Yes, ma'am. I never saw it though.
For the thigh lift.
But she wasn't wearing jeans, she was wearing something pretty bad.
They were baggy.
Okay.
I can't recall if I can't recall if they were jeans or sweats. It was just baggy because I never really saw her like in baggy clothes. So
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
You can redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. If you would please watch your step, heading down to the witness stand. We will go ahead and take our working break for the next 5 to 10.
All right, we get to skip forward a little bit because, of course, we paused. This is the defendant now. She does look a little different. I mean, we all go through phases, right? Like I said, I had a phase where I had bangs. I never had the pink hairdo though, where it's shaved on the sides and the stuff in the front. But I couldn't pull that off. So that testimony was a whole lot. But it was also a whole lot of really random. What all did we get from that? We got witchcraft, Grim Reaper weddings, altars in your home, midlife crisis, the Jody Arias breakup bangs. Yes, breakup bangs. It's like the breakup bangs or crisis bangs. You know, like when something goes crazy in your life and you cut your bangs and start shopping at Forever 21. Yes. Forever 21. Kaylin, yes. See? I can't pull off bangs. But every time I go through a good mental health crisis, I end up with them and then have to wait on them to grow back out. But, you know, such is life. All right, let's see. Let's get to that. Oh, man, Who's next? Is this chuck roast? It's not, is it?
Sure, if you
can't
would
see.
please stop and raise your
Oh.
right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He does not want to be there.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you speak into that microphone?
Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record?
Daxton Stevens.
Do you go by Dax?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Camden, Arkansas.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Irving, Texas.
So in the Dallas area?
Yes.
How long you lived in the Dallas area?
Since like 202.
Okay. So 21 years now?
Something like that. Yes, sir.
And what do you do for work?
I manage a bar in Deep Ellum.
What bar do you manage?
On permits.
You said that's in Deep Ellum here in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a bar?
Bar club. Yes, sir.
So it's got a later opening, it's not like a restaurant, it's just a bar club kind of place?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of describe on premise?
Each night is a different night. We try to give good service to all guests that come, with everybody club, bar club, whatever. Just a good time.
Pretty mixed crowd? It's
Yes, sir.
there?
We cater to everybody.
Okay. How long have you been working on premise?
I think since like 2015, 2016. One of those.
That shirt looks nice on him.
And
Oh, the tiki. The freaky tiki. It's got new charcoal pens from Amazon. What to draw?
2015, somewhere in there.
Yes, sir. 15 to 16.
We'll give you suggestions.
And Commissioner Bertram?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here, states 88 through 91. Is that on premise there in 88?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's kind of the corner away from on premise. You can kind of still see on premise here, and that's Punk Society, is that right?
Yes.
It states 89, and then states 90 and 91 are those map aerial photos of the Deep Ellum area.
Yes.
Kind of where on premise is at. This time I'll offer states 88 through 91. I'll turn to defense for any objections.
No objection, Judge.
All right, states exhibits 88 through 91 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Bowsham?
You may.
Yeah, they said Deep Ellum's like the party scene
So start
kind
here
of
with
thing.
states 90. The map here of on premise, kind of the tight view. It's on Elm and what's kind of a cross street over here? You know?
Crowded, I think.
Okay. And you're right next to trees.
Yes, sir.
And then down here is, that's the Punk Society?
Yes, sir.
And so here states 88, that's kind of the front, storefront of on-premise there.
Yes.
So, in your time there at on-premise, did you meet the defendant, Lisa Dykes?
Yes.
Okay. How'd you come to meet Lisa?
At the time, her son was the general manager.
And who was her son?
Kyle Williams.
Okay. So Kyle's managing there at on-premise,
Yes.
and his mom is Lisa Dykes, and she comes to the bar, or what?
Yes.
Okay. And so you guys know her then?
Yes.
Do you know about when that would have been?
Probably 2017, 18, something like that.
Okay. And how was she?
Nice lady, like a mom.
And Kyle,
A good friend, yeah.
Friend?
Good person, yes.
Yeah. Friend and coworker?
Yes.
Okay. And no issues there whatsoever?
None.
Okay. And did you come to meet Charles Beltran there?
Yes.
Okay. Does he go by Chuck?
Yes.
Okay. How'd you meet Chuck?
He was part of security staff.
Okay. He worked there as well as security?
Yes.
How was he as a security personnel?
Cool guy, people person, yeah.
And he would just kind of work the door?
Not much the door, more than the inside.
How was he at his job? Was he good at his job, or was he focused on other things?
Focus on the ladies.
Both, everything, yeah. He was good in some days, and he focused on talking and, yeah.
Talking to who?
Women.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Chuck. He is the type that would talk to any woman out there at the bar.
I don't say in it, but yeah, he talked to a lot of them, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any issues with Chuck, or is Chuck a friend?
Friend, yes.
Okay. So he's another coworker and friend right there at on premise, and you guys all meet. Is it around the same time, 2018-ish?
Yeah, somewhat, yes, sir.
Do you meet Lisa first, and then Chuck?
That one I can't recall.
Okay. And you've got another friend who's here with you today, Freddie Chapman, is that right?
Yes.
Now, he doesn't work at the bar, though?
No.
Never has?
Never has.
But does he frequent hang out up there with you guys?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about a time that you were with, you and Lisa Dykes would talk occasionally while she's up there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to her house?
I have a few times.
Was that by yourself or with Chuck?
I was always with Chuck, yeah, of course.
So you and Chuck, and that would be the house in Mesquite?
Yes.
Okay. And before I get into kind of more of that, was there a time where Lisa was asking you about Freddie?
She asked about Freddie once or twice, yes.
Okay. What was the contents of, or what was she asking you about it?
It was more like trying to hang out tonight. Like, call Freddie, we can come hang out with me, something like that.
Was she interested in kind of pursuing Freddie?
Possible, yeah. It could have, yeah.
Is that what it seemed like to you?
Yes.
Was she wanting you to kind of connect you and Freddie for them to talk further?
For the night, yeah.
And then in hindsight, let's talk then about, I guess, obviously, are you aware of her relationship with Charles Beltran, Chuck?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. What were your observations of that relationship? Did he ever come out and talk about his relationship with Lisa?
Not really, a little bit. Not really, though.
Okay. What was that like? How would he describe it, or what were your observations of that relationship with Chuck and Lisa?
The way he described it with me, sugar mama type.
Sugar mama.
Yeah.
Splenda mama.
Would they hang out together in the bar?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Did they act like a couple, or they just kind of be around and things were kind of normal? As if they were
They really didn't act like a couple, no.
And to you, your observations and things Chuck would say made you think sugar mama?
To a degree, yeah.
Okay. And during the time that he's got that sugar mama relationship with Lisa, is he still doing the Chuck thing with different women?
That
never stopped? No?
You have to answer out loud, sir, yes or no.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And was he the type that would try and hide his efforts with other women, or was that kind of pretty out and in the obvious?
Out in the obvious, yeah.
And so then I want to talk a little bit about October of 2020.
All right.
It sounds like that first weekend there in October. Did Chuck take a trip?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that trip. Where were y'all going?
Camden, Arkansas.
Okay. So you guys take off to Arkansas. Who all is going with you?
In the van, it was me, Freddie, Chuck, Jordan, and Brian.
Okay. And did Lisa Dykes go with you?
Yes, her and Nina. Nina was in a vehicle behind us.
Okay. What van were you in?
A runner van.
Okay. Who rented the van?
Lisa.
Okay. So Lisa rents this van for you and Chuck and a few friends, Freddie included, to drive to Camden, Arkansas, and then you guys are going for a rap concert?
Yeah, a rap show for a club venue, yes.
Okay. Did you help set that up?
Yes.
Okay. And was Chuck going to perform?
Yes.
And was Freddie going to perform?
Yes.
Okay. Were they the headliners?
Shit, no, that wasn't the headline.
And let me warn you before the judge does.
I'm sorry.
You can use profanity if you're quoting someone.
Yeah.
Just don't use it in your own responses in court.
All right, cool.
So, but if you're quoting someone, that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're not headlines. So your response there.
That was more shade than the hairdresser.
From your perspective, did it seem like Chuck's rap career had a chance of really taking off?
No, sir.
No. And so you guys go. You leave for Camden, Arkansas. Is it that Friday the 2nd?
Yes, like nighttime, I think. Yeah, night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dead.
And you said you're from Camden.
Yes.
So you still have family there when you went?
Yeah, my dad.
Okay. Where was everybody planning to stay when they got to Camden?
It was a hotel room. It was like 2 or 3 rooms. I can't remember. I stayed with my dad the whole time.
You stayed with your dad, but there were a couple of hotel rooms.
For sure, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
You went to the hotel, to be clear.
Yeah, I would play a video game here and there.
Okay. And at the hotel, there's multiple rooms. Do you know who paid for those rooms?
Lisa.
And you've got, I assume, I guess, what's the room makeup? Is Lisa and Nina in a room? And
Yeah. They was on one level, and then it was another room for sure on another level.
And so tell me then about that trip. So the Saturday, everything's fine?
Yeah, just hanging out, chilling.
Who drove the car behind you guys? Was it Lisa or Nina?
I want to say with Lisa. Yeah, Lisa.
And how long was that drive?
At least 4 hours.
So 4 hours, so drive up to Camden. You go hang out with family, I'm assuming when you get there, it sounds like it's...
Yes.
And then Saturday, you guys are hanging out, getting ready for the show?
Yeah.
Okay. Everything was fine?
Yes.
No issues or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. How'd the show go?
From 1 to 10, it was about 6.
How was Chuck's part of the show?
About 3. I'm being honest. Yeah.
And let me ask you this too, right? So Chuck's not the headliner, obviously. That's not what people are there to see.
Correct.
There was a bigger local artist or regional artist.
Region, yes.
That's performing there.
Yeah.
I love
Is
this
it something
witness.
where that establishment is like reaching out to Chuck saying, hey, you come perform, or did you guys have to coordinate for the slot?
The second guy was the opener, and I guess they was looking for they had a slot for another artist or whatever. The second guy is one of my good friends too, and it just got set up where Chuck had the slot. I think it was like $200 to $300 for the slot.
Chuck had to pay for the slot.
Yes.
So it's not. It wasn't a case of anyone was interested in recruiting Chuck to come perform. It was you made a connection to get him on the stage.
Yeah.
And at this time, he had maybe a song or two out, I think.
Yes.
And then him and Freddie had a song as well.
Together, yes.
Okay. You don't perform with him or rap with him or anything like that?
No, I ain't a rapper.
Okay. But you had some of those connections, and they were your friends, and
Yeah.
kind of worked with us. The audience, you said, Chuck's was about 3, so it sounds like the audience wasn't too into Chuck's performance.
Correct.
The audience wasn't too into Chuck's performance.
Yeah, I heard a few of those.
Okay, so some boos, some chuckling, probably, and then things turn around when Freddie gets on the stage?
Yeah, that was song number 2.
Okay.
Yes.
So when Dax and when Freddie and Chuck do a song together.
Yeah, I heard people like, okay.
One
Like,
at a time.
oh, my bad.
Just make sure, let me finish the question and you answer.
Yeah.
I love Dax.
Y'all leave Arkansas, or I guess that night. What do y'all do that night after the show?
Went back to the hotel
Did you go back to the hotel and hang out for a little bit?
for a little bit.
Okay. But you don't stay.
Nah, I went back to my dad.
So you have no idea where Chuck stayed that night? From your own personal
No idea.
And Lisa was obviously there with you guys. She drove, you said, and she's at the hotel. Was she at the concert?
Yes.
Okay. Was she hanging out, walking around?
Yes.
Okay. Was she drinking that night?
Yes.
So she's there having a good time? Is that
Yes.
And are you aware that she had surgery, though, what, like a month before this?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what kind of surgery?
Plastic surgery or something.
Do you know where?
I think neck, leg.
Oh yeah, she had the
something like
facelift too. That's right.
Did you help? Were you actually there picking her up from the hospital with Chuck?
I'm on the car, yes. I went there for sure.
Okay. And that next day, that Sunday, did you guys drove back on Sunday the 4th?
Yes.
No issues at this point?
No.
And you drive back to, where do y'all go when you drive back?
Mesquite.
Was that the meetup point, that Mesquite house where Lisa lived?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did y'all do from there? What was the plan?
Me and Freddie Ubered downtown, because at the time, that's where I was living at downtown. Around 7-ish, 8-ish, and then me and Chuck met back up like midnight.
So you guys Ubered, was the plan to Uber when you got there?
No.
Why'd you have to Uber?
Chuck couldn't find his keys.
His keys to his car, was it the black Audi?
Yeah.
And so he can't find his keys, so you guys say, we're just gonna catch an Uber and we'll figure something out later.
Yeah.
Okay. You Uber, you said you live downtown, not too far from Deep Ellum where you live.
Correct.
About how far?
A mile.
So walkable distance from where you work and that's where you
Yeah.
live. Was Freddie staying there too?
Yes.
Freddie worked down there too?
Yes, he was concierge.
At the
Manor House.
Okay, and that's the apartments you live in?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and Freddie Uber back to Manor House, and does Freddie stay with you?
Stay with me? No.
I mean, not that evening. You
Nah,
met with Chuck.
he go to his place and I go to my place, and then me and Chuck link back up.
And Freddie's gone at that point? Though.
Yeah.
And so we're talking October 4th in the evening hours, you said 7, 8?
Yeah, somewhat like that.
Pretty quickly, did you and Chuck meet back up?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think? What time are we all meeting up? I presume Deep Ellum?
Yeah, he picked me up.
Okay. In the Audi?
Yes.
Okay. So October 4th, Sunday, he's picking you up in the Audi, and then are y'all going down to Deep Ellum?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where y'all typically would hang out?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. So that Sunday, it's evening, you head down to Deep Ellum in Chuck's vehicle. Where do you go?
We went to Deep Ellum, and the first spot we went to was Punk Society.
And that's right here in the corner in States 90, and then here in 89.
Yes.
You kind of zoom in, you can see the sign say Punk Society there.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's just a couple kind of businesses down or bars down from on premise.
Yes.
What'd y'all do at Punk's?
We went in maybe for like 10, 15 minutes. And we had a drink or two. And then we seen his baby mama.
Who's baby mama?
Chuck.
Okay.
And
You know her
then
name?
Jasmine.
Oh, there's a mini
Jasmine.
50-50?
Chuck's baby mama?
Yeah, she
Were
come
they
in.
together at the time?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. When you see her come in, what's y'all's reaction to seeing her walk in?
Shit, we gotta go. We went through the back door.
Okay. So there's a back door to Punk's?
Yes, yes, through the kitchen and all that, yeah.
And
25-25.
Most of these premise, all of these, or at least on premise, you have a back door, patio area, and you can get out that way as well, right?
Yeah, most of them like that.
And so Jasmine walks in right here.
Yeah.
You and Chuck say, nope, we don't want that, and we go out the back.
Yes.
Okay. Chuck's kind of avoiding Jasmine then, it seems.
Yes.
Okay. Where do y'all go next?
We went in front of Pump Society and went across the street.
So out here?
Yes, sir.
And then back over to this side?
No, right there. That's
This side.
Yep.
So over here by Rodeo Dallas?
Dada.
That's Dada right there.
Yeah, that's where we was at.
Dada right here?
Yes.
Okay. What do you guys do over there? Did
We-
you go into the establishment or hang
No,
out?
no, no. They weren't open. We was just talking, and then a few minutes later, his baby mama came out, Chuck. Then they all walked on the side of Rodeo. At the time, it was with 10.
So Jasmine and the people she's with go down this way?
Yeah, and we saw them, yeah.
And y'all are just hanging out, just posted up outside?
Yeah, smoking cigarette, talking.
Okay. Any issues with Jasmine at that time?
No.
So, okay. And, but her people just walk on by?
Yes.
Okay, what happens next?
Chuck was like, man, look at that girl. It was a lady walking in front of Plump to like Brick and Bones. And then she came across the street and we both spoke to the lady and she went to Chuck.
So she's on this other side of the street?
Yeah,
y'all are on this
walking
side?
across, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so Chuck notices her, she's walking across that side?
yeah.
And then you said she crosses back over?
She crossed the street and came down towards us.
That girl was Marisela Botello.
Correct, yes.
And so Marisela's crossing the street, Chuck says, hey, that's a pretty girl.
Yes.
Something along those lines. And then she comes over to you guys.
Yes.
Okay, what happens then?
We both like, hey, how you doing? And she went to Chuck. Her and Chuck talked 3 to 5 minutes.
How was that conversation?
I really wasn't paying attention, but they were giggling, you know, talking.
Okay, so it seemed positive.
Yes.
You said you heard giggling.
Yeah.
Did it seem flirtatious between the two of them?
Correct.
Okay, and it was quick, you said.
3 to 5 minutes.
She walks over after you guys seen her pass, 3 to 5 minute talk.
Yes.
Giggling, and body language wise, it seemed like they're both kind of flirting.
Correct.
Okay, what happens next?
Chuck was like, I'm about to roll, because that's what they call me, because of my old head. I'm finna go with her. I like, cool. So they went between Brick and Bones and Punk Society, that alley, that,
little
yeah, right there. And Chuck was parked on Indiana Street.
We look here, 91, we got a little more real estate to look here. So Indiana's back off, this back street over here.
Behind the trees area, like that part right there.
So somewhere back, okay.
Yeah.
So he's in that parking lot that's just right there behind the trees and Punk and on premise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And him and Marisela walk that way?
Correct.
Everything seemed fine?
Seemed fine to me.
That seemed something you'd seen Chuck do before?
Yes.
Okay. And so he goes away. Do you think he's coming back at some point?
Nah.
You assumed he was gone for the evening at this point?
Yeah, it was like 1 o'clock. 1:15 or something.
Any calls or texts from Chuck after that night?
No, like I called him like I was really trying to get a ride back home, but he didn't answer, so I went back in Punk Society.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hang out at Punk's for a little bit?
Yeah, about 10-15 minutes.
Okay. How'd you get back home?
I walked on.
You said it's a mile or so.
Like a 12-15 minute walk.
Okay. And but you get stranded there. Your friend that drove you here,
Yeah.
Take you back. He's off. He's now found a girl that he's going to take back to his car, and they're going.
Correct.
You don't know where they go.
Correct.
And you didn't hear from Chuck again that evening.
No, I didn't.
When's the next time you saw Chuck?
The next day.
Okay. So, in here it states 5, right? Sunday night you're out.
Yeah.
Chuck leaves with, and that's, I guess, going into the early hours of the 5th of October, you know, like you said, 1 a.m. or so, and him and Marisela are leaving. It's later, hours later on the 5th, sometime that morning that you see Chuck. Where at? At your house?
Yes.
Okay.
Like 11 or noon, around that time.
Okay. So late morning or around noon.
Correct.
And how was Chuck when you saw him?
Normal, like regular Chuck.
What did he say? Did you ask him about the
Yeah. I'm like, man, why was that girl last night? And he was like, he was nonchalant. I'm like, man, nothing really, just got some head.
Oh, jeez.
Went to the store, got some mixers, then got some head or whatever, messed around, just his words. And then he dropped her off because she wouldn't let him take her back to the hotel. And he just dropped her off by like Baylor.
Okay. So he says they had some kind of sexual encounter with each other, that they bought mixers together, and that he couldn't go to her hotel.
Yeah, they messed around in the car.
And they just dropped her off somewhere and that's it.
Yeah, correct.
Did anything seem, or did you press on that story, or did that seem like it would potentially be true based on what you
Yeah.
at the time?
Yeah, it seemed like it'd be true.
Okay. So you had no reason to question at that time?
Correct.
And then you guys hang out for a little while, or?
Yeah, a little bit that day.
Okay. How long?
I can't really recall, but I'm sure a few hours.
Okay. And I guess he eventually leaves. Do you know where he's going after that?
No.
Okay, did you hang out with him that evening?
Maybe so. That evening, yeah, then the next day, the next day, the next day, the next day.
So y'all hung out kind of this whole week here. You all are hanging out?
For the most part, yes.
Either, where are you guys hanging out at?
My crib, D-Bell, strip club, something.
Okay. And when's the last time you see Chuck?
I can't really recall, but I see him like every day until like Marisela pictures start coming up being a missing person.
Do you remember when you started seeing her pictures come up?
Not really. I can't recall. But I know at least a week, 8 days, 9, something like that. Somewhere up in there. I mean.
About a week, you start seeing her pictures start really getting blasted.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I got phone calls about detectives popping up their own premise and all that type of stuff, asking about Chuck.
Did you talk to detectives?
Yeah, I talked to several.
Obviously, you were with Chuck whenever he sees Marisela and leaves with Marisela, so people wanted to talk to you and just see if you knew anything.
Yeah, correct.
And you were cooperative
Oh,
with
yeah.
them?
Yes.
Okay. Much like you've been with Ms. Pittman and I, where we've asked you multiple times about what you know about this.
Yes.
Okay. And the FBI or detectives, that's kind of after you start hearing about the news articles and her face getting kind of posted everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so we're thinking maybe, this week of October or this week of October? Whoops.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So maybe the week of the 12th, maybe the week of the 19th, somewhere in there you start getting.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Does the folks that work down in Deep Ellum or frequent, your spots that you like to hang out, where they start to talk?
Yeah, they started asking me questions, me and Freddie.
Okay, so people are starting to wonder what's going on.
Yeah, because we was with Chuck almost every day.
And Chuck, he had that black Audi.
Yes.
That week when you guys start hanging out again after the October 5th, does he change cars?
Yes. Yes, for the most, yeah.
What car did he start driving in?
The white SUV,
Did you know whose white SUV that was?
Lisa's.
So he started to drive Lisa's white SUV instead of the Audi. Had he always been driving the Audi before this?
He'll switch up cars.
And so when's the last time you saw Chuck then after that?
I don't know exactly the last time I seen him, but when I seen the pictures and all that, I was like, man, that's that girl. And I called him.
Okay.
I was like, man, and then when they called me, the chef at the time on premise called me and said they was looking for Chuck. Then I called Chuck to tell him, man, they coming through on premise looking for you about this girl. I was like, I ain't playing either, man. He was like, I know. I'm like, man, I don't know what to do. What you gonna do? I don't know what's going on. And I was like, I'll talk to you later. I never heard from him again.
Did he give any explanation?
No.
So at that point, you're still thinking he dropped her off somewhere and you don't know what happened.
Correct.
And so you probably talked to Chuck sometime the week of the 12th, then it sounds like?
Possibly, yeah. I know for sure we hung out that week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, yeah. Yeah.
Was Chuck going harder than normal?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did y'all just spend a whole weekend together?
I know. Yeah, we had no time. Yeah.
Okay. And then he leaves. Was Chuck active on social media?
Yeah.
Before all this, he was active on social media?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then when he leaves, what happens with his social media activity?
He kept, I guess he died out for a minute on it, and then throughout the process of him missing, he was posting old videos.
He would post old videos?
Yeah, have some videos he was posting with like some stuff he saved.
Okay. Yeah. And he'd post it as though it was happening then? Though.
Yeah, correct.
And you would see that, you saw those posts that he was posting. And you knew
And hear about it too. Like anything he did, I got phone calls every day.
Okay. And how would you know they were old videos? Were they stuff that you would have been there?
Yeah, some of them I was there, and I remember the night and all that type of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Sir, okay, you said that he was reposting stuff, and anything he would do, you kept getting phone calls, because I'm gonna move on this side, because I can't see you. Basically, that people were contacting you, because now you can't see.
I got you.
Switch with me. I'm sorry, sir. Because, I mean, everybody knew Dykes. I mean, Uncle Dykes, right? That's what Chuck called you, right?
Yeah.
When I say Chuck, I mean Charles Beltran, Chuck 50/50, right? That's what we talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's his rap name, or that's what he had on his IG, or rap. You know what the 50/50 was, right?
To a degree, yes.
Half amazing, half crazy, right?
Correct.
All right. And when we talk about Chuck, you know, the fact that he liked women, right?
Correct.
Good to manipulate women, wasn't
I don't know about that, but he was good with the ladies. Yes, sir.
he? He was a womanizer, wasn't
Hey, they loved him.
he? Isn't that what he rapped about?
I never really listened to it.
Come on, Chuck, you heard.
Dax,
Dax, you heard Picture Me This.
Just that part, because that's the only thing you can listen to.
What was SOS? What did SOS mean?
SOS. Some on site or something.
Straight on site.
Yeah. That's a song, I think him and Freddie got together. Yeah.
What about Person of Interest? You ever hear Person of Interest?
Person of interest, yeah.
Okay. That's after Miss Valdez ended up missing, correct?
Yes.
Person of interest.
He is throwing
What was
mediocre
on-
Chuck under the bus.
Called person of interest after all this popped off, right?
That one I can't recall.
Okay. All right. But let's be clear, as far as your relationship with Mr. Beltran or Chuck 50/50, I think you indicated that you guys kind of work together, right?
Yes.
And then that relationship kind of built to more of a friendship. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes.
Because he thought highly of you as well, right?
Yes.
All right. And as far as Miss Lisa, all you guys are friendly with each other. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Including her son Kyle, right? You've been over to the house,
Yes.
right? As far as what happened to this girl, you have no idea, do you?
None.
All you know is what Chuck told you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember talking to the police about what Chuck told you?
I talked to several.
Okay. Would you? Hold on, give me 1 minute, Your Honor.
They showed it as soon as you said that. Cameraman must be in chat.
Okay. Now, Coach Judge.
You may.
You remember when Marisela, I guess, initially walked by you guys, right? First she walked by y'all, didn't she?
Across the street, yes.
Okay, at some point, she actually came up to y'all, didn't she?
Correct.
And had a conversation with Chuck, right?
Yes.
And was she talking to him about getting some weed?
Possible. 3 years ago.
Okay. That's good. Oh, she already got it.
Yeah, this camera guy's just gone rogue. But look, he was awesome though. When the defendant was writing, he was zooming in on that paper.
One.
He's on it, doggone it. I was hoping that he'd zoom enough for us to be able to see it.
Let me show you a photo. Is this how Chuck was dressed that night when
Yes.
Ms. Valdez came up and approached him?
Yes.
In fact, that's them, right?
Yes.
That's how they appeared back in October, the 4th of 2020?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Harris, if you could detail what picture that is.
I just showed you defense 1.
Thank
And now I'm showing you defense 3. And this is how Chuck, you also called yourself Chuck Gorgeous, didn't
you? Yes.
But this is Chuck 50/50, right?
Chuck, yes.
In fact, he got the 50/50 tattooed on his neck, don't
I think so.
What does SOS stand for?
Um,
Wrong answers only.
he? I want to talk to you about what you told the police you recall.
Keep it clean.
Of Chuck and Marcel, so at least what he told you.
Yes.
He specifically told you that he had sex with her in the car that night. You remember that?
Something like that. It was either 6 or something. Yeah.
And after that, he told you that he dropped her off at an unknown location, right?
By Baylor or whatever. Yeah.
That's it. That's he saw her, right?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, before this night, Chuck with this girl, had he ever said anything about Miss Dykes being jealous of him with women?
No.
Because everybody knows Chuck is a ladies' man, right?
For the most part, yes.
She knew Chuck was a ladies' man, didn't you?
Yes.
You saw his video. Did you ever see his video? Picture me this?
Yeah.
It's actually at her house, isn't it?
Yes.
With some strippers, right?
Yes.
He's actually performing sex on the video, isn't he? Just if you remember.
Some, yeah, they were doing something, yeah. Yeah.
But the fact that he was a womanizer who liked women, that was no shock to her, correct?
Correct.
And again, what I want to make sure I'm clear, you hung out with him almost every day, right?
Yes, it was time period. Yeah, yes, sir.
Never said one thing about her being jealous of him taking women over to her house, right?
Correct.
Because, well, let me ask you this. You know Carmen? Did you know Carmen?
Yes. Yes.
Now, that was another one of Chuck's girls, right?
Yes.
Now, Carmen didn't live with Chuck and Lisa, did she?
No.
He lived with her at another apartment, didn't
Yes.
he? Okay. But that was one of his girls.
Yes.
And of course, he had his baby mamas, right?
Yes.
And I say baby mamas because he had more than one baby mama, right?
I think like 2.
I want to ask you specifically about this time period after, I guess, which would, I guess, be October the 5th. I want to make sure I ask you also, you said that y'all were out after the trip to Arkansas, that y'all went back over to Ms. Dykes' home, and you and Freddie had the Uber back downtown?
Yes.
About how much that cost?
20 some bucks, 18, something like that.
$18, $20, okay. The trip to Arkansas to perform at the rap show, are you sure that Lisa was driving and not me?
I'm pretty sure.
Why?
Because they were behind us.
Okay.
Then we stopped at a gas station. I met up too when we got gas and stuff.
But during that time period, you knew that she had the surgery, right?
Yes, yes,
All right.
yes.
Did you know that she was taking medication for the pain from the surgery? Just if you knew.
I'm sure, yeah.
At some point, y'all get back and Chuck can't find his keys?
Yes.
All right, but eventually he had to find the keys to the alley because he ended up back down in Deep Ellum, right?
Correct.
Super uncomfortable.
And I guess earlier they were asking you about Ms. Dykes, I guess, wanting to pursue Freddie. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Y'all in the club atmosphere, right?
Yes.
Women come down there trying to pick up men, don't
Yes.
they? Men come down there trying to pick up women, right?
Yes.
Older men pick up younger women.
Yes.
Older women pick up younger men, right?
Yes.
That's club life, right?
Yes.
You find, Freddie didn't bite, right?
Nah.
Okay. But Freddie is a nice looking guy, right?
Decent dude. Decent looking.
I mean, he's not on for Dax, but.
I don't know about that. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Dax. I'm moving on.
What is even happening right now?
But again, as far as Chuck being a woman's man and trying to come on to women, that was nothing unusual, right?
Correct.
All right. And that was no secret to Ms. Dykes, right?
Correct.
All right. When you saw him on October the 5th,
Yeah.
did he act as if anything unusual had happened?
He acted normal to me.
Did he ever say anything about Miss Dykes or anything happening at Miss Dykes' house?
No.
Did he give any indication that anything had went crazy with Miss Valdez?
No.
Y'all hung out for about a week, and then at some point, he stopped answering his phone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, did you call his sister, or did his sister call you concerned?
I can't really remember because I met his sister like a month or two before all this happened, but we did talk. Yes. I met his sister.
And his phone going off happened after Mrs. Valdez's pictures started getting posted up down in the Deep Ellum area, right?
Correct.
Okay. But as far as you, someone he hung around with almost every day, he never said anything about any negative incident that would have happened with Ms. Valdez.
Correct.
In fact, he told you just the opposite, didn't
He told me what he told me, yes.
he? Told you he dropped her off. They had sex, he dropped her off.
Yes.
He never even told you he took her back to Mesquite, did he?
Correct.
He was specific in where he had sex with her, wasn't
Yes.
he? In his car.
Yes.
That blackout,
Yes.
not at the house in Mesquite, correct?
Correct.
You, somebody hang around with every day, right?
Yes.
Any reason for him to lie to you?
Shouldn't be. Yeah. No.
You don't know whether he was lying or not, do you?
No.
Hard to tell when he's lying, isn't it?
Correct.
I did a poll if you think Lisa will testify.
And you say SOS is straight on site, right?
That was a song, yes.
Straight on site, that means straight on site. When I see you, it's on, right?
It could be SOS, could be anything, man. I don't know. I'm not a rapper. I don't know nothing about that.
But in the context, you heard the song straight on site?
Yeah, I heard the song, yes.
In the context that they're using straight on site, that means when I see you, it's on, correct?
Correct.
And from the rap song, I'm saying.
From the rap song,
from
yes,
their
correct, yes.
Song.
Yeah.
If you listen to the lyrics of their song.
Correct.
Now, if this jury listens to the lyrics, they can form whatever opinion they want to, correct?
Correct.
But when you listen to it, straight on site means it's on when I see you, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And do you remember any of the lyrics from the Picture Me This?
Yeah, it was,
Women on my dickety dick?
yeah,
Oh my
yeah, I'm
God.
about to say like smooth cartoons too. Smooth, yeah.
Gangster rap stuff.
I ain't gonna say that was gangster, but yeah.
Okay.
The defense attorney should know better. Like, her family's sitting in there. He needs to chill out. Ugh.
Did you know the lyrics from the Person of Interest? Just if you do.
No.
Okay. But you are certain that he told you, somebody he hang around with almost every day, that he had sex with her in the car?
Yes.
Never said nothing about having sex with her at the house?
Correct.
Now, you've been to their, to that house in the Mesquite.
Yes.
Did he have an altar out there?
Altar.
Yeah. Just if you know, if you don't know anything.
Altar. Nah, I don't know nothing about that.
Okay, so you don't know nothing about no sense of altar or nothing like that?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Did you ever meet Miss Nina?
Yes.
Okay. And again, even with Nina, he never said anything about Nina being jealous of him, did he? With other women, did he?
No.
And as far as his wanna-be rapper career, as you would, I guess, phrase it,
Yeah.
she was financing it, wasn't she?
Yes.
She bought him a studio, didn't she?
Yes.
And whether you believed in him, she did, didn't she?
Yes.
Or it did, that way, did you?
Yes.
Sully P, thank you. Thank you for super chat. Thank you. Put it towards my rap career.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Depp.
Well, then we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. It is 12:39. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:45. We are at recess.
All right.
1:45, that means we have about 15, because now we're catching up, so that means we have about 15 minutes until they come back. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable. They're back in the courtroom. This is a first. I am Sally P. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I don't know if it's going to buy me lunch. It might buy me a bottle of wine after this day, because this is not going how we're off the rails. So uncomfortable. I think that perhaps, just throwing ideas out there, maybe it would have been a good idea to prep the witness for, let's say, the way that you word certain acts or behaviors while you're in the courtroom in front of the world and the cameras, and especially the victim's family. Maybe that's something that could have been, verbiage. Yeah, verbiage could have been handled a little different. Maybe. When they asked about him being the headliner, though, and he laughed, that was one of my favorite moments. One of my favorite moments. Yeah, the poor court reporter. Yes, Jenny, that poor court reporter. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. That was super uncomfortable. Oh my God, I can't imagine what it was like in the courtroom. And my face is still bright red. Oh yeah, Mama 3. It's probably a good thing that there are no jury questions in this trial. Good point. Good point. This has been, I can feel my face. I'm so uncomfortable. Lindsay Hendricks loves the state seal. Okay, so what do you think, y'all's opinions, out of the stuff that we've heard today so far, because we were in the, God, it's been a long day already. Our first was the hairdresser, right? Yeah, we've only had the two, right? So out of everything with the hairdresser that we've heard, and then everything with Dykes that we heard, what stands out to y'all as some of the important things that we've learned today? Keep it clean. Don't just repeat let's keep it. Trying to get my face back to a normal color here. I can't wait to recap this one. I don't want to recap this one. I am so uncomfortable. Today has gone off the rails. Okay, so the hairdresser. What important stuff came from the hairdresser? We heard about how she kind of sounds like she went through like a midlife crisis when she met Chuck Roast and started financing his music career. Actually, let me pull up. I pulled up his Instagram yesterday because y'all know I'm going to snoop. Y'all know I am going to be snooping. Let me see if I can find it. I pulled it up yesterday and I was looking, and he does look much nicer in the pictures, I guess, but still wouldn't say gorgeous. find it. Okay, so his old account is missing or gone or whatever. So this is his new one. And this is the one that was while he was on bail, I guess. I'm behind a little bit on chat. Let's see. Uncle Dax. Oh. All right, so this is, so I mean, he's got a bunch of ladies. And he does look better in, you know, these pictures than the mugshot, of course, but he's got, they said he's a ladies' man. He has nice teeth. But he also, yeah, he does have a lot of ladies. If that's his, I'm not going to slut shame him or nothing. I just, you know, if that's his thing, okay. So uncomfortable. I don't know when Chuck Roast is supposed to testify. I would love for it to be today. I mean, today's already gone off the rails. Why not? What's today? Wednesday? Yeah, today's Wednesday. I'll just, yeah, we'll DoorDash some wine and make a night of it. Listen to whatever nonsense is about to come out of this. But I don't know when they're going to, but it's going to be crazy because you can tell even with the defense attorney talking to Uncle Dax here, anybody can see kind of where he's going. Like, he is 100% throwing Chucky Mediocre under the bus. He's making it like he is the one responsible for this. So with Chuck testifying, that is going to be so, and I have a feeling he's going to get aggressive with it. Chuck's criminal record. He robbed and pistol whipped a guy in 2007. Oh. I didn't see it. I haven't done a deep dive on this one because we had just started looking at it. But It Could Melt, check out he's got videos on some of this stuff, like some of the deep dive stuff, and so definitely check out his videos. I think he put one out last night too on the timeline and everything. I haven't watched it yet, but I put it in my stuff to watch. Do we know if Chuck has a plea deal? I mean, that's typical in trial if someone is testifying against a co-defendant, and with all the drama in this case, I don't doubt the county wanted to plead down. He's got a trial coming, so it can't be a plea deal, but if he's got the trial scheduled, unless they changed it. But the last I pulled on it, or the last information I had on it, he had, because I put his trial date on the calendar so we could keep an eye on it, but I mean, what other, I guess, I mean, even if they don't offer him a plea deal or whatever, I could see him, you know, if he agrees to testify, because here's the thing, if the story really happened like he said it did, where they were asleep, she came in there, and, you know, he woke up to them stabbing, or to her stabbing Marisela, and then they took the body and dumped it, which is what the phone records say too. But if that's how it happened, it makes sense for him to testify, because he's going to, you know, he doesn't want it to be pinned on him, which is exactly what the defense attorney is trying to do. But did I ever talk to Ikemel about whether or not I could share what I was going to say earlier? Oh, no, let me text him. Where's my phone? I just realized I haven't had my phone all day. Oh, here it is. In my purse. I hope there's been no emergency. I guess if anybody has an emergency, they know where to find me. Oh my gosh. I'm texting, sorry. All right, we'll see. We'll try to find out more about it too. What is that? Oh, I missed something. I missed something as I was texting. 62% of y'all think that Lisa will not testify. Probably not. Testifying opens you up for cross-examination. Hi, Muffin Man. Welcome, welcome. Can we do a once a month night meetup where we just talk about whatever, like a fun powwow? I can try to fit it in. I'm also trying to get caught up on the Conspiracy in Canton podcast, and also trying to get 4 hours of sleep a night, and also trying to move all of my stuff back to my condo. I need like 8 more hours in every day. I'm loving this trial so far. It's been interesting. It's been a wild one for sure. I've gotten better with Discord. My mods can tell you, I've gotten better with Discord. I didn't even know how to work it a couple months ago. I mean, let's be honest, I still don't. I can only get to like my few little neighborhoods that I know how to work, but I've gotten better. But we did the viewing of what we watch. We watched something. Oh, the Charlie Adelson 2020 episode. And we watched it on Discord, which was a lot of fun. We had so much fun in Discord watching that. It was great to sit there and everybody chat while we were watching it. So we talked about trying to do that more often, like maybe do that once a week. Maybe we can try to do that. If I can learn to work Discord, anybody can. Minus the karaoke. Rude. Okay, so what had happened? There was a commercial that came on during that 2020 episode, and they were singing, what was it, like Mariah Carey or Whitney Houston or something? And so I unmuted my microphone and sang along because it was my jam. And then one of my mods figured out how to mute me and muted me. So rude. as soon as I got ready to hit my high note, muted me. And then everybody was threatening to leave. I am not great at, singing. Like, I'm physically capable of the act. It just doesn't sound good. But we did have, okay, but you say that. But last week we did have fun when I did lunchtime karaoke, when we were watching that surveillance video trying to figure out what song they were dancing to. I hit a few notes during that. Thank you very much. Right? I'll invest in auto-tune. I'll invest in auto-tune. Y'all are critical of my singing. Rude. Rude. Let's see. We watched that other documentary too.
Maybe see that.
Yeah, I played it yesterday. It's not. I played part of it yesterday, but I can't play more than like 10 seconds of it. But it's on YouTube too.
You may proceed.
He's got a YouTube channel with 21 subscribers.
There was some talk about Chuck's rap lyrics, side on side, some of the things he would rap about. Is that Chuck? You see that person? You see this person that's violent, aggressive?
No, sir.
Clearly he's rapping about it, but I'm just saying your interactions with him, I mean, how do you describe the kind of person Chuck is?
He was a nice dude, respectful, and a ladies' man, that's it.
And as far as talking about his relationship with Lisa Nina, would he have, it sounds like you said that you guys didn't really talk about that.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have been being told anything about what's going on with Lisa jealousy or anything like that. Like, that's just not something y'all would have ever talked about.
Correct.
I'll pass it on.
If he felt Lisa was jealous, he would have told you. You were his boy, wasn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and all this Chuck the nice guy, did you know that Chuck was a felon?
I knew he went to prison. I don't know what for or nothing like that.
So you didn't know he went to prison for aggravated robbery?
No, sir.
That sound like a nice guy to you?
No, sir.
And again, when you talk about 50-50, this nice guy self-proclaims himself as half amazing, half crazy, doesn't he?
In lyrics, yes.
In lyrics? In life. It's tattooed on his neck. 50-50, half amazing, half crazy. This nice guy. Right?
I didn't see the tattoos on his neck, so I don't know.
But you know what, are you familiar with what you said earlier? You saw his social media page. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On his social media page, it says Chuck 50-50, doesn't it?
Yes, it do.
And did you know, as far as, you know he had a baby mama in Austin, right?
Yes.
And, but he couldn't see his kids because he assaulted her, correct?
No idea.
But you did know he went to prison, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think you told the members of the jury you didn't know nothing about this Santa Morta, right?
Correct.
By him having an altar there at Miss Dykes' house.
Correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
Nothing further to say, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be finally excused?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
State would call Frederick Chapman, Your Honor.
Frederick Chapman. Is this Freddie? What's the other rapper that he has a song with?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step.
That's right, sure.
Yeah, that's her. There you go.
All right.
You get your seat.
May I photograph some, picture?
You may.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Is there any Kleenex there you can put it in?
No, ma'am.
If you could hand him a Kleenex, Mr. Brown, thank you so much. That's all right, I'm a gum chewer as well, so I'm not arguing.
He's like he's in class. They make him spit out his gum. Why do I have a feeling it's about to go over us again?
Good afternoon.
Could you just state your name, spell for the record, sir?
Yes, Frederick Chapman, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K. Chapman, C-H-A-T-M-A-N.
Yes, sir. And you go by Freddie?
Yeah, I go by Freddie.
Freddie, where are you from?
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Born and raised?
Born and raised.
What do you do for work?
Right now, party promoter, entrepreneur, artist.
Back in 2020, were you working,
At the Manor House, concierge.
All right, Mr. Chapman, if you could please, I know that's how you have a conversation with somebody, but I need you to wait until Mr. Brown is completely finished with his question and then answer, because Mrs. Garza is taking down the record and all the testimony.
All right, got it.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you said now you're doing some of the promoting and entrepreneur.
Yes.
Sections, okay. You also do music, make music?
Yes.
Okay. You rap?
Yeah, I rap and write music as well.
Okay. How long you been doing that?
Pretty much all of my life. I would say took it serious maybe around 19. Off and on.
And you've recorded songs and put them out?
Yes.
And we'll get into that a little bit more too, but let's talk about Deep Ellum. You're familiar with the area here now?
Yes.
Okay. You go out in that area sometimes?
A lot, yes.
That's your typical hangout spot?
Definitely.
Okay. The establishment on premise here in States 88.
Yes.
Is that a place that you frequented quite a bit?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about on premise.
Well, it was Dak Steven. He was the head of security at the time that all of this was going on. But on premise, it's good vibes, mixed crowd, nice music. Sometimes they have food.
Okay. And you talked about Dax. He was working security. So when did you start going to on premise? Is that how you met Dax?
I met Dax at another club at Punk Society that's in Deep Ellum as well.
Which is just a
few blocks. Well,
right.
Few businesses down there.
Right. And so you met him at Punk's and then start hanging out with him. He's working at on premise.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He told me to come by there. Came by on premise, and yeah, that's kind of where the friendship built up. We had a mutual friend as well.
Were you already working at Manor House at the time?
Yes, I was.
That's where he was living, is that right?
Not at that time. This was many years ago before I started going on premise and he moved in.
Okay. Eventually, you were working at Manor House, living there, and so he was living there as well, right?
Yeah, he was on the 17th.
But y'all had your own apartment.
Yeah, we lived separately.
And so you met Dax. You started going on premise. Did you ever get a chance to meet Kyle Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Who was he?
He was the GM at the time, which is Lisa's son.
Okay. And then so did you meet her mom or his mom, Lisa?
Yeah, I met her she was basically popping in and popping out over there.
And so would you see her there at on premise?
Occasionally.
Did you ever talk to her?
Yeah, spoke with her.
Okay. And let's talk about, how'd you meet Charles Beltran or Chuck?
So being that I would go to the clubs so often, he was doing security, kind of run into him, speak. Him and Dykes had a real friendship at the time, so that's kind of how the friendship began.
Okay. And Chuck was into music as well, he was into rapping?
Yeah, he was into music, dressing, women, you know, same thing that I was into.
Okay. And you guys eventually recorded together, is that right?
Yeah, we did a song together.
And I want to back up a little bit to the times you've met Lisa. There was a time that you saw her at a Halloween party?
Yeah, so Dykes gave me a call and told me to, yo, man, come up to on-premise. Lisa, she asking about you. She want to see you. And I was like, what? All right, cool. So I pulled up to on-premise, went in. He told me.
Your point on-premise was on-premise open to the public?
No, it was a private party.
Okay, and whose private party was it?
Yeah, that she had rented out, I guess for her business. Her company rented it out or something. But yeah, it was a Halloween party. So I go in, go to the bar, talk to Lisa. She kind of flirted with me heavily. But she always was kind of flirtatious a little bit.
That's kind of her general...
Yeah, her energy is pretty strong.
Okay. And how'd that interaction go while she's kind of flirting with you?
Well, her face was painted kind of like a skeleton a little bit, I guess with the costume she had on, so I was kind of taken back a little bit. I guess just the energy, I don't know, was kind of off for me.
Just kind of off?
Yeah, it was kind of off for me.
And was she trying to have you hang out some other time?
Yeah, she kind of told me like a proposition, like, you know, anything you want, I can make happen. I see your vision, those type of things. Yeah.
Okay. And you played it cool or shut her down right there?
I just played it cool. I didn't take her up on the offer. I'm kind of like, yeah, we'll talk, but...
Never followed up on it?
Nah, I didn't follow up on it.
Okay. So then, how do you find out about Lisa and Chuck?
Well, I guess like a few weeks later, that's when they was in the parking lot of the building. Of Manor House, yeah. Okay. And I stepped out. He was talking with Dax. Dax was talking with Lisa as well. Nina was there. That was my first time meeting Nina. And Chuck had a black Audi, and that's when Dax was like, "Oh, that's supposed to be your Audi." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "That's Chuck's new Audi. He with Lisa." And that's why I was like, "Oh, okay." That's kind of how I found. I was like, I guess he took off. Yeah.
And how was Chuck with Lisa and Nina?
That day is, which normally is kind of casual. Like they in public, they don't really act like they're together. But on that day, I seen them kiss Nina and Lisa, so I was like, "Oh, okay."
So he kisses both of them that day in front of you and Dax.
In front of Dax, yeah.
But that was out of the norm in terms of public displays of affection.
Correct.
Okay. And would you and Chuck talk? Would he talk to you about his relationship with Lisa and Nina?
Not really. Really wasn't a conversation. It really never was like a conversation. Like, yeah, I'm doing this and doing that. It kind of was unspoken. Like we all knew.
Okay, and what did you all know? What was that relationship to you that you could see?
That it was kind of like the young boy or the woman. She had money, taking care of him. The sugar mama aspect. Yeah.
Okay, so the sugar mama aspect of the relationship.
Right.
Splendid mom.
And he had Chuck had rap equipment, like the studio in the house that he shared with Lisa.
Yes, in one bedroom, it was like a painted, basically like a whole studio setup, painted wall, laptop. Yeah, I recorded that.
So what all was in there again?
Laptop, speakers, microphone, basically like a studio setup, kind of like a lounge area, not a bedroom or nothing like that. Pretty much like made like a studio room.
And in like the closet, did it have the actual soundproofing kind of fabric to go in there?
Yeah, it did.
So I mean, it was totally transitioned to allow you or Chuck and whoever was going to come record with him to record songs.
Yes.
And in that house, did Chuck have his own bedroom separate from Lisa?
That I don't know. I know that he had multiple bedrooms, but I will say it did look kind of, the whole place kind of looked like a bachelor pad, pretty much.
And then ultimately, in October, if we start talking about October of 2020, my understanding is you took a trip with Chuck that first weekend of October, is that right?
Correct.
you guys go to Arkansas, was it on this Friday, October 2nd, 2020?
I think it was it was Friday, because the show was on Saturday, and we came back Sunday.
Okay, so you guys take off on a Friday, and you're going to Camden, Arkansas, is that right?
Yes.
What's the plan when you get there? You got a show, what's the plan for the show?
We got a show with an artist, well-known artist, so we was going to, I guess when we first went there, we checked out the club, talked to the owner, and just checked out the space, we picked the section where we'll be at, and yeah, it was kind of...
Who all went on this trip?
It was me, Dykes, Chuck, of course, Jordan, and Brian, and also Lisa and Nina.
Okay. How'd you all get there?
We was in a Sprinter van, and they followed behind us.
They being who?
Lisa and Nina. They drove together.
They drove separately?
Yes.
And you recall who was driving their car?
I want to say Lisa, but I can't really confirm who was really driving.
How long was that drive?
I think it's like 4 to 5 hours.
And y'all get there on Friday night, show Saturday. Is Lisa coming around with you guys kind of where you're going?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. You guys go to the show, that it's in the evening, I would imagine.
It was Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night.
And how'd the show go?
The show went pretty well. I think Chuck's performance wasn't that good in the beginning. Maybe he was nervous, didn't really practice, I guess, or something. And then
He got booed.
our song came on, the crowd kind of reacted. He got into it a little more.
And he performed one song kind of solo, and then the two of you performed a song together.
Right.
And that was it. So basically a 2-song set for Chuck, 1 song set for you.
Yeah.
And then there's a headline act that was going to perform after you guys.
Correct.
Okay. And while you guys are out that evening for the Strap concert, Lisa Dykes was there with you?
You mean out and about or?
At the club?
At the club, yeah, she was there.
Was she drinking that night?
I can't recall.
Were you drinking that night?
I had a few drinks. So.
Nothing crazy though?
Nothing crazy. Just a social drink every now and then.
And after the show, where do you guys go?
We went back to the hotel, all kind of just chilled, hung out, and that was it. I think one of Dak's friends pulled up on us. We talked to him for a little bit. Yeah.
And where were you guys staying? You had a hotel?
Yeah, we was at a hotel.
How many rooms?
So it was 2 rooms, and then they had a suite that was downstairs for Lisa and Nina.
So Lisa and Nina had their own suite, and then you and the guys, y'all had 2 rooms to split.
2 rooms, correct.
Okay. Where was Chuck supposed to stay?
That, it really wasn't, I don't guess it wasn't really mentioned where he was staying.
Where was Chuck hanging out that night?
He was hanging with us. Then he did go to the one with Lisa and Nina. Then he did come back.
How did that come about, him going to the room with Lisa and Nina?
So we was outside talking, just casual conversation. And Nina, she walked up. She had the, excuse me, she had the door key with like a note on it. And she gave it to Chuck. And of course, me and Dex, we kind of cracked jokes like, yeah, go pay for the trip, man. Something to that nature.
So that was the understanding, was Chuck needed to go?
Yeah, go pay your debt, basically, kind of how we joked around.
Because the trip was funded by Lisa and Nina.
Correct.
That next day, that Sunday, October 4th, y'all drove back?
Yes, we drove back.
And where did you go? You went to the Mesquite House?
Yeah, we got to Lisa them house and got our bags. Dax and Chuck was saying, hey, man, we going to Deep Ellum to celebrate. And I'm like, man, I need to go home, go to sleep. I'm finna go home and go to sleep. I'm not hanging with y'all tonight.
Is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did. Yeah.
Okay, so you went home, you go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware that Chuck and Dax go out, though?
I didn't know, like, they didn't call me, like, hey, we going out, but that was their plans, yeah.
So you knew that was going to be the plan, but you're like, I'm not
yeah, I'm going to sleep. Yeah, I went to sleep.
When's the next time you see Chuck?
It was the next day. I actually was working, and he, I guess him and Dax was probably already hanging out. And I stepped outside, talked to him, and Dax was like, yo, guess where he met a girl from? And I was like, from where? And he said Seattle. And then I was like, oh, okay. And the reason why he brought that up is because he had an ex-girl from Seattle.
Okay. And so you guys talked about the fact that he met a girl from Seattle the night before?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about what he did with that girl?
Well, I asked him, I said, yes, what y'all do? You take her to the hotel? Because being that she was out of town, I was thinking that maybe he would take her to the hotel. And he just said, oh, no, we just messed around in the car, got some mixes, and I dropped off in Deep Ellum.
So he tells you dropped her off in Deep Ellum.
Right.
Okay. And that's the end of that conversation.
Yeah, that was it.
Was that in the norm for what you knew Chuck?
To meet a girl, yeah, pretty much.
For him to find some girl out and about in Deep Ellum and to go have some kind of relationship and be, move on.
I wouldn't say that it's like the norm, like it happened every day, but you meet people.
Just not out of character.
It's not out of character, yes.
So there was nothing to press on about that. It was okay.
No, it wasn't like a celebration moment, like you go or nothing like that. No.
And did y'all hang out that day, or was that just kind of a quick passing while you're at work?
We hung out. Well, when I got off of work, we all kind of hung out. I think we hung out every single day. I think that week, yeah, for maybe 4 days.
How was that going?
Just a lot of partying, going out, stuff like that. Yeah.
And Chuck drove the Audi. Is that right? The black Audi. Prior to all this.
Yeah, he would switch cars here and there, and he also switched cars with other people.
Okay. And that week of October 5th, did he switch cars to another car?
Yeah, the white SUV.
Do you see Chuck again? So sometime that week, when's the last time you see him? You remember?
I can't recall, but I know it was the end of the week.
End of the week?
Because that Friday is when the I think it was like a video or picture image had popped up of him saying that missing girl from Seattle with a guy that was in a black Audi.
Okay. So sometime around this Saturday, Sunday, that weekend after the fact, you're saying that you start to hear that girl from Seattle is missing.
Well, actually, before that, I would say so like Monday was the day that he kind of came over. We kicked it Monday, Tuesday. I would say Wednesday is the first time I actually heard about the girl. It's because, so being that I worked in a building, the FBI was on the same floor that Dykes lived on. And so I called Dykes like, yo, when I got to work, I found out. So I called him like, yo, did you hear the FBI on your floor? And Dykes, he real panicky, like, so he like, what? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me send you something. I'm like, okay, cool. So he sent me the flyer that said missing girl from Seattle. And I was like, nah, which it instantly registered with me because he just said he was with a girl from Seattle. So I messaged Chuck on Snapchat and was like, yo, and he was like, who is this? And I'm saying, missing girl from Seattle. And he like, what dates? And I'm like, bro, days you was with a girl from Seattle. And he was like, nah, that's not her.
And that was the end of that conversation?
Yeah, because I'm not finna. If
right.
I'm on the phone with Dax and he's telling me that I wasn't good.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry.
Yes, that was the end of the conversation because I didn't want to keep questioning him when someone told me that was the girl.
And was that your last conversation with Chuck?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So if you hung out kind of that entire week, that conversation may have happened then after that Friday?
I want to say, yeah, something like that.
Y'all never talk again. In fact, police eventually come and try and talk to you as well. And they do talk to you.
Yeah, after a few weeks. It was really mostly, I guess, after a few weeks, it was because I guess the pictures that Chuck had posted the day after, which would be the Monday from the show that we had, a lot of people on the internet were speculating that I was with him or I was hiding him or something like that.
So you're clearly in Chuck's social media at some point, and so people were wondering about you.
Yeah. So.
After that exchange with Chuck that you had, where you're like, "Hey, that girl from Seattle's missing," and he's like, "Not her." Did his social media keep up, or did it go dead for a period of time?
I think for a few days it did, or maybe a few weeks. He wasn't really posting, and it's kind of like out of nowhere he just started posting a lot.
So he took kind of a break from social media, silent, and then you say he starts posting a lot. What kind of things was he posting once he started posting?
A lot of old videos. Most of them I was with him in some of the videos, so I know for a fact they was old. One of them I actually was like standing, so everybody really thought I was with him, and everyone's calling me and Dykes like, "Oh, yeah, he's with him. Y'all need to turn him in," and I'm like, "These are old videos."
And did you even have his cell phone number, or how would you guys communicate?
So we really cool kind of when the pandemic hit. We never really conversated on the phone, anything like that. We had, so mostly that's how we conversated through Snapchat.
That's all you communicate with Snapchat.
Right, because it's mostly I'll see you at the club, kind of, or he'll come over.
Pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so what you're telling members of the jury is that during this time period, after Marcella goes missing, posting on social media, making people think he's with you, right?
It looked at that way.
On the videos, right?
Yes.
The videos that he's posting makes it look like he's in Dallas, doesn't it?
Yes.
And he's with you, right?
Yes.
And people are saying, somebody contact Freddie and tell him he need to turn Chuck in, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. And as far as your relationship with Charles Beltran, at no time did he ever indicate to you that Lisa was jealous of his womanizing, did he?
No.
All right. And in fact, when she approached you, tried to entice you, I think you said that she said you could have whatever you want. She saw your vision, right?
Yes.
So first she wanted to invest in you as a rapper, right?
Not as a rapper, just invest in me.
Well, what was your vision?
I don't know, you have to ask her.
Correct. Well, would you be surprised when she said she wanted to invest in you because of your business? She's talking about your ability to rap. You were a much better rapper than Chuck, weren't you?
That's debatable.
He wants to say yeah.
So the rap song that you had with Chuck was the Straight On Sight?
Not at all.
Which rap song?
The song we had was called Spin the Block, but I didn't release the song.
Spin the Block. What is Spin the Block?
So it's basically just talking about lifestyle, you
Like
know,
what?
women, money, cars.
For example, tell them to the jury what Spin the Block, this rap song that you and Chuck had. What is it? Give me.
I can't really recall it. It was a couple years ago. I didn't release the song. Okay.
You didn't release the
I would
song?
have to actually like.
It was so bad you don't remember 12 bars?
Nah, I don't really remember. It's a blank at the moment.
You don't remember? Are you embarrassed to tell the members of the jury the type of nonsense that y'all talking about women?
Definitely not about women. I'm a respectful man, so anybody I hang with is respectful as well.
Well, spin the bars is talking about threatening people?
It's Spin the Block.
Spin the Block?
It's more just lifestyle, cars, jewelry, women, clothes, things that you get inside of a hip hop song.
All right, let's move on. I'm just messing with you, Mr.
No, that's fine. You good.
You're not on trial, right, sir?
Of course.
All right. But what I do want to talk to you about is your relationship with Chuck during this time period, right? Because, I mean, you weren't like involved in some strange entanglement with Ms. Dykes, right?
Entanglement.
And as far as, I think you said that Ms. Dykes paid for the trip to Arkansas, right?
Right.
She paid for what would have been your Audi, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or could have been your Audi.
Could have been my Audi.
Okay. But you're not telling members of the jury that she wasn't investing in Chuck's rap career, are you?
That I don't know.
Well, who paid for the studio that you would go to?
It's the house that he lived in.
But who paid for the studio? You know.
She paid for that. Yeah.
He didn't have it.
She paid for everything.
Correct. He didn't have that studio before.
Right. He didn't have the Audi before you.
Right. So she paid.
She paid for everything, but it wasn't a.
Was he using it for his rap career?
What, the Audi or the studio?
The studio.
Yeah, he was recording music.
And the truth of the matter is, he used the Audi too, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, the
In the video, remember?
I remember.
The video that's recorded at their house
Correct.
with the strippers, right?
Correct.
At her house.
I don't know if they strippers, but correct.
Well, young ladies.
They dance like that these days.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That woman, you know.
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, in the Melly trial, they weren't allowed to talk about his lyrics. And now here's this defense attorney just waiting to get them in. No, there's no question about the defendant. He wants to make this as much about chuck roast as he can. That's his main goal. Yeah, no questions about them. He just wants to focus on chuck roast and the rap career and anything he can do that's not putting any kind of light on his client. And that's it.
Madam Clerk Judge.
You may.
Got some scissors.
She's allowed to chew gum. They made him spit his out. Rude. See, this is one of those moments when we're speed trial and we can hit our little 5-second thing. Just skip right through this.
Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 4. Does this appear to be Charles Beltran, George's Chuck 5050, the person we're talking about?
Yes.
And does that appear to be, I guess, when he was making the video at Ms. Dykes' house?
Yes.
Will this assist you in testifying to, I guess, what these girls look like?
What about?
I mean, the girls that are on the video appear on defense exhibit number 4, don't they? Do you remember the video?
Yes, I remember the video.
Okay, does that not appear to be the young ladies that were on that video?
They don't look like strippers.
That's not my question. Does that
So what
not
is the
appear?
question? Yes, that's them.
Okay. Judge Oliver, what's marked as defense 4?
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish, Judge.
All right, defense exhibit number 4 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And this is Chuck in the video. This would actually be Ms. Dykes' home, correct?
Correct.
And you know, because you've been there, right?
Yes.
All right, and this is when he's making a video, right?
Yes.
Was this the Picture Me This video?
Yes.
All right, and when we talk about the young ladies that were in that video, these are just a couple of the young ladies that were in the video, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
This is the video I started to play and then it got raunchy.
Also wanted to ask you about, you and Chuck are friends, right?
Yes.
And you asked him about when the FBI came up to you. Actually, they caught you off guard, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Scared you, didn't
Yeah, they popped out like ghosts. Yeah, they did.
they? But again, you cooperated. You didn't try to run nothing like that. You talked to him,
Yes.
right? Even though at that time you felt like people were giving an illusion that you knew what Chuck was.
Right.
But you didn't, did you?
I didn't.
You had no contact with him after, I guess, what you told him as a juror.
Yes.
All right. As far as his interaction with the girl from Seattle? Because you didn't know her name, right?
I didn't know her name. No.
But the girl from Seattle, have you ever even seen her?
I seen the flyer.
Okay, you saw the flyer, but you didn't see her that night like Dax did, right?
And I was at home.
Okay. But the girl from Seattle, he didn't say anything to you about anything unusual happening that night, other than them having sex in his car, correct?
Correct.
And then he dropped her off in Deep Ellum.
Correct.
Didn't say anything about Miss Dykes being jealous and hurt her, did he?
No, he didn't.
He didn't say anything about her being hurt, period.
No, he didn't.
Or him knowing about her being hurt.
Correct.
And in fact, when you ask him, when you say, hey man, they got this girl from Seattle on this poster, you text him a picture of the poster, didn't you?
Correct.
Madam Court Judge?
You may.
The girl you text him a picture of, I mean, it was this girl, right?
Yes.
And he said he didn't know nothing about it, didn't he?
Correct.
But whether or not he was lying, you don't know, right?
I don't know.
I mean, and you don't know whether he was lying, right?
I don't know if he was lying. No.
Okay. But you can't tell when he's lying to you?
I think I'm a good judge of character.
But you don't know whether he was lying, do you?
I don't know at that moment. No.
And you know him pretty well, don't you?
I do.
But when he's lying, you have no idea, do you?
Correct.
And you know him. You spend time with him.
Yes.
As far as who drove to Arkansas, you say you think it was Miss Dykes, but you don't know because you weren't in the car with him, were you?
Correct.
I did want to also ask you about some of the things that you told whether it was the police or the FBI. You talked about Chuck using ecstasy. Remember that?
Yeah. I recall that.
You don't remember?
I don't recall, but I do know he do use ecstasy time to time.
You don't remember telling the police that one time you had to take him home because he had used so much ecstasy?
No, I never said that.
You never said that?
I never said that. Or did I recall?
That you recall?
I did drive him home one time, yeah. But I don't remember telling the FBI that.
Okay, from him using too much ecstasy, right?
Correct. I took him home because he used so much ecstasy.
Okay.
But I never sat with a police department officer or FBI and told them that. I was only approached one time and it was outside of my building.
Hold on.
All right.
Let me ask you, try to clarify for you.
Okay.
What is ecstasy?
It's a drug, a stimulant, I would say.
Like methamphetamine?
Yeah.
So, when you talk, what you told the police about Chuck's ecstasy use, you don't recall, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, you were referring to Miss Dykes as Chuck's sugar mama, right?
Correct.
I mean, there's sugar mamas, there's sugar daddies, right?
Correct.
I mean, you got some older women that take care of younger men, right?
Correct.
You got some older men that take care of younger women, right?
Correct.
That's their prerogative to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. But as far as all these women that Chuck was around, you ever see Miss Dykes act jealous about him being around other women?
Not at all.
Okay. And in the studio, lounge room, that was at her home, it wouldn't be unusual for Chuck to bring a lot of people, different people over there, would it?
Not at all.
Guys, girls?
Correct.
It was a studio.
Correct.
I mean, just if you know, it wouldn't be unusual for him to have sex with women at that house, would it?
Correct.
Did you know Carmen?
Correct. I did.
Now, Carmen wasn't at that house, was she?
I don't think she ever came to the house.
That was another apartment he had, right?
I don't know about. I think she had an apartment.
Where he stayed, right, with Carmen?
Correct.
And whoever else was there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because Chuck was a ladies' man, right?
This is debatable.
Well, he thought he was, didn't he?
Yeah. Correct.
Everybody says he is.
Safe to say he's a womanizer?
I don't think he is.
You didn't think he's a womanizer?
Not at all.
Manipulate women?
Not at
To
all.
get what he wants?
I never seen him do it.
You never seen him do it?
Not at all. It's they want to give it to him, then he received it.
Okay. Like kind of like a pimp, huh?
I wouldn't say that. A pimp is, you know the definition of a pimp.
Yeah.
Women selling their body, they giving him money. I don't think that what the case was.
So Chuck wasn't
But
no
gifts,
pimp.
I would say gifts.
A lot of gifts from different women.
Correct.
Thank you, Ricky Watson.
Couple of baby mamas,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
But he's not a womanizer, right?
I never seen him be a womanizer. Super respectful to ladies. I always approach them with respect.
As long as they're giving him what he wants, right?
I mean, that's debatable.
This is the weirdest questioning.
As far as Chuck, I know you said you never spoke with him after a certain point, right?
Correct.
But any doubt in your mind that he knew that these people were looking for him, for this girl from Seattle?
Was it, can you repeat the question?
No, strike it, don't worry about it. Let me ask you, well, I wanted to ask you about that, when you said he had to pay for the trip. When Nina comes up and gives him the key.
Yes.
And you refer to it, you and Dax would laugh like, go pay for the trip, right?
Right.
Okay, so he was going back to the room with both of them, right?
Yes.
So, in your presence, did Lisa or Nina ever appear jealous of each other?
Not at all.
They knew Chuck liked women,
Yes.
liked to have sex with women.
I don't know those details, but I know he liked women.
Okay, was Chuck loyal to any woman, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Loyal in regards to what way?
He was with him. I mean, if it was understood, it was understood. Loyalty is, it's all on what their aspect of loyalty is. Now, was he faithful? No.
Okay.
But loyal? Yeah, because he was with him.
Okay, okay. So in your opinion, it wouldn't have been cheating, he wouldn't have been cheating on Lisa because they would have had an understanding.
Correct.
She knew he had other women.
From my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
He even brought other women out to that house in Mesquite, right?
Yes.
Okay. After texting Chuck 50-50, sending him this picture of the missing girl from Seattle, did you ever talk to him again?
I didn't.
And all you know is he told you he dropped her off in DL.
Yes.
I'll pass it with, thank you, sir.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be found excused?
Objection stated.
Any objections from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are clear
All
to
right,
leave and
thank
go
you.
about your business. Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Seth Rosenberg.
Is he done? I had to go swap laundry. I'm leaving this house today.
Excuse me, I see that your right hand is raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Marilyn. Can you state your name and spell your name for the court clerk, please?
Seth Rosenberg, SETHROSENBERG.
And what is it that you do for a living?
I work for the City of Dallas for Crime Scene Unit.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been working for Crime Scene for 13 years. I've been on the police department for 22 years.
And is there any special training that you have to go through to become a crime scene technician with the Dallas Police Department?
To be a detective, you got to go through a 4-week class to train how to take fingerprints, use your camera, use the chemicals that you use to lift prints or get possible evidence. You make sure that you can use gloves and you handle everything properly so you don't cross-contaminate any evidence. And after you're done with the 4-week class of training, you do 10 weeks of training with a field trainer to show you how to do the calls out in the field. And once you have accomplished that, then you get to go out and answer calls on your own.
And you said that you have been doing crime scene for 13 years, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury kind of what some of your duties are as a detective that goes out to crime scenes.
Well, we wait for the calls to come in. When we get called, we go out to homicides, sexual assaults, robberies, assaults, any crime against a person that can physically harm them. When we get called out to these scenes, we kind of get the layout of what happened from the officers at the location. We photograph what we see when we get there. Then if we have anything to collect, we'll put placards out. We will retake all these photos with placards that are put out to identify which items go with which number. We will collect them. If there's any DNA to collect, we will collect that. We're wearing gloves through this whole process. And the very last thing we would do is take fingerprints if we're looking for fingerprints.
Now, I addressed you as detective, but you are not the lead detective on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you're not the investigating detective on this case?
Correct.
Who is it, Detective Rosenberg, that kind of decides what items to collect, places to swab for DNA and things like that at a crime scene?
Depends on which unit, because I believe it was missing persons that I was first called out on. So the detective in missing persons was in charge of this at first.
And so you get some information about kind of, the investigation and what's going on, and then when you go in, you take photographs of various things, looking for pieces of evidence, collect them, and then what happens to that evidence?
Once I collect the evidence, I will send it off to either the property room to, and that's just to store, or SWIS, which is Southwest Forensics of Science, to test for DNA. Or if you got fired cartridges, we send them to NIBIN to be tested for ballistics.
Did you have the occasion to go out to an address of 3113 Kensington Drive in Mesquite, Texas on October 31st, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that in response to?
Missing persons.
Okay, and did the detective on the case at that time, had they obtained a search warrant to search that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess your job was to collect items in that home in response to that search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you entered that home, first of all, how did you enter?
The door had already been forced open.
And who had forced that door open?
I do not know who forced it open.
Okay. Was there a, I guess, a fugitive unit or a unit of accompanying officers that came with you to kind of seal the perimeter of that house to make sure this process was done without any interference?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't there when that door was kicked open?
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea if it was one of those officers?
Correct.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Besides those officers, who else was out there at the scene, if you recall?
I know Detective Dolby was out there for missing persons, and then there's several fugitive officers out there, and a few sergeants, and that's about all I can remember.
And the fugitive officers that we're talking about are those that were there to just kind of make sure that there wasn't any interference?
Correct.
Were you all aware at that time that the house was still occupied?
No, ma'am, I had no idea.
Is that the purpose of the fugitive unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, upon entering the house, what did you notice about the house?
There wasn't much furniture in the house. It looked like they were in the middle of moving. And in one of the bedrooms, the master bedroom, the ceiling had caved in.
And what time of day was it that you...
This is during the day, since I work days on the department.
Do you recall how many bedrooms were in this home?
I believe there was 3.
3 bedrooms? And like a living room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, typical layout?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was the garage, I guess, was it accessible through an alleyway or through the front of the house, or from the front of the house?
Through the alleyway.
And the front door, is that just as accessible from the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you're going to park in the driveway or in the garage, you have to drive down the alleyway and enter the driveway and garage that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take photographs of each of the rooms in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that? What was the purpose of that?
When we get to the location and it is search warrant, we photograph the entire home to get the layout of the home and what we see when we get there.
Madam First Witness, Your Honor, you may. Is it fair to say you take several photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm handing you what's been marked states Exhibit 92 through 178. Let me flip through those and just look at each of those photographs.
Yeah, the active shooter in Las Vegas is near University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and students are told to shelter in place. Suspect is contained. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department just said it's contained.
Detective Rosenberg, are each of those photographs a fair and accurate representation of the home in the condition it was when you photographed it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, State Operative States Exhibits 92 through 178 for all purposes.
Trying to see what other information I can get on it. The most recent updates.
No objection, Judge. They've been previously tendered.
All right. Excuse me, State's Exhibits 92 through 178 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And Detective Rosenberg, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each photograph, but I just want the jury to be able to get kind of a general idea of kind of the contents of the home. States 193, that's the front of the home.
Yes, ma'am.
States 94,
This
the
is where they
garage
did the
area.
video.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a placard there of a 4, and is that just indicative of something that you were going to collect?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time when you collect it, do you have any idea if it's evidence or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. States 95, another picture of one of the kind of maybe dining areas of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your equipment there?
No, ma'am. That is at the house.
Okay, and does that appear to be a mattress up against the side?
Yes, ma'am.
Ironing board, iron?
Yes, ma'am.
96 is that placard again. 97 is an up close of that earring. 98, can you recall what room of the house this is in?
This is the guest bathroom.
Okay, and it's kind of dark right there. We didn't talk about this, but what is one of the tools that you use in determining whether or not you need to swab for DNA specifically in an area?
We have a chemical called Blue Star, where you have to have the room or area completely dark, and you spray this chemical on it, and if it hits blood, it will illuminate blue to where you can identify, or not identify, but see where the possible blood could be, because
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Hanning also has been marked as State's Exhibit 179. Is that do you recognize the layout there?
This is Las Vegas.
yes, ma'am.
Police.
Okay,
Ask
is
me,
that
was
an
Dan in
accurate
here?
representation of what it appears to be?
Yes, ma'am.
State Operators 179 for all purposes. Events.
No objection, Your Honor. It's been previously tendered, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 179 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this was in a guest bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's just take a look at states 179. This is kind of the layout of that Kensington home. And can you point on that screen? And I guess the screen's not working. The guest bathroom that we're talking about, can you point up there on that TV?
That one right there.
Okay, and it's kind of connected to the bedroom right there? Or right outside that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In this instance, it's during the day, so are you able to at least shut off that bedroom to get enough darkness to use, is it luminol?
It's Blue Star.
Blue Star.
It is the bathroom, not a bedroom.
And is that kind of what we see right there on the, I guess, door frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would have swabbed in
Yes, ma'am.
DNA? Okay. States 99, is that same bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
States 100, it's terrible on this. Your Honor, if we could get the lights on, I think that might make that more clearer for the jury. Maybe.
You can see a little bit of it.
The picture itself is kind of dark.
And here.
Is this the area that we're talking?
And right there.
And where else? I'm sorry, I read the picture. Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Your
remember,
Honor, I may just have better luck just showing the jury instead of having the lights out. I thought that would help.
he said something too, the defense attorney said something too about, he suggested that this blood could be from punching her and knocking
States
teeth out.
101, is this the same bathtub?
Yes, ma'am, just a better photo.
Okay. And it appears that Blue Star reacted there.
Yes, ma'am.
States 102, same bathtub?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Sometimes you gotta take a lot of photos to capture what you're trying to see with Blue Star.
And you're trying to make sure that the jury gets to see the same, or investigators get to see the same thing that you see in person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's kind of unclear, but there looks to be a reaction to Blue Star there. Do you recall what this is a picture of?
I believe it's the door.
Okay. And then it states 104.
Yeah, it's right there, by the door handle, right underneath it.
Okay. States 105. Is that, I could not tell the states 105, is that a glare from the tile, or is that the Blue Star reaction?
That is gonna be Blue Star reaction.
Okay, and do you recall what area that reaction came from?
No, ma'am, and that's why I
Okay.
say sometimes you gotta take continuous photos to try to get what you're actually taking a photo
States
of.
106, is that same tile floor but in the light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. States 107, do you recall what bathroom that is?
That's still the guest bathroom.
Okay. States 108, is that the Blue Star that reacted to the guest bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
States 109,
He's so well mannered.
That's just a bad picture of the one from before.
okay. States 110,
That's the other sink in the bathroom.
and the same guest bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
States 111, is this where they had to kind of kick in the door or break that door frame to get in?
Yes, ma'am.
States 112, we already saw pictures similar. States 113, does that just appear to be another area of the kind of common area of the home?
Yes, ma'am, and that is also on the floor right there is from the door
Okay.
being forced open.
States 114, also a common area.
Yes, ma'am.
States 115, there's some more things left there in that common area.
Yes, ma'am.
116, 117, States 118, I think that may be an identical photo.
Yeah, I'm just doing a 360 around the rooms to show what the rooms like.
States 119, 120, is that going out to the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
States 121, is that a photograph of the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And, I mean, as you can tell, there's a lot of items left out on the countertops.
Yes, ma'am.
States 122, same kitchen, the trash can's full. States 123, that's just a picture of the stove and more items out.
Yes, ma'am.
States 124, is that just another shot into where that mattress was kind of leaned up against the wall?
Yeah, it's showing from the kitchen going out to the front door.
And does this States 125 appear to be the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
It's clear there's no washer and dryer, but at some point there appears there would have been a washer and dryer there.
Yes, ma'am.
States 126, cabinets in the laundry room. 127, does that appear to be kind of going into where the pantry is?
Yes, ma'am. It's the back side of that laundry room.
Okay. 128, picture of the pantry and left behind items.
Yes, ma'am.
States 129, additional picture of the pantry, just the top part.
Yes, ma'am.
States 130, that's kind of some
It's the water heater.
water heater and things, Kroger bags and things left out. States 131, also the kitchen. Also it states 132. Now states 133, that's the garage area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wait, can we go back for a second? Was that oh, there's knives
Also the kitchen.
missing.
So it says 132.
I was trying to see which knives were missing.
Now it says 133, that's the garage area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can see some, it looks like a gas can maybe and some other items there in the corner.
Yes, ma'am.
It says 134, various items on the shelves. States 135, that's also the garage area.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're moving back into the house. States 136. What does that say? Can you tell?
It looks like math to me, but
Math. Okay. Lots of debris and things on the floor, chips, knocked over stool, futon in the corner. States 137, appears to be, desk in that corner, a Rick and Morty poster. Are you familiar with Rick and Morty?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Space Jam, Wonder Woman posters. States 138. States 139. Does that appear to be, I guess, some foam material kind of in that closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with that material being used to create kind of a sound,
Studio.
I don't know, barrier?
Yes, yeah, it's kind of like a soundproof. Try to.
Sound booth, thank you. Booth escaped me. So it appears to be that if there was a studio in that home, that would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
141 the same.
Yes, ma'am.
142, that appears to be like a utility closet.
Yes, ma'am.
143, maybe a hall closet with some things left.
Correct.
Says 144, is that just kind of a picture of the carpet area in the bedroom?
That is the far bedroom in the corner of the house.
Okay, and if I'm looking at the, says 179, the layout, is it this bedroom or this bedroom?
It's that bedroom.
I'm sorry, which one?
The one you were pointing at. That.
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these photographs, states 144 is that corner bedroom. States 145, is that same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell what that is on the carpet?
No, ma'am.
States 146,
It's just 360 photos going through the whole bedroom.
okay. States 147, same bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
148, is that starting to be an up close at that closet where things were left?
Yes, ma'am.
Same with 149.
Correct.
States 150, is that same closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there's some various candles, looks like Santa Muerta type of candles and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. States 151, is that hall, that bathroom? That's in this bathroom?
Guest bathroom, yes, ma'am.
Okay. States 152, same bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
153, that looks like that's going out into the hallway.
Correct.
States 154, do you recall what room that was in?
I believe that's still the guest bathroom.
Okay, like a linen closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Same with States 155?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and some various items, shampoo, Curl La La, things of that nature left in that bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you use Curl La La?
Oh, ma'am.
States 156 is, which bathtub is this? If you can recall.
That, I believe, is a guest bathroom.
Okay. And then we have States 157, same guest bathroom. On States 150.
I'm thinking
sorry.
that is the master bathroom.
Okay. Is States 156 is the master bathroom?
I think so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Same with 157?
Yes, ma'am.
158. Does that appear to be, what does that appear to be?
Possible blood, it's some kind of stain on the bottom of the bathtub.
Okay. And this is States 159. What room is this?
That is going to be the master bedroom.
Okay. And if we go back to the layout of the house, that's this one right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, that, the last, where the toilet was, that was the guest bathroom.
That was the guest
Yes.
bathroom? Okay. The one with the black shower curtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. 160, further, just showing other things left in that master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Primary bedroom, I guess, is 161.
Yes, ma'am.
162, what is all this stuff right there?
That is the insulation from the ceiling. If you can see on the top of the photo, the ceiling has fallen down in the master bedroom to where all the insulation's fallen out of the ceiling.
Okay. Do you have any idea how long that had been there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's just how it was when you got there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the closet in the primary bathroom area?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's like a walk-in closet?
Yes, ma'am.
And same in 164?
Yes, ma'am.
165, the primary bathroom? Or can you tell from that picture?
They're not in the order I took them, so sometimes it's hard to tell. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
I'm thinking that's going to be master, though.
Okay. States 166, that's a shower curtain in that.
Yes, ma'am.
States 167,
That's going to be the master bathroom.
states 168,
It's going to be in the master bathroom.
169,
And that is in the master bathroom.
170,
It's just the medicine stand in the bathroom.
in the bedroom. And it says 171, you have a placard there for number 1. Is that something you collected?
Yes, ma'am. It should be a latex glove.
And 172, and 173 are both those gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
174, that is the placard for the second, I guess, item that you collected.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you recall what those items were?
Should be an earring and a fingernail.
And 175, do you recall what closet says 175 was?
That is a guest bedroom with that empty room that had nothing on the carpet. That's the closet there,
Okay,
and that's going to be a pair of panties.
okay, and that's something you collected?
Yes, ma'am.
I hate that word.
And when we're talking, that's this bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
The other bedroom is the one that had the math written on the wall?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
176. Do you recall which bathtub?
That's going to be the guest bathroom.
Okay. Versus this is the master bathroom? It stays 177?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And last is just the garage area, 178.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, it looks like you collected 4 different items. Did you also take some swabs when you were out there?
Yes, ma'am.
What things did you take swabs of?
It was on the guest bathroom. It was the left sink, the bathtub, the interior door, and the bathtub floor.
And once you take those swabs, you take those to Swifts,
Yes, ma'am.
deposit those in a, I guess, a safety lockbox. How does that process work?
When we gather up the DNA, we package it up at our office in headquarters at 1400 Botham Green. When we package it up, we do the report. We have a copy of the report and attach it to the envelope. We then fill out a SWIFT form and put it on a shelf and wait for someone to transport it over to SWIFT to their secure lockbox.
Now, the other 4 items, what do you do with those 4 items?
I sent all of it to SWIFT.
Okay. Now, you weren't aware whether people were presently living there or not, correct?
Correct.
But just based on appearances and your training and experience, I mean, you photographed thousands of homes.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression?
My impression, someone was leaving fast out of the house.
Now, you had the opportunity to go out on another scene that was associated with this incident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
This is in Wilmer, Texas.
Okay, and do you recall the location in Wilmer, Texas?
38 Post Oak.
What were you called out there to do?
There's an open field that had evidence in the field that we were going out to try and locate.
Okay. And when you went out there, was it just Dallas Police Department or were there some other agencies out there?
There was a lot of agencies out there.
And this was in response to finding possible human remains, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take some photographs out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before we get to those photographs, can you kind of describe to the jury, so you get out to the scene and there's several people out there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all eventually coordinate as to how you were going to search the scene and try to get as much evidence as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the conditions out there?
It was very wet in a dirt field where we had puddles of water everywhere.
And about how many people were out there?
I'd say at least 40.
40?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess what was the process by which you all coordinated to search this area?
Because of how wet it was, we basically got about arm's length from each other and just walked straight as far as we could go, come back. If we found anything, we got a flag. We stuck the flag by the item that we found so we wouldn't lose it. And then we'd go and start and walk again the same direction, go straight up, come back. And then we crossed it. We looped around and we went back the same, the opposite direction, or perpendicular to how we searched it the first time, to try to locate any item we could.
Did you take some photographs out there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Rosenberg handing you has been marked, states exhibits 180 through 208. Can you flip through those photographs, please?
They probably just had yes ma'am, like copy and paste. And every time he said it, copy paste, copy paste.
Are those a fair and accurate representation of the photographs you took?
Yes, ma'am.
Control V.
Your Honor, state offer states 108 through 180 through 208 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
I wonder what if they got their air figured out or how hot it is in there right now.
No objection, Judge.
All right, states exhibits 180 through 208 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Before we kind of go through these photographs, I want to just kind of remind you and the jury of this area where you were searching. It's right there at, let me see if it'll go back in focus. Right there at Post Oak Road. When you all got there, did you just kind of park right along here?
Yes, ma'am.
And that field is just open, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And that wooded area, we also went through a lot of the wooded area.
Okay. And so you were talking about lining up, so would you all line up and then like walk this way as far as you could? Or can you kind of show that for the jury on the screen up there?
We lined up from here up to there at first, and we all walked this way, as far as we could. Then when we were done there, we'd go up this way, then we'd walk all the way up through there. They also had drones in the air looking from the sky. When we got done walking that direction, we turned, then we walked this direction as far as we could into the wooded area. And we just completed that area searching like that.
Is it fair to say with 40 individuals on the ground and drones that you all did the most thorough job you could?
Yes, ma'am.
And being out there, kind of take maybe you're a little bit of a country boy.
Yes, ma'am.
What challenges could you see in finding all of the remains and pieces of evidence that were out there?
I know while we were out there, we were watching wildlife crossing the street when we were there. And however long it is, the longer someone is out there, the more animals come around and scavenge and eat. And so wherever someone is placed, they're going to be kind of scattered everywhere. So you're not necessarily going to get to find all the bones or all the remains left of anybody out in the field.
But you all searched and did the best you could, found as much as you could.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is actually the second, the initial remains were found a couple days before, on March 24th. Were you out there for that search?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. You all went back out there a couple days later, and let's just kind of look through these pictures. This is states 180, and you can see kind of back there, I mean, clearly it's wet.
Yes, ma'am.
There's puddles and things like that. What is this right there? That's kind of one of the flags that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you all just mark these things with these orange flags?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that find right there?
That is garbage bags right there.
Okay. And were those collected?
Yes, ma'am.
States 181.
No,
Is that a close up of that garbage bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you don't really know where this garbage bag is from, but it could be important in the case.
Correct.
And I believe it's probably not in a great order, but it states 182. This is kind of where you all were parked. And which side of the road are we searching,
We,
if you can tell?
both sides of the street.
Okay. So you searched both sides?
There, we looked on, some areas on the other side as well. We didn't go as thorough on the opposite side.
Okay.
At least when I went there, because we concentrated on that first field at the beginning where they found whatever they found 2 days before, because I don't even know what they found at that time.
Okay. States 183. Is that an area that you all searched?
This is gonna be that wooded area that we searched first. And that last picture is probably gonna be the same side, just where the wooded area and the field meet.
And from the street, once you walk through, I mean, it's hard to see back behind all this growth right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have to actually walk back there to see some of these things, like trash bags and things.
Yes, ma'am.
States at 184, is that another picture of that kind of growth,
Yep.
overgrowth area?
Yes, ma'am.
How far do you have to walk back through there to, I guess, get past that overgrowth?
You don't get past it. It's continuation through back. Once you get past that, then you get all the trees surrounding.
Okay,
But-
so this part that kind of blocks the view, does that remain throughout, or does it kind
Yes,
of,
ma'am.
open up to trees after that?
It opens up to trees after this, where it's just hard walking through the trees.
Okay. States 185. Is that a different trash bag?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Was that also collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a full trash bag or just a piece of a trash bag?
That one is a full trash bag.
States 186. Is that the same trash bag?
Yes, ma'am.
States 187, you can kind of see
Right in the center.
right there a marker,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's hard to tell, but if you recall, does this bag correlate to that marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just looking at states 187, that marker right there, you can't see from that photograph, you can't even see what is being marked.
Correct.
You'd have to walk back there before you could actually see that there from, and that first picture is kind of taken close to the street, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. States 189, that's a additional marker.
Yes, ma'am.
States 190, is that a marker for a piece of duct tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can see from there, the road's really not that far from this marker.
Correct.
This is that overgrowth area that we were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
How long of a walk is that to get from the road to there?
It's not very far.
Okay. States 191. Is that another picture of that duct tape?
Yes, ma'am.
States 192. Is that also duct tape?
Yes, ma'am.
States 193. Some additional trash bags.
Yes,
It looks
ma'am.
like lots of pieces of duct tape
Yes,
wrapped
ma'am.
around. Do you recall in looking at Do you recall where that particular group of things was located?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if it was in the wooded area or in that kind of open area?
They're almost all right along the edge of the wooded area. The garbage bags really were not inside the wooded area, they're just on the outside of it.
Okay. States 194. This kind of a picture of where the open area and the wooded area kind of come together?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that kind of the area where these trash bags were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a marker right there?
It is.
States 195. We see a couple of markers there, and this is that kind of front puddle area where the kind of rain had, kind of filled up those, I don't know that they were holes, but, that dirt area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall what pieces of evidence?
That is something, like I said, if we found bone or anything, they would put a marker down, and we found a lot of animal bones, so they didn't get collected. Because we actually had the medical examiner out there to identify the bones.
Okay, whether it's medical or something else.
Whether it was animal or human.
Animal or human. I'm sorry, I said medical. Animal or human. More of that kind of puddled area. Now, you weren't out there for the first search to know where they located some of the human remains.
I was not.
Okay. States 197. You can kind of see a trap right there. It looks like maybe an animal trap, small animal trap.
Yes, ma'am.
And then way back in there, you see a flag. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this kind of right when you start walking into the woods?
Correct.
States 198. Do we start kind of getting closer to that flag that we saw before?
Yes, ma'am.
States 199.
Nope.
Way back in that corner is a flag. And States 200. Can you tell in States 200 what kind of what is right there?
That should be the clear plastic bag.
Okay. States 201. What does that appear to be?
Those just that's the like hair scrunchie with hair in it.
Okay. And is this kind of more located in the woods area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then States 202, I think that's the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And then States 203, looks like to be hair. Could you tell if that was human hair or what that was?
I couldn't tell you that. I just know there's a scrunchie in with the hair.
Okay. So States 204 is a close-up of that plastic bag.
Yes, ma'am.
States 205 is a flag. And States 206, can you tell what piece of evidence they're kind of focused on or what find they are focused on?
I think it's going to be a fingernail.
Okay.
This is the one.
States 207. I'm sorry, States 206. Can you see?
Yeah, it's that little piece. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that identified as maybe a piece of a fingernail?
That's what I called it. That's what I
Okay.
think they called it.
Could you tell if it was like a real fingernail or if it was a fake nail?
I think it was one of those fake nails.
States 208, I'm sorry, 207, appears just to be maybe a piece of that trash bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think last is States 208, and maybe this will clear up. Right there, is that?
Yeah, that's going to be the fingernail.
Okay, and you said that it appeared to be like a fake nail?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pittman, I'm sorry, if you could mark your spot, we have
Yes,
been
ma'am.
going for about almost an hour and 45 minutes, so it's time for our afternoon break. We will be in recess for 10 minutes.
All right.
Sorry, I muted my microphone because I was listening to the scanner in Vegas. We need a yes ma'am counter for that.
I'm there now.
Over 200 photos.
Copy that traffic. Man from Battalion 3, I don't know if they switched over the TAC channel. I'm making my way there. Yeah, dispatch just told them to break engine 29 on TAC 9 command. 29 by. Yeah, just confirming, are you for sure confirmed that we have an officer down? I spoke with an officer and that is not confirmed yet. It sounds like it's just a barricade situation.
Barricade situation.
Information. I'll update you as it comes in.
Saying barricade situation.
Copy that.
They're talking about a second suspect. But they said it came through officer down, but they said that's not confirmed. So, that's what. Here, you want me to just turn it on while we're on the break? I can put it on the computer instead of my phone. You can listen. So they're talking about a barricade situation. They said something about a second.
What's your detail?
Second suspect.
We got Division 1 reported clear. Division 2 we're working on now. Division 3 has 2 419s. Division 4 has 1 419. And we're working on 5. I'll update you here momentarily.
They said something about.
Thank you.
Second suspect with a handgun and a duffel bag, I think is what they said. So they're going through clearing stuff now, looking for to see if there's any victims too. They haven't found any other victims.
Dispatch is 17. This is 17.
But I think they're about to go to attack channel.
Available. Yeah, keep going. I told you, dispatcher. Engine 17 copy. You know what channel we're supposed to be on? Stand by. We just got added. So in 3 seconds. 4!
Oh.
2, engine 29.
Virginia Little says, as many times I've been to MGM Grand, I never knew there was a college
straight to
behind
command. Command, I did request 1 additional engine, 1 additional rescue to South Branch. Copy, I copied that, thanks.
I don't think I'll have access to their, they're talking, they mentioned the barricade system, but I don't know what's going on with it.
Copy, will you show Rescue 33 out of service and MCI in service?
Copy.
That one and Henderson are both have a lot of traffic going on right now.
Command operations. Stand by.
getting quiet.
Floor 4 is totally clear except for the 1419 and 406. We're heading out car 4, RTF 2, and extraction 1, car 6.
Copy. I need you to meet me in the Student Union area. I'll be staged out here with other officers.
Copy that. Will that be in the courtyard area? Rescue branch RTF 3.
RTF 3.
We got about half of Division 1 cleared at this time. We're encountering a lot of locked doors, and it's just a long process that we're continuing on. If we can get that flight car, that'd be of great help.
I copy. We're still waiting for it to return.
Rescue brand operations. Those flight cars should be headed your direction at this point.
Copy.
I listen to this stuff all the time.
RTF 2, what's your location?
We'll be in the main.
Which is really weird. Most people listen to, like, you know. What do most people listen to? What do normal people listen to? Radio. And I listen to scanner feeds. Allie B from Tennessee, do you listen to Scanner all the time, Brandi? Also, where's this?
Affirmative. We are still standing by on Division 5. We have no victims. We're waiting on SWAT to continue opening up all these doors. We're in a safe location with our law enforcement.
Copy. Continue to stage near Division 5 with LE, waiting for clearing.
That's affirmative, Chief. We're still PAR 5 with 5 LE.
Let's pull up a feed, see what we can find.
Release if we can.
Victim count on Division 2.
I have no accounting of any victim on Division 2.
Matt copy.
Yes, I listen all the time. I know that's weird.
And
I have my notifications set to where, like, there's certain things that will alert me from all over. I have, okay, don't make fun of me. I have like 3 different scanner apps. The one that I like the most is Broadcastify, but I pay for that one because
we're standing by, waiting for reassignment on Division 5 with our LE.
Copy. I need you to come downstairs to recycle, please.
Copy that, Chief.
It's my favorite to listen to. I also do the
Operations from Rescue.
the paid subscription for, let me see the name of it. It's the yellow one. Because
Rescue branch operations.
those notifications come faster. So one I pay for because it's a better feed. One I pay for because the notifications
I'm going to
come
start sending crews to recycle, or rehab, I should say. I'll keep some crews here ready for deployment. Just want to give you an update.
Scanner Radio is the other one.
Operations copies. You're going to recycle some of your crews. I'm not going to take them back to TAC 6, and I'll let you manage that. If you need any additional resources, let me know. Could you also give me a updated patient count from Division 1 through 5 and where they're located, please?
Lola McDonald, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the family. We are glad to have you here. Welcome to the jury box.
Not on my end. It's not on our end.
Welcome, welcome. Good. I'm glad that y'all are telling me it's not weird. It's also bad too, like if I see police around, like if I'm on from one of the balconies on my condo, like one of the community balcony things, the road.
Division 1 is currently being cleared. Division 2, no victims. Division 3, 2 black. Division 4, 1 black. Division 5, no victims. And I'm going to go back to Division 1. We currently have 1 black outside. Interior is still being cleared. Total of 4 black, 1 orange found within the building.
Copy. So just confirming, we have 1 black that was found exterior of the building. Division 1 is still being cleared, but no victims as of yet. Division 2 has no victims. Division 3 is a total of 2 black. Division 4 is clear with 1 black. Division 5 is clear with no victims, correct?
That's affirmative.
Very short briefing on where we are at this point. Before I do that, I want to introduce Sheriff McMahill, you see to my left, and the fire chief.
Not meet the description of the possible second
call of an active shooter event
from the UNLV incident. They still don't know if this is tied to the same incident or not.
45 this morning. Officers immediately responded, engaged the suspect. The suspect at this point is deceased. We do not have information on any potential victims.
Brandi copies. MCI 33, I want you to come to Maryland and Harmon. We'll have crews that will direct you in. You're going to position right by Engine 18, which is going to be in the parking lot of UNLV at Maryland and Harmon.
Copy, Maryland and Harmon.
At this point, what I can tell you as well is that the entire Nevada system of higher education in Southern Nevada, campuses are all closed out of an abundance of caution. There is no threat to any other campus, but we are doing this out of an abundance of caution. With that, I will turn it over to the sheriff.
I'm Kevin McMahill. I'm the sheriff of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and I want to say to the community, there's no further threat. I will tell you that this combined police, state, local, and federal law enforcement, along with the fire department, worked very well. As the chief told you, we do have 1 suspect down. Of course, we have no idea on the motive.
Private on this call.
There are a number of victims that have been transported to area hospitals, so I don't want to give you false information and tell you how many victims that we have, but we will be providing that update very, very shortly. I want to assure the community there's no further threat. We are continuing the investigation here. This is still a very active and dynamic scene, so if you can avoid the area, we would appreciate it. And we'll be providing additional updates in the very near future. Thank you. Yes, there are victims.
Yes, on behalf of the entire first responder community, though, of course, our hearts go out to any of the families that are affected by this. Our update right now is that we do have a reunification center that is opened up at the convention center. That's at the North Hall. It will take time to transport students over to that area, but if you can't get a hold of your loved ones right now, your kids or somebody that you're concerned with.
Should be able to handle this for right now. We'll call you back if we need you later.
Engine 5 copies. Thank you, Engine 2 on.
Then that would be the place to go and to try to go ahead and do that reunification. We will have people there to assist you. We also have a phone number. It is being staffed. It's 702-45.
Can you go Division 5? Start with Division 5, please.
5 AID.
Division 5 was clear with no victims. Division 4 has been cleared with 1 black. Division 3 has been cleared with 2 black. Division 2 has been cleared with no victims. Division 1 has been cleared with no victims. There was one victim that was found exterior that was black. There was one orange victim that was transported. I'm unsure what their location was when they were located.
Copy that. Total of 4.
4 black.
Orange.
And there'll be a website opened up, and it's facofsouthernnevada.com.
No need.
Okay. And so that is our current information that we have for victim services, and that will change also as or be updated as necessary. But we will have those resources there. Understand when you call that number or you check the website, the information right now will still be limited, and there won't be any specific information as far as
Rescue branch to operations.
Rescue by.
Can you confirm if or which of the black patients is our suspect and what floor they were located on?
Okay, one of the 4 is the suspect.
individuals that have been injured or deceased.
So as you can imagine, the campus is a very large area to cover.
Down Eastern is completely shut down.
Eastern.
Much like we had it in the aftermath of 1 October, there's a lot of additional calls coming in that students hunkered down, they're afraid, they're scared. Our officers are going unit by unit, building by building with the university police and the rest of the police officers, firefighters, EMS, and making sure that we don't have any additional victims and or subjects. So we'll be back with you in the very near future to provide an update. Thank you.
Sheriff, I have an update as well. I'm sorry. On that website, that's going to be facofsouthernnevada.org. I believe I said .com. That is .org. Thank you, sir.
Everybody will have future briefings at headquarters. Future briefings will be at headquarters.
Future, you all heard that? Future.
Contained and 1 officer down. Does that sound accurate to you guys?
Okay, yeah, no officer down. They do have a suspect in custody, and that's kind of on just a standby now. One suspect in custody doesn't fit any description, possibly, and no officer down. No officer down.
Copy, no officer down, 1 suspect in custody.
Of the student union. Copy, I'll relay that.
They're saying, yeah, no officer down and suspect in custody. I'm wondering if that's at the...
At this point, we do have units in staging if you need to actually rehab anybody as opposed to recycling.
At the barricade situation they were talking about.
Traffic 4 rescue branch.
See, that feed ended. Let me see. They had mentioned the second one earlier because they said that he had a
Operations rescue branch.
handgun and a duffel bag.
Operations from rescue branch. Did you have traffic for us? That's a negative. And as an update, all RTF and extraction teams are staged outside at my location.
Copy. You have all RTFs and extraction teams at your location, exterior of the building. And then just to follow up on that additional suspect, those supposedly south of your location, that's unconfirmed at this point.
Copy.
This is a live feed.
Fired as much. Command by. Command, is Mercier still needed on standby? You needed for another call right now?
It's right before the holidays, like, oh, their families.
Going to have one medical patient coming out to you, ancillary, unrelated, for transport with chest pain, approximate 55-year-old female.
Copy. One unrelated medical patient making their way out, 55-year-old female.
A 55-year-old female, chest pain, unrelated to actual event, just chest pain. Coming your way.
Bed wrench, copy.
It's good to hear them say, officer not down.
Copy. RTF 2 is going to clear the elevators beam home.
Dispatch engine 21.
Engine 21, go ahead.
They're saying 4, but one of them was
Copy, cancel.
suspect.
Depending on how long this incident goes, probably going to need batteries. Anything else you guys could possibly think of?
All right, do you
Copy
want...
that. We'll start working on more of the logistics.
Do you want to... I can keep this in the corner, and I can listen to the scanner if there's any other updates, and we can continue with the trial. Because right now, this is all we're going to see right here. But I can keep it on in the corner just so you can see in case something else changes.
Our patient is not injured and will not be transported. He's also going to go to a police substation and make a report. Metro is not needed on this call anymore.
Let me stop the scanner live.
That resource that's coming out to you with the medical patient is going to be Rescue 11. Can you send another unit with medical bags and gurney to replace them, please?
Okay, I'm stopping the live on the computer. I'll mute my microphone and keep listening on here in case there's any updates, but we'll continue with the trial for now.
You may be seated. Thank you.
You may resume. Thank you.
So looking back at your report, the things that you collected and that were also photographed, those are the 2 garbage bags that were kind of held together by the duct tape, and those were collected near that animal trap.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you collected a garbage bag, it was in a ditch.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that closer to the road?
Yes, ma'am.
A clear plastic bag that we saw a photograph of kind of in the wooded area?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 2 small pieces of duct tape that were collected near that kind of grouping of hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Head of hair with a scrunchie in the hair was collected in the woods?
Yes, ma'am.
And then finally, you collected a fingernail that was underneath the 2 garbage bags?
Correct.
And you submitted all those things to either Swifts or the property?
Swifts, ma'am.
Swifts, okay. And at that point, it's up to the detective to determine what kind of testing is done on those items?
Correct.
Now, can you tell me when those items were left out there?
No, ma'am.
You're just collecting things that may be evidence?
Correct.
And after that process, I mean, your job on that part of the case is done?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Detective, I just wanted, there was just a few questions I had for you. One in particular, you said that it appeared that someone was leaving out of there pretty fast out of the house. Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
You don't know that fact, do you?
No, sir.
Because, I mean, it can take numerous days to move, can't it?
Yes, sir.
In fact, if you want to move some stuff out and then you tell a friend or a loved one to, if they can move the rest of the stuff out at a later date, that happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Let me also ask you in reference to the blue star. It indicates the possibility of the blood, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to simplify it, but that's pretty much what it does, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, when I approach this, like for example, if whether my nose bleeds or my mouth is bleeding, whatever, blood here, and I touch it, and I come over here and I touch this wall, there's still gonna be blood, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we may or may not be able to determine whose blood it is, it's just gonna show the appearance of blood.
Yes, sir.
All right. But let me also ask you in reference to, let's say if I'm bleeding here and someone tries to clean it up, like let's say some drops of blood, right?
Yes, sir.
And someone tries to clean it up and you're spreading it out, trying to wash it, right?
Yes, sir.
If you don't get all that blood up, it's going to appear that there's blood, correct? Blue star's going to pick
Yes,
it up.
sir. It will.
It's, in fact, if I come on, if I touch blood there and I do this, that blue star is going to show an X, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Because it's just showing the blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Not how much blood, right?
Correct.
I mean, and for the most part, the reason we use the blue star is because people think that they're cleaning their blood up. It may appear like the blood is gone, right?
Yes, sir.
But that chemical reaction in the blue star is going to show if I guess blood has contacted an outlet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the photos that she showed you, because I don't want to go back through all this, it's late. But none of those are blood splatters, are they?
No,
You
sir.
commonly refer to as blood splatter.
Spatter.
I'm sorry, I'm from West Texas. But blood splatter?
Spatter.
Spatter, right?
Yes, sir.
And blood, may I approach this?
Yeah.
Blood splatter again has a
You know the
distinct
difference of that.
look, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're trained as a, I guess, criminal response, or what do they call you now?
I'm a detective.
Okay, you're a detective.
Crime scene detective, yes,
But
sir.
at crime scene, you know blood splatter when you see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Because typically, like, say if I stab you and I pull it out, that's where the blood splatter comes, correct?
Yes, from the blood flinging off the knife.
Flinging off the knife, right?
Yes.
Especially if I do it multiple times, it may do it, it may not, correct?
Correct.
But again, blood splatter, it may go on the ceiling, it may go on the wall, it just depends on the direction of that knife, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't see any blood splatter out of that residence, did you?
Not in the bathroom, no, sir.
Did you see it in the bedroom?
No, sir.
Did you see it in the kitchen?
No, sir.
Did you see it in the garage?
No, sir.
Did you see it anywhere in that house?
No, sir.
And as far as the objects that were, because I think we conducted or you went out with a search warrant on the 31st. Portions of the house that appear to be clean, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, because when you're in that bathroom, you can't just tell it's blood, right? You got to put the booster on.
Correct.
Looks like somebody tried to clean it, right?
Correct.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that ceiling with all that
Insulation?
yeah, insulation stuff. Is that, being a detective, would that be consistent with someone may have broken in that house?
Or falling through the ceiling?
That's what I'm saying, falling through the ceiling because they were trying to break through the house?
I don't know if there's a leak in the house from water either,
Okay, all right. Okay.
because that insulation looked wet.
Okay, that's fair. As far as you talked about going out to the location where the remains, some of the remains were found, because that was about 6 months later, you got a lot of weather. Does weather affect the evidence that's out there?
Depends on what kind of evidence it is.
Okay. As far as, like, let's say the trash bags you took pictures of, how long those trash bags were there, you have no idea, right?
No, sir, I do not.
If those trash bags were disturbed or moved, whether it's by animals or by human hands, you have no idea, correct?
Correct.
And to be truthful, the same thing with the bones, right?
Correct.
Because of the scavenging. Am I saying that right?
Yes,
The
sir.
animals- We don't know if the animals, moved those bones, right?
Correct.
We do know that a lot of bones are missing, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But in that area that you took the pictures of, it's wet, muddy, it's open, right?
Yes, sir.
Open to all the weather conditions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, during that time period, do you remember us having a severe weather storm? Just if you remember.
I know 2 days before when they did find something, it was dry as could be. We had bad storm in between the 2 days when I went out.
But do you remember the ice storm?
No.
I guess as far as whose blood was in that tub or sink or on that door, that's not your job.
No, sir.
That's somebody else's job.
Yes, sir.
See if they can determine that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you do know that there was no blood splatter?
Spatter.
No blood spatter, right?
Correct.
And blood spatter is something that we consistent with, stabbing, right?
Yes, sir.
Actually, gunshot wound too, right? You can
Yes,
have
sir.
From the, what y'all call it, like when you shoot somebody in the head and
The impact,
yes, sir, creates a
the blowback.
blowback, yes, sir. Okay, all right. But you didn't see any of that either, did you?
No, sir.
As far as like blood drippings in the hallway or things of that nature, would Blue Star typically pick that up?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see any of that, did you?
Like I said, it was daylight, and I couldn't get the house dark enough to do. And it needs to be nighttime to work in the house, really.
Yes, sir. That's all I have. Thank you, Detective.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, thank you, Detective.
Thank you,
If you're
sir.
leaving, go about your business, please watch your step. All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Julia Whalen.
Julia.
All right, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Excuse me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell the court your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Julia Wayland, JuliaWayland.
And can you just briefly tell the members of the jury what it is you do for a living, what your duties are, and the training that you've received to conduct that?
I'm currently a crime scene analyst with the Dallas Police Department. I've been with the department for 11 and a half years. I started as a technician in property crimes and promoted up to an analyst after 3 years.
And what are some of the duties as a crime scene tech?
As a technician, we respond to property crimes. As an analyst, we respond to persons crimes. So we get requested out by either detectives or officers if they believe that we need to come and document a scene, process a scene, preserve evidence of a scene, and the condition of a scene.
And were you called out on December 23rd, 2020 to process a crime scene?
Yes.
And my understanding is you work nights, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Rosenberg, he works days?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time you were called out to that scene?
I responded about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
And this was in December, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was getting dark early?
Yes.
And do you recall the location?
It was in Mesquite, I believe. May I reference my notes?
Yes.
I responded to 3113 Kensington.
And is that location in Dallas County?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But it was in Mesquite, Texas, correct?
Correct.
Now, who all was out there at that location?
There were some SIU detectives and 2 officers from Mesquite.
And SIU, that's different than youth crimes, is that correct?
Correct. It's for Special Investigative Unit.
Detective Dalby wasn't out there at that time that you processed this house, correct?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
One of your duties is to photograph the home and the condition that it is when you get there, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing what's been marked states 209 through 276. You and I went through these pictures actually today prior to your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you flip through those real quickly and just make sure that nothing is missing from there?
Hold on. She's got to look through 200 of these.
Yes, ma'am.
And we pared these down from the final set that you took, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer states 209 to 276 for all purposes.
We would end our day with her still flipping through those. Oh my gosh, now he has to flip through all of them, really?
209 through 276 are admitted for all purposes.
Okay, we are going to go through these very quickly until we get to kind of some of the things that I really want to focus on. This is just your placard. States 210, the front of the home. You all took this picture just to, and states 212, just to show that the door had been fixed since the last processing, correct?
I took it to show that there was no damage to the door.
Okay. Were you aware that they had processed this home before?
I knew that they had processed it, but I didn't, other than they had processed it during the day for Blue Star.
Okay. And space 213, some of these we've already seen pictures of, but in these pictures, the home appears to be clean. Is that correct?
Yes.
All items have been moved out, it appears?
Yes.
States 215, states 216, that's the entryway. States 217, appears to be a dining area going into the kitchen. 218 is that kitchen. 219, different shot of the kitchen. 220 is leading into, I guess, this garage area.
That's to the laundry room?
To the laundry room, okay. And 221 is 221, that's the laundry room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Another photograph of the kitchen. Kitchen into kind of a common dining, maybe breakfast nook area. 224, is that a photograph leading out into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the garage area. Another photograph of the garage area. And then 227, that's the garage door area. Does this appear to be like a two-car garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And 228, it appears to be a little bit darker. Are you attempting to use Blue Star at this time and try to get a picture of Blue Star?
Probably.
Do you see any in that particular photograph?
Not in that one, no.
Okay. 229, that's inside, kind of a common area.
That's the living area with the dining area to the left and the front door and the kitchen to the right.
Okay. And is that also kind of a living area?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the door leading out to the backyard?
Yes.
Backyard area?
Yes.
And we have a nice pool back there. And states 233. States 234 is just going back into the home from the backyard?
Correct.
It's all been
States
redone.
235, is that living area?
Yes, from standing kind of by the presumed master bedroom and that door to the backyard, looking back towards the front.
States 236, these are doors leading into
the presumed master bedroom.
Okay. And states 237, is that just another photograph of that area?
To show the relationship of those doors, and I'm in the living room kind of leading back to the hallway to get to the bedrooms.
Okay. States 238, that's just the fireplace. States 239 is kind of leading, is this kind of the hallway leading back into the bedroom areas?
Correct.
States 240, another photograph of that, a little closer up.
Yes, ma'am.
States 241, is this one of the doors leading into the bedroom?
Yes, that's to the south bedroom.
The south bedroom, okay. That's the one, the south bedroom, is that the one with the two windows right there?
That's one of them.
Okay, states 242. States 243 is the closet of that room. States 240 appears to be that same bedroom. Did it appear this home had been cleaned pretty thoroughly?
It appeared to be.
Okay, States 245, if it focuses, is that same bedroom?
Yes.
States 246, is that kind of leading out from that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And most of these photographs are just, I'm just kind of going through quickly because it just is what it is. States 247, is this going into a different bedroom?
That's to the southeast bedroom.
Southeast bedroom, okay. Is there any painting or anything on the walls there?
No.
States 248, southeast bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
States 249, is that same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
States 250, is that leading into one of the bedrooms?
That's leading into the master bedroom.
Okay, and then to the right, is that kind of the guest bathroom?
Yes.
States 251, and I think that just appears to be the same photograph taken kind of from this door. States 252, is that a hallway where you can kind of see the linen closet there?
Yes, that's looking back towards the south to show the south bedroom, the closet, and then the southeast bedroom from the entry to the master bedroom.
Okay, that's from the entry to the master. States 253.
I'm in the master bedroom looking back to that to show the little entryway of the door.
Okay. States 254. Is that the entry into the master bedroom?
Yes.
States 255, is this also the master bedroom?
Yes.
Or is this a different bedroom?
Same bedroom.
Okay. States 256.
It's the master bedroom.
States 257.
Master bedroom.
Do these doors lead out to the pool area?
Those lead to that living room area right before the doors to the backyard.
Okay. And you've opened that there, so that answered my question. States 258 is the master bedroom leading out. States 259, that's the master bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
States 260, also master bedroom?
Yes.
States 261, does that appear to be the master bedroom going into the master bath?
Yes.
States 262, sorry.
That's that other corner of the master bedroom between the entryway and the bathroom.
Okay. States 263.
That's part of the master bathroom.
States 254, 264, I apologize.
That's the lavatory
In the master bathroom? States 260.
Sandy, you have to answer out loud, yes or no.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. States 265, is that also the master bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the, States 266, that's the door leading into the master bedroom closet?
Yes.
Now, States 267, we see a couple of cards there, which appears to have something that reacted to Blue Star. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's my quality control test that I do before I actually start spraying the Blue Star onto items to show that it's working the way it's supposed to.
Okay. And States 268, is this a picture of the corner of the garage area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put a number 1 placard there. What was the purpose of that?
To show the area that I swabbed based on the luminescence from Blue Star.
Okay. And is this a photograph of that same kind of area that you, boy, that's bad. I'll show the jury here. Is this a photograph of that same area that you swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, and you see right there, that little tiny spot. Is that the spot that reacted to Blue Star?
Yes.
Now, that was the first spot that you swabbed and first area that reacted to Blue Star, is that correct?
Correct.
This is States 271, and that's your second placard. Where is that Blue Star area?
That is in the master bedroom by the bathroom door.
Okay. And did you take swabs in that area as well?
No.
Okay. And why did you not take swabs in that area?
Because I cut the carpet out.
Oh, that makes sense. When you cut the carpet out, then what did you do with it?
With all the collections I took, I collected them, I packaged them, and I left them on my evidence shelf, and then the detective that was involved collected it and took it over to Swift's.
Okay. So you cut that carpet out. This is States 272. There's a number 3 placard there. And I'll, since that's so hard to see, Do you recall what bedroom that was in?
That was also in the master bedroom, kind of in that entryway door going towards the hallway. It's on the, if you're looking at the doorway, it's on the right-hand side.
Okay. And that blue star shows that there may be a possibility of the presence of blood there.
Correct.
Did you cut that piece of carpet out, or did you swap that?
I cut it out.
States 273, just a picture showing the areas that were cut out.
Correct.
States 274, is that in one of the secondary bedrooms?
That's in the southeast bedroom.
The southeast bedroom. And does that show the presence of presumably blood from the blue star?
It shows a positive reaction.
A positive reaction, okay. 275, that has a number 4 placard. Is that the 4th area of carpet that you cut out based on the response to the blue star?
Correct.
Okay, and that's located under, kind of under that window area in that bedroom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be quite a bit of substance that is reacting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell. I'm sorry.
Okay. And based on that, you cut out that whole, basically, wall of carpet there in States 267. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you packaged all of that, put it in the evidence room for the detective to then determine what to do with that next, whether it's take to Swiss, tested, or whatever.
Correct.
Based on the blue star, can you tell whose blood that is?
No.
Can you tell when it got there?
Nope.
Your job just is to go in and spray, not to simplify it, but spray the various areas and see if there is this reaction to the skin.
Correct, to locate and preserve the evidence if I find any.
And locate and preserve that. In this situation, you didn't just cut out the carpet, you cut out the carpet pad too underneath.
Correct.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Is that the, I guess, 4x10 piece of carpet you cut out?
I'm not sure of the size of it.
Okay. All right. As far as, I guess even when you go back, what date did you go back on?
I'm sorry?
What date did you go and do your?
I began on December 23rd.
You didn't see any blood splatter on the wall, correct?
No.
That's like 2.5 months later.
Anything consistent with what you would think would blood splatter on the floors?
There was some discoloration on the carpet in the southeast bedroom.
Where someone could have was cleaning was. Again, you don't know whether the blood splatter or not. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Judge.
No objection, right, thank you. Investigator, then you're free to leave and go back to business.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
State calls Amanda Webb.
Every time they call the witness, I'm like, is it going to be Chuck Gorgeous? Because I'm like really ready to hear from.
Please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth that must be found?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Amanda Webb, A-M-A-N-D-A, last name W-E-B-B.
And Ms. Webb, what is it that you do for a living?
I am a forensic biologist, specifically a DNA analyst at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as SWIFT, or the Dallas County Crime Lab.
Can you tell the jury some about your education and training that you had to complete before you can have this position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in microbiology from Texas A&M University. I have a Master of Forensic Science degree in forensic molecular biology from George Washington University. I worked for approximately 1.5 years at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Lab in their mitochondrial research section. And I have been at SWIFT in the biology unit since 2008. Upon being hired at Swiss, we go through a comprehensive training program there. I'm qualified both in serology testing and in DNA testing. In DNA testing, we are proficiency tested twice a year, and I am licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission to perform DNA analysis.
Have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes.
How many times?
Many.
Okay. And have you been considered an expert in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Now, kind of tell the jury how does Swiss work when it comes to DNA testing? Who all can submit evidence to be tested?
We receive evidence from investigating agencies. We can receive requests for testing from attorneys' offices or through a court order. We are a fee-for-service laboratory, so we do charge all the agencies for any testing that we perform. And evidence is submitted, and it comes along with a request for what type of biology testing they would like done.
And you said attorney's offices, that includes defense attorney's offices. If they want to pay Swiss to test or retest certain items, that's available as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about, first of all, kind of what serology is and what that means?
Serology is the testing for the presence of biological fluids, such as blood, for example. When evidence comes into the lab and DNA is ultimately requested, that process begins in the serology unit. So serologists will test items for blood if requested, and they will collect samples from items that are then sent forward on for DNA testing.
Were several items that were collected in this case from the 3113 Kensington address, were those submitted to the lab to be analyzed by the serology department?
As far as the address goes, I'll have to refer to my notes to see where we
Did Detective Christine Ramirez submit several items to be tested to you under this case?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know where those items came from, but it may have been from different locations?
Yes.
Okay. And the first step of that is, as you said, for some of those items to be tested by serology?
Yes.
And that's for the presence of blood, is that correct?
That is one type of test that they perform.
Okay. And then the second type of testing done on these items was the DNA testing?
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jury, most people kind of know, but what is DNA?
DNA is a substance in our cells. It's basically like our genetic blueprint. We get half of our DNA from our moms and half of our DNA from our dads. So 99.9% of our DNA is all the same. That's why we all have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth. But 0.1% of our DNA is different, and it's this percent of DNA that we look at in forensic testing.
Maybe that's why they call him 50-50 Chuck. DNA.
Portion does not change over our lifetime, and it is unique to all individuals, with the exception of identical twins who would have the same DNA profile.
And you mentioned before that several items were submitted to you under this case to be tested. And you actually completed several reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you are testing DNA, do you need to have, I guess, a sample swab from a known contributor before you are able to make comparisons to the DNA that is possibly taken from a swab, a carpet or something of that nature?
If we are asked to compare DNA profiles from evidence samples to known individuals, then yes, we will receive either a buccal swab standard or a blood sample from that person. And from that sample, we develop a DNA profile for comparison.
And you're on that approach? You may. I mentioned before, you completed several reports in this case. Handing you what's been marked states 277 to 283. Did you look at those reports and compare it to what you have?
I've got her on 1.25 going over this stuff. We're just catching up since we paused to listen to the Vegas thing. Sorry, I'm like, my back is still killing me, so I'm like, just gonna stand like this. Oh, Chuck. Oh, wait, here. Oh my gosh, how many papers are there?
The state offer states 277 through 283 for all purposes.
Oh no.
All right, states exhibits 277 through 283 are admitted for all purposes.
Before we start talking about the reports, can you just tell the jury where various sources of DNA may come from?
So DNA is found in the cells of our body, such as our skin cells, and it is found in saliva, sweat, blood, bodily secretions that we might have.
And how does time affect whether or not DNA may be present on a particular surface?
It really depends. If DNA is deposited on a surface and then that sample is kept in temperature-controlled environment, humidity-controlled environment, and there's nothing there to physically remove that DNA, then it can stay there indefinitely. If factors such as washing hands, cleaning, those types of things can remove DNA from an item as well.
And how would, that DNA be affected by, say, being out in the elements?
Out in the elements, it has the potential to degrade DNA if that's in extreme heat or extreme humidity. If there's rain that can potentially wash anything away, all those factors could contribute to what happens to that DNA.
You mentioned washing hands. How would using maybe cleaning supplies and things of that nature affect the ability to, recover DNA from certain surfaces?
Using cleaning supplies, that has the potential to prevent us from getting a DNA profile. It will affect that DNA.
All right, Ms. Webb, I want to start with states 25. This was the initial DNA report that you completed on this case, and it's dated January 25th, 2021. Do you recall completing this report and this analysis?
Yes.
And you received this list of items from Dallas Police Department: a glove, a press-on nail, a piece of plastic, underwear, earrings, swabs, the ledge of the bathtub, the floor of the bathtub, purse, face mask, deodorant, lighter, and hairbrush. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, we're going to kind of move through this report fairly quickly. At that time, you only had, a comparison DNA profile for one individual. Is that correct?
Yes. For this report, we did not have a known standard that I discussed before, a buccal swab or a blood sample from an individual. We were given some items from the investigating agency that we were told were known to belong to Marisela Botello Valdez, and we used a profile developed from one of those personal items, specifically a sample from a face mask, to use to compare to all of the evidence profiles in this report.
Okay, and if you recall, was that like a cheetah print face mask, or do you know?
I received a sample collected from that face mask. I could refer to the serology notes to determine the type of face mask if you would like.
That's okay this time. We can get back to that.
Ms. Pittman, I'm sorry, what number exhibit is that?
This is states 277.
Right, thank you. Yes, sir.
The second report, and like you said, this was just based on the only known comparison of Marisela Botello. And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that because we didn't even talk about results. At that time, we have results of excluded 77 and 100. Can you explain to the jury kind of what that type of result means?
Yes, so first let me explain real quick what we do when we do this comparison. So when we receive our DNA profiles, we look at those DNA profiles to determine if that DNA profile is from a single person, if it's a single source, or if it is a mixture of DNA from 2 or more contributors. If anybody is included, if any known standards that we're comparing to that sample is included, then we always give a statistic. And that statistic will tell you how rare it is that somebody might be included in that sample. It will give weight to them being included in that evidence sample. So somebody can be either included or we can exclude them from that DNA profile. So they could not have contributed that DNA.
So in this case, when it says excluded, then that DNA profile is excluded from being a contributor, correct?
Yes.
Now this 77 and 100, can you kind of help the jury understand what that result means?
Yes, what that statistic is saying is that she is included as a possible contributor to that sample. Now, if you were to randomly select an unrelated individual and compare them to that DNA profile, you would expect 77 out of 100 people to be included as a possible contributor to that sample in the same way that individual is included as a possible contributor. So 77 in 100 means if you were to randomly select an individual, 77 out of 100 people would also be included in that same way.
Okay. So as far as in, I guess, determining whether or not DNA or a DNA profile matches Marisela Botello, that 77 in 100 is not a very good statistic.
Correct.
Now, when we talk about female 1 over here, were you able to get a DNA profile from some of these swabs and samples that you got from, say, the glove, the nail, and things like that, and develop a profile for a female?
Yes, we developed a DNA profile from the sample from the underwear that was a DNA profile of a single source, a single contributor, and it was a female that did not match the DNA profile of Marisela Botello Valdez. And so for comparison purposes, we named that unknown DNA profile as female 1.
And without a comparison swab or sample from a known individual, you just can't name this person.
That is correct.
Let's move on to States 278, and that is a report dated January 29th, 2021. In this report, it is listing newly analyzed evidence, and that is a 4.2.1, a piece of carpet, 4.3.1, a carpet pad piece, 4.4.1, a piece of carpet, 5.1, a piece of carpet, and 5.2, a carpet pad piece. Did you receive a cutting of a piece of carpet, a carpet pad, from the Dallas Police Department?
Yes.
And how do you determine what part of that carpet you, I guess, take a sample from in order to analyze for DNA?
So that item would go to the serologist, and the serologist had a request to screen that item for the presence of blood. And once they screen that item and they receive their test results, then they will choose samples to take from that item if they were positive for the presence of blood and send them on to DNA. Now, the process in serology for testing for blood, there's 2 tests that they can perform. The first test is a presumptive test for blood. And what that means is that it will test positive in the presence of blood, but it is not specific to human blood, and it is not specific only to blood in general. There are other things that can potentially give you a positive result with that presumptive test. If they get a positive result with that presumptive test and there is a large enough sample, they will do a second test, which is called a confirmatory test for blood. And that test is confirmatory for the presence of human blood.
And was that done on these items that we just listed via serology?
Those items were tested for blood and serology.
Okay. And were they confirmed to have the presence of human blood?
Items 5.1 and 5.2, they had samples that tested positive with that confirmatory test for human blood. And samples collected from 4.2.1, 4.3.1, and 4.4.1. They tested positive with that presumptive test for blood. For item 4.2.1, there was enough sample to move forward and perform that confirmatory test. However, that confirmatory test was a negative result for the presence of human blood. It was not detected. The other 2 items, 4.3.1 and 4.4.1, there was not enough sample to move forward and perform that confirmatory test.
Now, once that testing was complete, it moved on to the DNA analysis. And again, you only had Marisela Botello as a contributor, is that correct?
That was the only known profile that we had for comparison at that time. We had also compared to those samples that DNA profile of that unknown female, which we have named female 1, that was compared to these samples as well.
And you stated before that the 5.1 and 5.2 were both confirmed to have the presence of human blood, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at the results here, when you tested or analyzed the DNA from 5.1.1, and this is stating from the piece of carpet. We have T1 and T2, and the stain from the carpet pad piece, T1 and T2. What were the what is the statistic likelihood that Marisela Botello would be a contributor to that DNA?
For samples 5.1.1 and 5.2.1, the DNA profiles obtained from those two samples were from a single female that matched the DNA profile of Marisela Botello Valadez. And that statistic is less than 1 in 10 trillion. And what this means is that if you were to randomly select an individual and compare them to this DNA profile, you would have to have more than 10 trillion people before you'd expect another person to match that DNA profile in the same way. To put that number into a little bit of perspective, we have about 8 billion people on the earth right now. So you would have to have more than 1,000 of the Earth's populations before you would expect another person to match that DNA profile in the same way. For sample 5.1.2, the DNA profile obtained from that sample was a mixture of two contributors. We were able to separate out that mixture into a major contributor, so a DNA profile that contributed more DNA, and a minor contributor that contributed less DNA to that sample. And that DNA profile of the major contributor matched the DNA profile of Marisela Botello Valadez with that same statistic that I just discussed, that less than 1 in 10 trillion.
When you talk about major and minor contributors, are you able to determine if the minor contributor, if that DNA source is from, say, human blood or touch DNA or some other bodily fluid in your analysis?
We're not able to determine by the DNA profiles what type of cells that came from. We are only able to perform that test on that stain itself. And then once we obtain the DNA profiles, we are not able to tell if that DNA profile came from blood, skin cells, a different bodily fluid, for example.
Okay. Now, I want to move on to the next report, and this is kind of the report where you finally have some other DNA, known DNA comparisons or samples so that you can make comparisons to other individuals to determine if they may be a contributing source. Is that correct?
Yes, in this report we have 3 additional known standards for comparison.
Okay. And
we're back to live now, so I can't fast forward through the papers.
on page 279, this report was dated June 8, 2021. Who were the other known comparisons or standards, known standards with which you were able to compare the DNA that you had from these other swabs?
We were given a buccal swab standard from Lisa Dykes, aka Lisa Beltran, in our documentation. A buccal swab standard from Charles Beltran, and a buccal swab standard from Nina Morano, aka Nina Beltran.
Okay, say aka Nina Beltran, and you said from your documentation, where did you receive that documentation as far as their last name Beltran?
Dallas Police Department submittal information to us.
Okay. Looking on the first page, we have several items of newly analyzed evidence, and we have a towel, a gray towel, a white towel, a blue towel. You mentioned the buccal swab standard from Lisa Dykes, aka Lisa Beltran. Glove number 3, glove number 4, glove number 5, duct tape number 6, duct tape number 8, duct tape number 9, duct tape number 10. You have a buccal swab standard from Charles Beltran, a pistol, a necklace, buccal swab standard from Nina Morano, aka Nina Beltran, a fingernail, piece of duct tape, pieces of duct tape, plastic wrap of duct tape, plastic bag, with duct tape, plastic bag with duct tape, and a garbage bag on that page. And then, did you also compare the new known standards of Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, and Nina Morano to these previously analyzed pieces of evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Now, were you aware of where all these items that were tested, where they came from?
There's information in the submittals that discuss the location of these items. What's listed on the report in parentheses, those are things that were written on the packaging of the items that we received.
And that would be the AKA Lisa Beltran, Nina Beltran? You said in parentheses, I'm not sure.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you for correcting me in the quotation marks.
Okay. So like in this instance, the swabs, it says ledge of bathtub, floor of bathtub. Glove has quotation marks, number 1. And if there was a photograph that had like a number 1 evidence placard, that'd be where that came from. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those numbers are were written by the police department to relate to their numbers.
Okay. Now, some of the things that I'm flipping through, these are just kind of information, and we talked about just a minute ago, you talked about a single source, a simple mixture, major minor mixture, and a mixture subtraction. Can you tell the jury kind of what a single source profile is?
Yeah, so a single source DNA profile is a DNA profile that is from a single person. DNA profiles that we observe can be from one person, or we can observe the presence of 2 or more, 2, 3, 4 contributors in a sample. If it is a mixed DNA profile, so from 2 or more people, there are different ways that that mixture can be interpreted that are listed here. So if it is a simple mixture, then we are not able to separate that sample out into major or a minor, and we are just looking at a mixed DNA profile, and that is how we are interpreting that DNA profile. In some instances, we are able to determine that one person contributed more DNA than another person in that sample, and in that case, we will interpret that as a major and a minor, which is listed there as well. That last one, mixture subtraction, that type of sample is if you have a DNA profile from, for example, a person's body. We consider that an intimate DNA sample, to where you would expect their DNA profile to be on a sample collected from their own body, for example. And so we will take that DNA profile of a known person and subtract it out, and then have a DNA profile of a second contributor that can be used for comparison. So all of those are different ways that we are able to look at these DNA profiles.
Let's move on to basically the results of your DNA comparison. And you had already mentioned before the results from the carpet pad and a piece of carpet for Marisela Botello down here. But let's just kind of start at the top. With the stain from the glove, there doesn't seem to be any statistics that are very strong in that case, matching the DNA to any of the known samples.
If that DNA profile was a mixture of 2 people that we were not able to separate out into a major and a minor, the only person included in that sample was Lisa Dykes. But that sample statistic is 1 in 39. So if you were to randomly select an individual and compare them to that mixture, 1 out of every 39 people would be included as a possible contributor in that same way. And everybody else is excluded.
And the stained swabs from the ledge of the bathtub and the floor of the bathtub, and let's just start with the stained swabs of the ledge of the bathtub. each of these individuals is excluded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the stain swabs for the floor of the bathtub, we have just 3 individuals included, and that is Marisela Botello with the statistic of 1 and 2, female 1, and Charles Beltran is a 1 and 2.
That's correct.
Okay. I kind of skipped over this. A sample from piece of plastic number 2, and again, you don't know what exactly or where that piece of plastic came from, but the only contributor there is Charles Beltran with that 1 in 10 trillion number. Is that correct?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from that sample was a mixture of 2 contributors that we were able to separate out into a major and a minor contributor. The DNA profile of the major contributor matched the DNA profile of Charles Beltran. That statistic is the less than 1 in 10 trillion statistic that I explained earlier. And everyone else compared here is excluded as being a possible contributor to that sample.
Going back down here to the stain 4.3.12, the stain from the carpet pad piece, the only included person is Lisa Dykes, and that's in a 1 in 5 statistic. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then the stain from the piece of carpet, T1 and T2, Marisela is the only contributor with that 1 in 10 trillion statistic, and everyone else is excluded.
Yes, she is the only one included in those samples.
The same applies for 5.2.1. Marisela is the only person that is included in the 1 in 10 trillion number, and everyone else is excluded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was a pistol that was submitted to you that Mr. Beltran is the 1 in 10 million, I'm sorry, 10 trillion statistic as being a possible contributor to that DNA. Is that correct?
A pistol? Oh, she said.
Yes, referring to sample 10.1.3, that DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, and we were able to separate out a major contributor to that sample, and the DNA profile of Charles Beltran matched the DNA profile of that major contributor with that less than 1 in 10 trillion statistic. The female 1 profile was included as a possible contributor to that minor contribution, and that statistic 1 in 2, and then everybody else is excluded.
14.1.1.1, the sample fingernail, Marisela is included as a 1 in 90 as a possible contributor, and then everyone else is excluded.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the other items listed here, the duct tape, plastic bag with duct tape, garbage bag, things of that nature, were you able to obtain any usable DNA profile for which to compare to your known standards?
From all of the samples that were collected from the duct tape, there were only 2 samples that we were able to obtain a DNA profile from to use for comparison. And from all the other samples, we were not able to obtain a DNA profile.
And were you able on any of the duct tape samples, and I skipped over 14.3.12 and 14.5.15, were there any statistics that were useful for law enforcement purposes to determine who may have been a contributor to that?
The only samples that we included somebody, we had a statistic of 1 in 2 and 53 in 100. So 1 out of every 2 people and 53 out of 100.
Okay. That was states 279. States 280, you received some hair samples and a cigarette butt, and this is dated October 5th, 2022. Were you able to determine, I guess, where these items came from? Based on any information that you have?
The hair samples were listed as being collected from a vehicle, from the interior occupant compartment, and from a trunk area.
Okay, does it state what vehicle those were collected from?
I need her to flip faster. We need to get there.
That is listed from the agency as an Audi A6.
And in looking at that, it appears on page 4 or 5 of that report, you were able to get a DNA sample from a hair root in 6.4.1.121. 2 individuals, Charles Beltran and Nina Morano, were excluded, and 3 individuals have this number of 79 and 100.
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as the cigarette butt is concerned, Charles Beltran, his DNA, when compared, analyzed, was the statistic of 1 in 10 trillion.
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from that sample was a mixture of 2 contributors that we separated out into a major and a minor contributor. And the DNA profile of Charles Beltran matched that DNA profile of the major contributor with that less than 1 in 10 trillion statistic.
Moving on to states 281, and we'll look at 281 and 283 kind of together. This was April 14th in 2023, and states 281 is an identical report to states 283 with the addition in 283 of the discussion of the previously analyzed evidence of the face mask by which you were able to obtain Marisela Botello's DNA profile. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this particular states 283, you received a bone sometime in 2023 and were requested to compare that to a known sample to determine whether or not that was Ms. Botello's bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that 16.1, the sample from the bone, the statistic is 1 in 11.2 million. That possibility of having another contributor to that DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, that statistic is the same as we discussed before. I'm comparing the sample from the bone to the sample that we received from a tooth of Marisela Botello Valadez. So the DNA profile we obtained from the sample from that bone matched the DNA profile obtained from the tooth with that statistic of 1 in 11.2 million. So if you were to randomly select an unrelated individual, compare them to that sample, 1 out of every 11.2 million people would match that profile in the same way.
Okay. And the the sample from the tooth and the sample from the initial face mask, you compared those 2 items as well, and it appeared to be from the same source. Is that correct?
The DNA profile obtained from that face mask that we previously used for comparison as her DNA profile matched the DNA profile obtained from the tooth of her.
Okay. And then the last report that we're going to talk about is states 282. And this report was on June 13th, 2013. Is that correct?
June 13th, 2023, yes.
I'm sorry, 2023. It's getting late in the day. You received 3 pieces of evidence, and those are the 3 pieces of newly analyzed evidence. Do you recall where those pieces of evidence came from?
Those items were packaged in a outer packaging, the same outer packaging as that bone that we tested in that previous report, item 16.
And you did not receive those items until sometime in 2023, after February, is that correct?
Can she get like some sticky notes or paper clips, like something to get us
Those
there?
items were received into the laboratory on February 16th of 2023.
And you don't have any idea if those items were collected after the initial collection of items that you tested previously?
I don't know when they were originally collected.
The results of those items, the sample from underwear T1 and T2, the 4 known samples that you have were all excluded, is that correct?
Yes.
And then female 1 was excluded?
Yes.
What does this male 1 mean?
The DNA profile we obtained from one of those samples was a single source DNA profile from a single male, and that DNA profile did not match any of the known standards that we had. And so we gave that DNA profile the name of male 1 for comparison purposes.
Okay. And we can see the statistics here on the sample of underwear T1 and T2 and the sample from the bra T1 and T2. We have the 1 in 10 trillion statistic for T1. The sample from underwear T2 is 1 in 22.2 million. And then the sample from bra T1 is 1 in 10 trillion. And then the last statistic is the second sample from T2 is 1 in 14.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you have any way of identifying who, at this time, who this male person is?
No.
And again, you're not sure, you don't know, you don't have the factual knowledge of when the underwear, bra, and twist tie was collected or where it was collected from?
No.
So at this point, that's kind of an unknown.
Yes, that would be in the agency's documentation.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Oh, y'all.
Judge, we'll pass her at this time.
All right, do you want her subject to recall?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Webb, the defense is going to reserve their right to cross-examine you, so we need you on call to be available not only for the rest of this week, but for next week as well. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You are excused for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gibbon, do you have a witness you can call this time?
Not at this time, Your Honor. They're all just got from court.
All right. Well, then we will recess a little early. It is 5 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember your instructions regarding not watching the news, reading the newspaper, or doing any independent research at all. In addition, I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Maybe we can get a little bit of an earlier start. So you are ordered to be here no later than 9:15 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
9:15.
All rise.
All rise. So Mel said that he's gonna he's got the interview with Lisa's best friend. He said it's about an hour long. So he said we can watch his interview tomorrow while we're at lunch with the best friend. I feel like you're not going to copyright strike me, are you? Offer it and then copyright strike me.
All right, if y'all could be here about 9:05
Stuff was all in check.
Is this a trap?
She was,
All right, where's our stats? Yes, they did. There's our stats. Marima, stats. Okay, so 6 witnesses, 2 sidebars, 11 objections, yes ma'ams and no ma'ams, 198. Marie our official statistician. 198 yes ma'am and no ma'ams. We're in the South, y'all. We are in the South. That's so funny. 198 yes ma'ams and no ma'ams. That is so funny. We are nothing but courteous in Texas. Yes, Virginia Little. We see that. That's so funny. This was a wild day. This is like a second wild day we've had in a row. Or third. I don't even know. I've lost count. I don't know. But tomorrow, you will not see this boring white wall behind me. You will see, well, you will see a white wall. Because my walls are white. But mine's shiplap. It's not just a white drywall wall. Or whatever. I will be back home tomorrow. I cannot wait. Oh, God, that means I have to move all this tonight. But that's okay. It'll be worth it to have a 20-foot commute in the morning. I will have my walls, my gnomes, my shiplap, my view, my Lucy cam, all of the things. All of the things. So excited. It's going to be the best day. How long have I been here, y'all? Like a month? Over a month? I don't even know. So we're having a homecoming party tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's homecoming. Oh, we should dress up. Everybody dress up. Wear your homecoming dresses, your homecoming tuxes, your ties. You're going to have a homecoming crown. Homecoming tomorrow. We live here now, yes. Yes. And we will watch, I'm actually excited about this too. Jackie Furr said, I'll even put on pants. That'll be interesting too. The video from Mel, he said he's gonna, he says about an hour long. So we'll watch that at Aked Mel channel. If you haven't subscribed to him, go do it. He's awesome. But we're gonna watch his interview with Lisa's best friend tomorrow during lunch. So that will occupy our lunch break. That'll be really interesting. Should I wear a gown and tiara to the chiropractor? Yes. Yes. All right, sorry. Yeah, there's a link for Mel, Aked Mel. Virginia Little just gifted a membership. Thank you, Virginia Little. It went to Kelly Evans. Thank you, thank you. This was a big day. We got to see justice for Amy Harwick. Gareth Pursehouse, he's gone with life with no parole. And we got to see a wild day in the trial. And I see you, Music Man. 80s Music Man, you are not a ninja. We see you. 80s Music Man thinks he's a ninja. He thinks he can sneak around not being seen. And we got to hang out together and spend some time together. Unfortunately, we did watch some of the Las Vegas coverage, so, oh, that's so sad. Right before the holidays, thoughts and prayers go out to those families. We'll see what updates we can find and go over that tomorrow. There was also, we didn't get a chance to talk about it today because it's been so busy, but there's also a filing by Donna Adelson. We will go over that tomorrow during some of the breaks. We will have our sound effects back tomorrow, yes, because my soundboard is there. It's at home, so we'll have that. I just have to get everything hooked up. So we'll have all of the things. It'll be like the old days, except for without drilling and construction. Go figure. Oh my gosh, what's it even going to be like? So that's the plan for tomorrow. All right, I've got the stream set up for tomorrow. Also, I think I set it for 9. I don't remember what I set it for. I think I set it for 9, but she said that they're going to be there at 9:15, so I'll change it to 9:15. We will start about the same time the jury is getting there, because then that'll give us about 15 minutes to start or to hang out and chat on homecoming day before they actually start the trial. So, and then and then the Donna Adelson. We'll go over that emergency filing, drama queen, and talk about some of that stuff too. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover tomorrow, but that's okay because we will be at home and I will finally be in my comfortable chair and maybe my back won't hurt so much. So there's that too. All right, y'all, I'm going to portal you over to the stream for tomorrow. Notifications have been kind of wonky, so when I portal you over there, make sure you hit notify me so that way you get the notification when we go live in the morning. And Drama Adelson, yes. Yes, Drama Adelson, yes. But anyway, I'm going to portal you over there. So hands and feet inside, ponytails, toes, jewelry, scarves, gold chains, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what you people wear in your off time. I will see you bright and early. When you get over there, go ahead and hit the like button and hit notify me, and I will see y'all bright and early in the morning. Buckle up. Bye.